in the stillness of the hour.
Good morning to all. Yeah, I hope you're able to hear me. Uh, so,
Yes, it is fine. Yeah, we can hear you.
so welcome to Global Strategy Execution Summit. It's very exciting to see you all. The conference is going to start in few minutes. Our speakers will join in few minutes. Okay, the first session will be at 10:45 from Mihai. The main purpose of this Global Strategy Execution Summit is to bring uh, experts in strategy management, practitioners, and also managers, okay, to one single platform where where we can collaborate, discuss, and understand best practices, global trends, and also help each other to learn how to successfully do the strategy transformations. Okay, so this platform will help us to connect, to interact, and also to help each other uh, for the strategy execution in a global format. Okay. So what we are going to do today is we have tried to schedule the calls, the keynotes lectures in such a way that all these things together complement the whole strategy execution model. Okay. So you have the strategy cycle where you talk about strategy planning, execution, and also the monitoring. You have a financial perspective of the strategy. How do the financial planning is done in alignment with the strategy? How the people are aligned, need to be aligned to the strategy, how the culture plays a key role. And of course, we cannot stop the technology. So how the artificial intelligence is play a key role in your strategy transformations. Okay, so we have like a project management office to execute all your strategic initiatives or any other initiatives. Okay, how do you align them to the strategy? How do you align risk and compliances to the strategy? What is the best way to execute through the systems? Okay, so what kind of systems you need it? Okay, so it's all packed up into one single conference. Okay, so we tried to bring global experts, practitioners, and managers who really hands-on doing current strategy transformation initiatives. Yeah, so we would like to, and of course, we have a very fantastic attendees. We have participating. Okay, so it will be a very good interactive. So look forward for having a great event today. Okay, so please make sure that you post your queries in the chat box. Our conference organizers will do the necessary steps to make sure that your questions get answered. Okay. If we are not able to get it answered due to the time constraint, definitely they will be done in the offline mode or any other format, whatever possible. Okay. So, so please try to don't miss the sessions because not it is not a one topic conference. Each uh, right from the strategy formulation to the strategy execution and the strategy refresh. Okay, different methodologies. Okay, so you have, so it will be covered all. So like, try to be available for the whole summit. Okay, to get the best out of it for you, for your organization, uh, and help you to get the strategy transformation in a most successful way. Okay, so we are waiting just a couple of minutes away from the first speaker. So until then, just hold on for a few minutes. So once we start, then we will do the introductions and then start the first session. So please make sure that all your questions are posted in the chat box. Okay, so provided in the bottom. Make sure that you write whatever, and if you have any particular query for a particular speaker, okay, based on the agenda circulated to you, you do that. Okay. So look forward for you to hear more value added questions, interactions, and then we'll be very happy to collaborate and answer all your questions. Okay, so let us wait for a couple of minutes to join us to welcome our first speaker. Okay, so just let me just check he's already available. Yeah. I think if Mihai is ready, just let me know. It seems he is joining.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I think there is a question. Yeah.
Yes, we have a
Thank
question.
you,
Yeah.
Manish. Manish ji, thank you. So Data Labs India, basically, we are a global organization to help companies in strategy execution and supply chain excellence. Okay, so we do have solutions for the strategy transformation through strategy, which is the Data Labs India solution. Okay, so through strategy, we have one session where at I think 12 o'clock. So through strategy is a comprehensive strategy transformation solution, which will help organizations to support strategy transformation. So we also have supply chain excellence solutions. We are based in India, Hyderabad. So we are present in UAE and also in United States in Delaware State. Okay, so we help organizations to achieve strategy transformations, supply chain excellence, the ERP implementations, especially SAP, S/4HANA. Okay, so we collaborate with everybody, with organizations to achieve business excellence to them. Yeah, thank you, Manish. Yeah. I'm just waiting because yeah. No, we do consulting, Manish ji. We do one other. Thank you for asking question again. We do the consulting. Okay, so it's a total solution, but our primary focus is to help from the IT point of view. We have consulting capabilities based on the requirements. Yeah. Yeah. So. Mhm. So we take a selective engagements for the consulting where the consulting and IT together solve the business problems. Likewise, yeah. Mhm. Once I would like to. Mhm. Any more questions? Just to catch up until, because of the time zones, we have the speakers lined up from Romania, from Central America, from Nigeria, Middle East, India, and Pakistan. So let's take a couple of minutes. Adjustments is required. Yeah. So let me check with Mihai once. So sorry guys, sorry team. Mihai is need few more minutes to join. Okay. So let me see if we can swap. Definitely answer the questions. Just let me make sure that. Uh, yeah, we will answer you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. So just the first speaker, Mihai, is okay. So let me just quickly check. So sorry, team. Mihai is getting delayed, so I will be swapping the session from my side. Okay, so let me start the session. Okay. Yep. Yeah, Mihai is came luckily. Deep Mihai is he joined. Okay? So let us.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for having me. I'm sorry for the small
Yeah.
delay.
Can we
It was
unmute Mihai? Deep.
Yes, yes. I'm just no. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes. We can hear you, sir.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much.
So
I'm
I've
sorry.
made you. I've made you the presenter. Yeah. Please go on. Yeah.
Okay, let me share the screen. Just 1 second. If I go away for a second, I will be back. There is a setting that doesn't allow me to share the screen. Just a second.
Sorry for the inconvenience. We have some logistics issues.
Okay, I can share. Just a second. Yeah, it's asking a lot of questions, the WebEx interface.
Yeah, we are able to hear you, Mihai.
Yes, but can you see my?
Yeah, we can see the slides also. We can see your slide.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Then
So,
thank you very much, and we can begin. I can begin.
Yeah. Sorry, audience, got delayed little. So I would like to introduce Mihai. He is one of the globally renowned strategist. He is expert in the strategy, full cycle strategy transformations. Okay, so with vast experience over 2 decades of experience in strategy and strategy management. Okay, so he brings a rich knowledge in the strategy transformations. So over to you, Mihai. Okay, please share your thoughts in the strategy cycle.
Thank you very much. The subject that I would like to discuss, it's related to a full cycle of strategy management. I would like to just to say a few more words about myself. I'm an engineer by formation, but I have began around 15 years ago to work with strategy, and I began by first learning what the Kaplan and Norton balanced scorecard strategy management framework is. That happened, I think, in 2008. Since then, I have implemented and researched mainly the strategy execution cycle, which is managed through the framework that I have mentioned, and realizing that especially the strategy formulation part requires a certain development. I have focused more for a period of time on the cycle of formulating the strategy. Now, together strategy formulation and strategy execution based on the Kaplan and Norton framework for strategy execution are forming what you see on the screen, which is the strategy clockwork. Strategy clockwork is a name that has been given to a cycle that is it's formed of several loops. There is one closed loop for strategy formulation and another closed loop for strategy execution. And especially the formulation of the strategy is enhanced, and it's enabled by something that it's called strategy experimentation. Strategy experimentation is something relatively new, which has been added to the framework. And the scope is to reduce the failure probability of our strategy by experimenting with the types of products and with the types of strategic choices that we are targeting with our strategy. So this diagram that you see on screen, it's relatively complex, but this is the level of complexity that matches the complexity of any organization, where processes and relationships and structures are inherently complex. If we take these 10 plus 2 stages diagram and discuss it a little by little, we can understand it probably much better. So this is what my intention is to do for a couple of minutes. And then I can introduce you to the opportunities that starts from January to better understand and to better use it in practical implementations. The strategy experimentation that I have mentioned, it has 2 elements. One of it is experimenting with products, which is based significantly on design thinking. And the scope here is not necessarily to launch a new product, but to experiment with types of products, types of problems that customers have, types of jobs to be done, and also types of solutions to be delivered for them. The reason why I'm mentioning this is the fact that our strategy is not typically related to one product, it's related to a series of products. And we need to create a strategy or to update it for a series of products, a series of solutions that we are delivering to the market, targeting certain needs that customers do have. On the other hand, we need to experiment with strategic choices. This is called skunkworks because that's what a famous American company has as a laboratory for experimentation with a lot of new things. And it allows us to see which of the choices that are available to us have better chances of success if adopted into our strategy. And we can play with each of them, or with those that present the maximum probability of success, in order to allow the second stage of the framework, where we select strategic choices to have the best chances of success. So this is what the reason for strategy experimentation is. It is coordinated by the Office of Strategy Management. It's a function within a company that normally doesn't exist, or might have not existed before the implementation of such a management system. And it's the coordination between the two types of experiments is required, because the solutions that the types of solutions that we would like to bring to the market, and the choices about them need to be synchronized at some extent. And these experiments that we're making on the product side and on the choices side are going in parallel, but they have a way to be synchronized by the activity of the Office of Strategy Management. The strategic choices that I have mentioned are not just something like cost leadership and differentiation, but they are a lot of other choices. And we have seen more than a decade ago a reference model that is called the Delta model. It has been created by the late Arnoldo Hux, who was a professor at MIT Sloan School of Management. And what you see here is not a triangle as the Delta model was designed. It's actually a pentagon, because it relates to other types of choices that we can use in our strategy. On screen, it's the penta model for problems to solve, and this is one dimension of the strategy. And we have another Delta model for solutions to deliver, which is the other dimension of strategy. It's the typical product market fit, which evolves to this level of I would say complexity, but it's a complexity that can be very easily explained if we go through each of the choices one by one. So on the penta model beta, the one that is on screen right now, we have 10 types of choices for creating solutions for our customers. Actually, these are our choices for creating a competitive advantage from the point of view of the solutions that we are delivering to solve our customers' problems. The penta model alpha is another set of 10 choices. It's actually strategic choices types, which are the alternatives that we have for targeting customer needs. And we have a variety of ways, going from segmenting, from looking into the way to get closer to the customer, from the positioning that we can occupy on the value stream, with ways of entering other markets and extending our types of customer needs that we can adopt. And this is just a catalog of choices for the problems to solve dimension of strategy. So it operates together with the other half of the Penta model as a way to enable our strategic choice stage, our strategic choices stage, with a catalog of choices from which we can select the ones that can be used for positioning our strategy. And this is what happens. We have the two dimensions of the strategy: problems to solve, which is typically the equivalent of the market, and solutions to deliver, which are equivalent of the product. And we combine various choices that are available in order to select those which have the highest probability of producing the economic results that we are aiming to acquire, helping us to I will stop in just a moment for the question. This is how we position ourselves, and we build our strategy foundation by making certain choices that are essential for our strategy. Let me look at the question. Can you help me, Abdul?
Yes, sir. So there is a question from Mr. Khalid Noor, and the question is research and development department same as the strategy experimentation function? So that's the question.
It's if you like to relate to a traditional structure of an organization, yes, I would say that most of the activity it's in the research and development department. But I would look at it more through the lenses of the zones to win. Geoffrey Moore has created the thought leader who is better known for the crossing the chasm theory. He also created 4 zones to win, which are 4 zones of core activities in the company, and one of them is called incubation, and you might say that yes, this is where the new ideas get into the shape of minimum viable products. So that would a research and development department do. But then we also have a zone which is called transformation, which takes those minimum viable products and turns them into commercially viable foundations for the competitive advantage. So I think that the concept for strategy experimentation, it's a little more complex than just the function, the organizational function of research and development. It's actually a way to develop a new competitive advantage, and you wouldn't go to the research and R&D department and say you need to create a new competitive advantage. Typically, they create new products and new technologies. The scope of strategy experimentation is to identify solutions for and combinations of choices for the next competitive advantage of an organization. So I would say that it's a little bit more than just the traditional R&D function. So I will get back to the presentation. The 10 stages that you have seen in the large diagram start with something which is traditionally called strategic analysis. It's the stage number 1. which takes care of several things. First of all, it identifies the business portfolio, and the business portfolio is not just a combination of products. It's not just the market share matrix. It's again related to the competitive advantages that we need to defend, to extend, or to create. And I would make reference here again to the Geoffrey Moore zones to win, which are overlapping over the three horizons of growth, which is a theory created by McKinsey. And it's about working in parallel on several strategies. One single strategy is not enough for an organization, because we might have an existing competitive advantage. If we don't, we wouldn't be selling anything to anybody. So if we have a competitive advantage, we need to enhance it and to grow, to scale it, but also to defend it against various threats existing in the market, which tends to reduce or deny this competitive advantage that we have. So we need to have a strategy for how we need to do that. But any competitive advantage that we currently have will not last forever. Therefore, we need to have also a next competitive advantage. And this is something that the experimentation and the incubation and the transformation are working on, and that is something that needs to exist as a separate strategy from the one that that is targeting the extension and the defending of the current competitive advantage. And we also need a strategy for even further solutions for the next competitive advantages, and that's something that will need to take place of the current competitive advantage and of the next competitive advantage, and we need to work in parallel on all three of them. Then the other thing that we do here is define the strategic horizons. And there are certain criteria that allow us to identify which are the inflection points, and inflection points on all three competitive advantages. And we have an inflection point for where the current competitive advantage might end. We have another one for when the next competitive advantage can take its place, and how long will it allow us to benefit from it. And then there is another inflection point for what comes next after that. So we have three strategies with three separate strategic horizons, in fact, not just a single one. And the third thing that we need to take care as part of the stage one, which is related to strategic analysis, is related to strategic scenarios. And what we need to do here is to look at not just at trends and weak signals that allow us to define the context for our competitive advantages, but also to look at uncertainties, things that are obviously evolving, but may go either way. They can go positive or negative, or they can go to one extreme or another, and defines the strategic scenarios that are required for us to be able to look into the future and understand what kind of alternative plausible futures are expected for us. And why do we do this? We do this because we need to consider the strategic choices capability to provide the economic results that we wish in all the scenarios. If one combination of choices produces excellent results in one scenario but doesn't produce satisfactory results in others, then that's not a good foundation for our strategy. We need to select the choices which are going to produce at least satisfactory results in all scenarios. So this is the way the scenarios that we define in stage one are allowing us to filter the strategic choices that we select in the second stage based on their capability to produce the competitive advantages and to be able to defend the current competitive advantage in all the scenarios, whichever of them might be prevalent in the future. Obviously, we are looking at scenarios which are valid for the strategic horizons that we have defined. So the second stage it's allowing us to select from that catalog of choices on the two dimensions of the strategy, the choices which might allow us to achieve the success aspirations that are entering into our strategies, the demands that we have for the future and the expectations that we have for the future. And once we have that selection of choices, we can move further into the process by looking at the activities and capabilities required to support those choices. And at the moment when we have defined our strategic positioning, that's only an idea, a concept, something on a whiteboard. We don't know what is needed for that to happen, and that's what we need to look into, what is needed to support them. The timing for the three horizons, just to answer one question, it's never the same. Obviously, we have a shorter time horizon for the current competitive advantage. For how long will we be able to sustain it, to extend it, and to defend it? But then we have a time horizon for the next competitive advantage based on the new technologies, new types of products, new types of business models that we're launching as a new competitive advantage, and how long will we have for that to introduce it, to launch it, and for how long will that competitive advantage exist until the next inflection point, which is related to again to another competitive advantage that needs to replace it. It's if you would like to have the most let's say intuitive way to define the competitive advantages, it's what Professor Rita McGrath described as waves of competitive advantages, and we need to understand that each wave has its own time horizon, and we need to plan to have, for instance, available a next strategy by the time when the current competitive advantage will no longer produce the expected results, and how long after that we can count on it until again another wave of competitive advantage is required. And obviously we need to prepare them in advance and in parallel with our current competitive advantage. So those three horizons are different, and so their timeframes are never the same. The third stage of this framework refers to the capabilities required to support our choices. That again represents the foundation of our strategy. First, we go and look into what activities are required, at the system of activities which is required to support those choices in reality. And then we move from activities to capabilities, looking at what competencies, what management systems, what infrastructure, what relationships are required. And those capabilities are something that that we might already have, or something that we don't have and need to be acquired or developed. We're talking about capabilities which, in case they exist, they might be reconfigured or redesigned in order to fit what is required, again, for supporting the strategic choices that we have made. And once we have that understanding, we need to understand that there are gaps between what is required and what we have. And therefore, we need to define the strategic gaps, which are the most important deliverable of a strategy. If we don't have a set of strategic gaps identified which needs to be closed, then I would say that we don't have a strategy, or at least not an instrumental one. So therefore, we need to understand which are the gaps required.
Mihai, you need to unmute. Yeah. Something happened. Sorry. Yeah. Mihai, you need to unmute. Can you try to unmute from your side? Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Yes, please.
Okay, sorry, I don't know why it muted. So once we have defined the strategic gaps, because if we can have that system of activities and that capability system tomorrow morning, we might say that we have accomplished our strategy. But obviously, we're talking about things which cannot be done by tomorrow morning. It's going to take us months or years to be able to set up that system of activities and that system of capabilities, to have it in place in order to turn our strategic choices from the whiteboard and from the desire to the reality of our business. So that is something that we need to do as part of the strategy execution loops. Before we do that, however, we need to do two things. First of all, to check the feasibility of our strategy. Are we able to implement it? And also to check the viability of the resulting business model. Okay, we implement the strategy, we have a different kind of business based on the choices that we have made. Will it be viable? From the financial, but also not from non-financial points of view, and we need to check that, because if we have a strategy, we implement an idea and certain choices, and at the end of that implementation, we have a business model that doesn't survive from the economic point of view, from the financial point of view, or from other points of view, then obviously we haven't done a good job with our strategy. We need to understand the strategic destination, and if that is something that will be first and foremost financially viable in terms of cost structure and revenue streams, and understand if that is something that will survive. It's a minimal kind of checkpoints that we need to go through in order to understand that we're not making a terrible mistake with our strategy. In case any of these validations are failing, we need to go back to strategy and reformulate it and select other choices and other activities and other capabilities, other strategic gaps, and we go again through possible multiple iterations until we can pass through the feasibility and viability gateway, and we can move to strategy execution. In strategy execution, we are working, as I have said, mostly with a methodology created by Kaplan and Norton for the balanced scorecard, and we have a number of perspectives. And what you see on the right are the let's say the updated format for the balanced scorecard perspective. And 2 years ago, Professor Kaplan has introduced them through a Harvard Business Review article, and it's an extension of the traditional ones. For instance, we don't have the financial perspective; we have the outcomes, because it was even before the objectives in that perspective are not just of financial nature. Then we don't just have the customer perspective; we have the stakeholders perspective, because in strategy approaches like the ones that looks at the society and at the environment, we have to have objectives which are a better position, not just for our customers, but also for the business environments that we operate in. Also the fourth perspective is not just it was learning and growth, and it has been extended in concept by being called enablers, and it looks at a little more than just the traditional LNG perspective, which in fact was called in various ways in balanced scorecard implementations. And I think that enablers, it's a better let's say terminology for that perspective. I would like to answer Khalid's question. Can you repeat it, please? It's about how do we, it's something related to competitors. Khalid, can you repeat the question, or can you help me by reading it from the
Yes.
Yeah, the question is, how do we build competitor response to our strategy?
Well, competitor response, probably you're talking about how would the competitors respond to our strategy, maybe, because there are two things that we need to consider here. First of all, we create a strategy, and we take into consideration our competitor strategy at the same time, and try not to overlap with their set of strategic choices. Let me go back just to here. So if we position on the same diagram our strategic choices and our competitor strategic choices, it would be ideal if they don't overlap. If we compete on the same things as our competitors, that's not a good thing, because in the end that will lead to commoditization and to a price war and something like this. So therefore, we need to understand, to do the same exercise that we're doing for our positioning, also to look at the positioning, not just current, but anticipated future positioning of our competitors, and place it on the same map and understand if we are differentiated from the point of view of the problems that we're trying to solve, and from the point of view of solutions that we're trying to deliver to the market. Ideally, we shouldn't address exactly the same problems that our competitors, and we shouldn't deliver the same type of solutions as they are delivering to the market. So that's how we relate to competition, both in terms of creating a competitive advantage that is not the same competitive advantage that our competitors are trying to build or to defend. And at the same time, we can look at not just the current positioning of our competitors, but also we can explore the based on information existing in the market of what might be their next strategic positioning, and again try to differentiate from them by not making the same choices that they have made, or the same choices that we're expecting them to make in the future. So that's a tool very useful for competitive analysis. So just one more sentence about this one. The fact is that if we place our strategic gaps that resulted from formulating our strategy in a structure that is from the conceptual point of view similar to the strategy map that we use in strategy execution, we see that we can actually bridge the anecdotal gap between strategy and execution by understanding how do we assemble the strategic gaps into strategic objectives. And I would mention that in practical implementation, when you reach the list of strategic gaps, there are typically 100 or 200 strategic gaps, because imagine each people from each function understanding what they need to create or to develop or to reconfigure or redesign in their functions in order to support those choices. Each department, each team comes with their set of requirements, and that results in a lot of strategic gaps. We can't work with 100 strategic gaps in managing them, so we need to aggregate them into strategic objectives. We look at clusters of strategic gaps, and these are clusters that we can identify in these perspectives for the gaps that result from our strategy, and see where the convergence is, and morph them into strategic objectives. That's something that has been done even initially in the strategic map by looking at the value gap. But the value gap was not defined in terms of strategy gaps, and we have a more instrumental way of actually creating the strategy map and the strategic objectives based on the strategic gaps which resulted from the formulation of our strategy. So that's how we enter the strategy execution. And I would like to mention that if we have a strategy for a couple of years, for instance, we might have the strategy for defending our current competitive advantage for 3 years, and we have another 5 years for launching the new competitive advantage. So we have a multi-annual horizon for our strategy. But the execution cycle, we cannot plan, or the practice has taught us that we cannot plan for many years. Typically, the cycle here on the execution loop, it's 1 year, and for a variety of reasons, it's that because we have an annual budgeting cycle, we have sales plans and marketing plans and production plans, which typically span 1 year. And it's ideal to have a cycle where we take a share of the strategic gaps that we transform into strategic objectives for 1 year. And once we close those gaps, we go and take another share of the strategic gaps and use it for the next cycle. And we might have multiple cycles of strategy execution within the same cycle of strategy formulation until we need to reformulate significantly our strategy. So the stages here are those that many of you are familiar with from the Kaplan and Norton framework for strategy execution. We have the strategic plan, which is based on objectives and measures and strategic initiatives. And we also have not just the performance dimension, we have the risk, and also we should add the resilience dimension, which is similar to risk, but looks at the ways of pivoting our business in case some black swans like the pandemic, like regional wars, like other things are happening and are turning our business and our business environment upside down, and we need to be resilient and to avoid the reasons for fragility in our business. So it's something. There are three dimensions there: performance, risk, and resilience. Then once we have created our strategic plan, we need to go through the alignment phase, which means that we do something called vertical alignment and horizontal alignment. And in the end, we need to reach the individual alignment because that's where the strategy is executed. And we need to ensure that the whole organization is in line with the organizational structures, the whole set of teams and departments and down to individuals are synchronized. And then we have an aligned strategic plan. This is coordinated by the Office of Strategy Execution. It's the same part as the traditional Office of Strategy Management, but it's focused on the execution cycle. While Office of Strategy Management is also coordinating the strategy formulation, the strategy experimentation, as we have seen before. And then once we have an aligned strategic plan, we go to the operational integration. You know that we need to synchronize the budget with our strategic plan, protect the stratex, which is the sum of budgets of our strategic initiatives. We need to synchronize with our continuous improvement. We might have a Six Sigma or Lean Six Sigma or a TQM or a 5S program in place, and we need to guide where the improvements needs to be made, because as you might remember, some of the gaps are related not to capability that we don't have. They relate to capability that we have, but they are not adequately configured, and we need to improve them and reconfigure them. And that is something that it's a typical scope for continuous improvement, for the continuous improvement from project. The strategy just sets the priorities for the continuous improvement, because we're not improving in parallel everything in our organization. We need to have a set of priorities, and strategies is ideally positioned to set those priorities. And the OSM, you might remember that the Office of Strategy Management has been introduced by Kaplan and Norton as a set of responsibilities that needs to be in place during the cycle of strategy execution in various stages. When we formulate the strategy, when we set the plans, where we do the strategy reviews, when we apply the corrective actions. So all these things needs to be coordinated by an organizational function. And this is just the splitting of that function between the two cycles, because we have two significant cycles, one for formulation and one for execution. It's the same OSM, which is split between coordinating the strategy formulations, the strategy experimentation, and then we have the same, or the other half of the OSM, which is focused on the strategy execution cycle, and it actually has the majority of the functions that have been described by Kaplan and Norton in the balanced scorecard framework. Okay, so if we have the strategy integrated with our operation plans, with the budget, with the continuous improvement, then we can pass through strategies to executing the plan. So that is something that happens next, and it's again the stages which have been described in the Kaplan and Norton balanced scorecard framework, and this is related first of all to strategy review, which allows us to observe the progress of our strategic initiatives. We look at the results, and we need to take into consideration what is called the realization period of the strategic initiatives, and that is valid because the outcomes of not just the outputs, but the outcomes resulting from our strategic initiatives take some time after we have finished the projects themselves. So we need to take into consideration that realization period in order to be able to adequately understand what our KPIs are telling us. And obviously then we take corrective actions. Typically corrective actions are taken upon the strategic initiatives. And it is important to understand that the role of the KPIs in strategy executions is not really monitoring processes or even the outcomes of the initiatives per se. These are it's a system of validating or invalidating all the hypotheses that we have used, and in all the stages that you have seen, we have employed strategic hypothesis. We have employed the assumptions because our strategy is about the future. We are forced to use assumptions and hypotheses. It's a construction of hypotheses. Even the strategic plan, hypotheses and assumptions, there are chains of interlinked hypotheses that we have used, and at the end of these chains are the KPIs that exist in our scorecards. And we need to understand that whenever a KPI turns red, it means that we have hit an invalid hypothesis, and strategic initiatives were not correctly related to strategic objectives, or a capability was not actually a required capability. Well, we have missed one capability that is not existing, and therefore our scorecard tells us that some hypotheses have not been invalid along the chains of hypotheses that we have employed for formulating or for strategic planning. So that's something that we need to take into consideration. And then it's the last thing that we must do, which is the validation of all the hypotheses, mainly related to strategy formulation, and also to look into the changes that happen in the meantime in the business environment. And the way we do this is to set in place an early warning systems, which looks at all the assumptions related to external environment, to our industry, or even to outside of our industry. And if something changes there, it means that our strategy is no longer valid entirely. So we need to go back and reformulate the strategy. And also, if we see that there are significant hypotheses that are invalid, we need to go back to that point in our sequence of stages and modify the components which depended on those hypotheses, which turned out to be invalid. So this is how we work with the system, allowing us to have an adaptive strategy based on continuously validating hypotheses and reformulating our strategy. So that's how the system works. I bet that now you can see that the diagrams that we have started from is no longer complex. Explained step by step. It's something very logical, and it's actually the way that we should formulate the strategy and create the strategic plans, consecutive ones, and execute them, and turn back and adapt the strategy. That's again, in all what I have described is nothing that I have invented. It's just connecting the dots of existing concepts and frameworks and the theories. It's just a way that we should assemble them in order to have a consistent way of dealing with strategy formulation and strategy execution. I will just finish with just a couple of words. There is an initiative that has started to provide a training course related to what I have described. The first iteration, it's one that happens in January and February. Actually, it's most of January, and it's a course that anyone can enroll. There are still places available. It's a cohort-based course, which again goes through each of the stages, not just through theory, but also through practice. We have a software platform that has been developed for the purpose of enabling this course and enabling the practice sessions, and we can create a strategy for a case study. We can create a strategic plan, and we can see how it works. We will also have some simulations which allow us to get some possible consequences of the decisions that we take inside the team.
Fantastic. Yep.
The gap analysis is done by looking at on one hand on what is required, and then looking again at what exists in our organization. Which activities do we do? Which capabilities do we have? And we go capability by capability and understand which is missing and needs to be developed or acquired, and which exists but is not adequately configured and need to be redesigned or reconfigured in order to fit the required format. So we just go capability by capability and see if we have it or we don't have it, or we have it but it needs to be modified, and therefore we said we get the set of strategic gaps in the end.
Great.
Just one word. So this course that I've mentioned, it's based on cohorts, which means that we have a cohort for Asia Pacific, we have a cohort for Europe, Middle East, and Asia, and then we have another one for the Americas. And for you, the cohort is set in order to be available as sessions at comfortable times. You just need to go to explaining strategy.com and find out more about the course.
Fantastic.
I'm aware that I have a little bit overshoot the timing, and I do apologize for this.
Yeah. So thank you, Mihai. Thank you for a fantastic model explanation strategy cycle. That's really addresses all the key concerns of overall strategy transformation. So we wish you good luck for your course, and we recommend all the participants and everybody to attend your course and learn more. Okay, thank you for joining, Mihai.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, team. Thank you very much for joining. We are late, but we'll just do by 10 minutes. I would like to welcome our next speaker, Mr. Gopal Sharma. Okay, so Gopal Sharma ji, I think Deep, if you can make presenter so that Gopal Sharma ji can share the screen. Okay, so
Yes, just a minute.
Yeah, I would like to give a quick briefing on the Gopal Sharma ji. So Gopal Sharma is graduated from BITS Pilani long back, and then he spent majority of his time in UAE, Middle East. Okay, with vast experience in and the strategy execution, performance management, the quality, and what more. Okay, so he has recently released a book. Fantastic achievement. So thank you, Gopal Sharma ji, for joining us, and welcome to you. Welcome to you for the session. And here you go, Gopal Sharma ji, over to you. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Abdul, and it's my pleasure to be on this panel. And Mihai, thank you very much. You set the scene for me, and it will be easier for me now what I'm sharing. So people already have the complete idea about the strategy planning and execution planning. So I'll be sharing a case study and how from planning to execution, the whole cycle takes place. Of course, it is specific to the industry I was associated with. It was construction industry. So here's the brief. I think Mr. Abdul has already mentioned. I have overall 40 years of experience. First 20 years were in the engineering and construction. That was facility management and electromechanical services, worked on some of the prestigious projects in the Middle East. And last 20 years, after doing my MBA in 2000, I gradually moved to the strategy. And I worked as a corporate strategy head for an Indian international company. Then I had my own management consulting practices. So whatever I'm sharing is based on my own work, my own experience. So we'll start, and this case study actually showcases how you can achieve the exceptional results by having a robust strategy and executing it brilliantly with all necessary operational tools and strategies, and in an integrated manner. And the industry is the construction, which is the building services, and geography is India and Middle East. Okay, so just because I'll just give you some quick background. So this is the cycle for actually for the industry, where a project starts with a feasibility study. It goes under design and drawing development process. Then you have the earthwork, then civil construction, and then MEP works, and then testing and commissioning of all the services. So there are various key stakeholders involved. The owner who puts the money, and he actually plans that, okay, he wants to build something. And then you have the project managers who actually supervise the whole process of executing, even the bidding process and everything else. MEP is mechanical, electrical, and plumbing services. So which includes basically all the services apart from the civil work. It will have all the firefighting and fire alarm system. It will have, let's say, CCTVs. It will have all the IT related, plus air conditioning, electrical, plumbing, firefighting services. So that is called in brief is MEP works. Right. So then there is a MEP. I'm just talking about things which are relevant to this particular company. So there is a MEP consultant who does the complete design of services and he supervises the work. And he also is responsible for carrying out the inspections and approval of material and the installation work. The civil contractor is called the main contractor. He has the overall responsibility for the entire project, and typically the MEP contractor or the services contractor works under the main contractor. So he's a subcontractor of the civil contractor. In some projects, which are large projects, MEP contractor can be directly employed by the owner or his representative as a project manager. And he will work directly with the owners, not under the main contractor, but he has to coordinate everything with the main contractor. So that is called actually nominated contractor. So the MEP services contractor has the responsibility for design validation of all the systems, not the civil work, all the systems, air conditioning, electrical, plumbing systems. Then he is supposed to identify and procure all the material which is supposed to be going into that project, and then do the installation, which is inspected by the project managers and the consultant. And finally, testing and commissioning of all systems are done, and the project is handed over, including the complete civil work. Same process goes for civil contractor as well, and the project is handed over to the owner. So this is the scope of that company I'm talking about, the MEP works. As I explained earlier, Khalid, the MEP contractor typically works under main contractor. These are two separate companies. The main contractor is basically a civil contractor, and MEP contractor is providing the electromechanical services for a building. And MEP contractor can directly work under the owner only if he is a nominated contractor, which is actually ideal, because then you are more competitive, because main contractor would put his margin on your quotation. Okay, so I'll directly come to the execution part, and I'll not go into the details of how the complete strategy planning was done. So I'm taking here the key elements from that strategy and explaining you. So one thing that, of course, Mihai talked about is what is your value proposition for your customer. So the company decided that they need to follow operational excellence strategy, focusing on minimizing the cost, and followed with excellent customer relationship. The reason why you need to have customer relationship, excellent customer relationship, is especially with the main contractors and owners, is that you can become a nominated contractor and you definitely have an advantage. So these are the two elements the company was supposed to focus on. And then they looked at the internal activities and then aligning these activities to the value proposition. So there were key implications which are mentioned here. So focusing on the operational efficiencies. So there are three key parameters for any project: is the cost, quality, and the completion period. Normally, completion period is defined by the owner or owner's representative. Quality parameters are set. These are part of the tender documents. And of course, you agree for a fixed price. Once you give your bid, then the price is fixed. So you need to work within that and make a profit. So operational efficiency is very, very critical. Maintaining relations with key customers across boundaries, because this company planned to operate in multiple geographies within GCC. So across boundaries, why? Because maybe from one country, there might be businessmen who would build properties or shopping malls in other countries. So across boundaries was important. Capacity management is important because it requires large resources and of course money for executing large projects. Let's say we are talking about a project like Burj Khalifa, or we are talking about Emirates Palace Hotel in Dubai. These are huge projects where MEP itself would be around $200 million. And the project would last for maybe 4 years. Then to make operations more efficient, they plan to leverage the Global Engineering Center, which was supposed to be set up in India. So that would reduce the cost and provide support for the operations in the Middle East. Then next was the leveraging central procurement cell, because if you're executing multiple projects, you can buy in bulk and you can negotiate the price better and build the relationship with the suppliers. Then effective utilization of commercial direct rates, especially when there are variations and there are claims or there are escalations. So commercial direct rate plays a major role. Then of course, effective risk management. These projects are highly risky because the delay could happen for reasons beyond your control, and then you need to fight with the main contractor and the owner's representative. Then improving departmental and functional efficiencies, because we are looking at operational excellence, and then effective and efficient utilization of ERP and other IT systems. Those could facilitate the execution and tracking of such large projects. So based on these, the actions were planned. So these are the quick things which were actually planned. I'm talking about this was like 2006, 2007, when I was heading the strategy department in this organization. So operational excellence means establishing the project management office and office of a strategy management function. Because PMO, of course, was already there because we were already in projects function. So, but the PMO was primarily focusing on the client's projects. So this was extended for the projects which were related to strategy execution, but clearly defining the roles and responsibilities for the individuals. And Office of Strategy Management was focusing on not only the strategy, but we also had, we were following business excellence frameworks and participating in local awards. So it was more comprehensive than just looking at the strategy. We set up a commercial department, then the strategic role of Central Procurement Cell and Global Engineering Center was enhanced, improving the strategy execution with extensive use of SLAs, strategy maps, and balances scorecard. I'll come to that in subsequent slide. Streamlining processes through PMPI and business excellence framework. So we were following Malcolm Baldrige framework as part of the group initiative in our company as well. And PMPI is process management and process improvement initiative. And enhancing the role of business excellence department. We had a business excellence department already. So we enhanced the role and extended to PMO and OSM. And these were all functions were integrated because the objective of all these three functions was same. And then we looked at economic positioning that differentiates from us from competitors is operational excellence combined with customer relationship management. Okay, here I would like to add that we also had an exercise of identifying our core competencies. So, and it was done through a very structured process, and it was done across the region. And we identified that our customer relationship management we had as existing core competencies, what we were lacking in project management. So that was desirable. So all these things were taken as part of project management initiative. And then we looked at the barriers, external and internal barriers for winning position. And mostly we found that the barriers were internal. Our thought process, our methodology, and our frameworks were not conducive to operating in across the region. At that point of time, we were primarily operating in UAE, United Arab Emirates, with office in Abu Dhabi and Dubai. And our vision was, so within 5 years, we should be operating in all GCC countries, except probably Kuwait. So this is the last strategy map, almost after 3 years of refinement and working and experimenting. I'm just showing you the last one, which was developed. So if you look at, we tried to keep the strategic objectives minimum, and we focused on really key objectives. So I think it's less than 15, we always try to maintain. But when we started it in 2007, I would say we had almost like 23 objectives. I was also learning. I just started reading Copland and Norton books I think in 2004, and first time 2007 without any further, training or support. I implemented the first balances scorecard just by reading the books written by Copland and Norton. By 2008, 2009, all the 5 books I could finish, and then I could really have a full-fledged strategic department. So this is, if you look at, this is a traditional one. Of course, there are a lot of improvements have been done on this. This is 4 perspectives. And you will see that there is a bias towards financial perspective having 55%. This is typical for a listed company because they are more worried about shareholders than anything else. But of course, gradually it moved further down and it came down to 25%, and more weightage was given to enablers, which is internal perspective and LNG. So, and then we also looked at, so it can be divided into 2. One is, of course, the growth and strategy, and then second one is the operational excellence, the strategic themes. And these were supported by 4 key perspectives in learning and growth. That is, we are talking about enhancing the talent acquisition and future capabilities, employee engagement, IT systems and knowledge management, and then process excellence. This was the balanced scorecard in 2011 and 12, and with clearly defined and KPIs. So you have financial perspective where we are looking at the turnover and direct contribution by the division. This weightage is not suitable for the industry, but then, as I said earlier, it changed. As the leadership team and the board, I think I had to educate the board about this. Okay, so looking at the lead measure, more important than looking at the lag measures and focusing on them. So it improved gradually, and it came down to almost like 20-25%, and then almost 60% was given to the enablers, which is customer and internal perspective. Sorry, internal and learning and growth perspective. So as you can see, it has 4 things. The weightages are given for each of the sub-objectives in each of the 4 perspectives. Then the unit of measure, what is the final weight it comes down to. Then the frequency, how frequently these will be reported and reviewed. And what is the annual target. So these are all in Indian rupees. Sorry for other people. I just took directly the balance scorecard from, yeah. And then customer perspective, it reflects on our desire to become contractor of choice or nominated contractor. And of course, improving the project delivery with 3 parameters, time, cost, and quality. So the cost is reflected on the financial perspective, and then we have in the customer perspective is completion of the work on time, and then of course, customer satisfaction index. Okay, 13.2% is arrived at because 55% is the financial perspective. And within that financial perspective, you have 60% given to the revenue and growth. And that 60% is divided into 3 measures, which are turnover, DC, and cash generation. So 40, 30, 30. So you multiply 55% by 60%, then 40%, you arrived at 13.2%. So 13.2% is the 40% of the 60% of the overall 55% for the financial perspective. Okay.
Interesting.
I'm trying to answer the question, so I hope I'll be able to complete, including the Q&A time, which is given.
Please go ahead. Yep. That's good.
Okay. Okay, so customer perspective, then you have internal process perspective where we are looking at the marketing, business development. So order hit ratio is basically how many bids you have submitted, how many are awarded to you. And it's close to 10 to 15%. That is the kind of industry average I'm talking about. Of course, we had much better as we implemented all the systems and processes. Developing new geographies and new verticals. And for that also, we had the same kind of a measure that, okay, how many bids we are able to submit and how many we are executing or we are awarded. And then, of course, major focus was reducing the cost of execution. So we are looking at the man hours and the cost of materials and all those things. And then there is another focus area was risk and commercial management, which was identified as a value proposition and the focus area. And then be a good corporate citizen. We already had actually at that point of time, the safety, of course, was the primary concern for any construction industry. And we also had a sustainability scorecard. So it was already built in since 2007. We were already having the sustainability. Though the scope was limited, we were focusing only on our impact of our operations on the environment and how we can take sustainability measures to reduce the impact. So we are looking at the wastage, we are looking at the recycling of the material and all those kind of things at that point of time. And then, of course, the improving project planning, monitoring and control. So we were looking at having some kind of IT solutions for those kind of activities. And learning and growth is more on the capabilities. So what we did is we extensively used indexes, which are composite of multiple measures. So safety performance index will have all the lag and lead measures related to safety, for example. So it will have all the training, it will have everything. Of course, we will be tracking the minor incidents and then major accidents and all those kind of things. So it will be arrived at one single composite index. But then the safety manager or safety department, he had full-fledged balanced scorecard where everything was included. So this is how most of the things were arrived at, because we wanted to focus on, at least at the leadership level, not to go into too much detail, but look at overall performance of a particular department or a function. The same way, capability readiness index, we identified for next 5 years what kind of resources we'll be requiring, what kind of training and development needs will be there. All those were included in capability readiness index. And that was part of HR function. Attrition rate, we were talking achievement of succession plans, employee engagement score, IT readiness index. So we had almost 9 different IT solutions which we were supposed to implement to achieve what we were looking at as our value proposition. Same way, knowledge management index. So we had a knowledge management portal sharing best practices across projects and regions and all that. And the last one is TBM score, which is actually the corporate initiative. That is excellence model, which the corporate followed. And we were bound by obligation that we were supposed to participate and improve our scores. So that is primarily the measures which were included. So how we implemented all this? Now you looked at the background about having a strategy map, developing the strategy map, and then have a balanced scorecard. And there are a number of things. And for those to get executed, what we did is we tried to integrate whatever we were doing and then putting it into one single framework. And I named it actually as an integrated business excellence model, which integrates all the best practices for business excellence. So if you look at in the middle, what this is actually is a Malcolm Baldrige Business Excellence Award model. And if you look at the, because why we took this as a core is this is one of the most comprehensive. This and EFQM model, which is typically used for in Europe and the Middle East. Dubai Quality Award is also based on EFQM model, and I think other GCC countries also are following. So this is one of the most comprehensive model which covers all aspects of the organization, starting from the leadership, strategy planning, customers, and market focus. Then we are looking at the process management, workforce, and the results. And then we are also looking at, as a criteria 4 is measurement analysis and knowledge management. And the context is, of course, we are looking at organizational profile, environment, relationships, and challenges. So this is something we were already having. We inherited from the corporate and we were working on it. So we took this as a base to integrate all the best practices from different, including the quality management system, health and safety, and all this. So I'll just quickly go through how it was done. So following this model necessitates you to have the processes. So what we adopted was the enterprise process model. We'll be quickly looking in little more details, and it looks at all the processes which are basically management processes or leadership processes. Then you have value creation, which includes demand creation process and demand fulfillment. So it looks at entire operations of the organization. And then you have the support functions, basically, which are HR, IT, procurement, those are the support function. And that is how you deliver value to the customer. So having all these processes, group them, documenting them, mapping them, and identifying the KPIs. That is the full scope of adopting this enterprise process model. And aligned to that is the review architecture, where each of the KPI or measure will be reviewed. What forum it will go, who are the participants, and what is the frequency. And then, of course, quality, health and safety, environment management system. So we already had quality and health and safety. We also implemented environment management system, and we did it in an integrated manner. So we had one manual for all the 3 ISO standards. And then finally, we had a kind of a solution which we implemented. And all these were integrated, and the Office of Strategy Management and PMO together were responsible for it. And context is always the strategy. So this is how, if you look at, this is how it looks. So you have all the TQM tools, Sigma, Six Sigma, value stream mapping, value chain analysis, operations. You look at the PMO was responsible for operations. And then you have Office of Strategy Management. And that, along with PMO, together we were managing the whole strategy and project management review and development process. So all these actually were conducive for executing the strategy. And without having the right kind of tools for executing, the strategy will not be successful. So we already discussed about Malcolm Baldrige National Quality Award. The company, because they were operating in Dubai, they also participated in Dubai Quality Award. So we also adopted EFQM framework, because the Dubai Quality Award is based on EFQM model. But they're similar, only thing is the representation is slightly done in a different way. So this is enterprise process model. If you look at it, the expectation, statutory requirements are key inputs. So you look at the expectations from all the stakeholders. And then you have on the left-hand side, you have the management processes, which are including leadership, corporate citizenship, strategic planning, organizational governance, performance improvement, and change management, internal, external communication. These are typically management processes. You have demand creation processes where you have market development, customer acquisition, channel partners, if you have channel partners management. So this is all these come under demand creation. Then you have demand fulfillment where you have new product, the design processes, production and delivery, and then service processes. So this will be different for different industries. Of course, there will be specific processes to specific, but broadly, these are actually in 4 broad categories. You can divide them. And then finally, you have the support processes where human resources, facilities, and environment management. Then you have finance and budgeting and information and knowledge management. These are typical. And quality management, health and safety and environment management. Typically, those are based on PDCA cycle. But of course, now with the new standard, the scope is also improved. They also talk about the strategy and all those things. So I think they are, in my experience, they are all converging now. And it becomes easy to coordinate. So this is the process cascade. We had 3-level cascading done. So you have strategic level processes, which is level 1. Then you have the business process level. For example, marketing is one single at business process. And then you have number of sub-processes under it. So it will be segmentation, doing segmentation, need analysis, customer need analysis. It may be another process. So you have number of sub-processes which are at the implementation level. Right. So if you look at implementation level, and if you look at the procurement, probably you will be looking at the bill processing and then vendor management and all those kind of things. So you will have number of sub-processes. And this is the review architecture which we identified. So on the left-hand side, you have the forum and attendees. So board level reviews where chairman of the board, managing director, directors and company secretaries, they would attend. The strategic level business unit heads. Then at the business council, we also had a business council. So it shows that who are the attendees. Then you have the frequency, how frequently these meetings will be held and performance will be reviewed, and what kind of reports will be available for reviewing the performance. This is on the rightmost side, you have the MIS. So you have mostly balanced scorecards plus some specific reports related to some specific initiatives and all that. So this is predefined. Everybody knew who is participating in which review forum, what he's supposed to present. And this was done in a very disciplined manner. And this is some of the screenshots of the performance management software that we used. So we used extensively this to track the performance because the operations were really complex gradually starting from 2005, I think. Then by 2009-10, we were already operating in multiple geographies. So that complexity increased. And then we had country level balances scorecards and then balances scorecard for the individual roles and projects based on the local work environment and local business environment. So this is how we were able to track all the initiatives online, how the progress is, then what kind of the resources were spent and all those kind of things. And we were able to generate the reports for most of our requirement through the software. Okay. Okay, I think Manish has given a number of questions for me, so I'll take it at the end so that I'll be able to address comprehensively. So let's quickly look at the outcomes, okay? Because if all this pain you have taken it, and it is, I think, it's like almost 3 years it took to execute whatever I have shown you, and these were actually executed. All the initiatives were executed, and the impact we will be looking at now. So it was 2004, we were only in UAE. By 2008, except Kuwait, we were already there in all other 5 countries. So we were already there in Bahrain, Qatar, Oman, and Saudi Arabia. I think at that point of time, we didn't have a job in Saudi Arabia, but we had a joint venture, and experimentation in this case, because it's a traditional industry, is that what business model we should be going, but you can't implement a business model and then see its failure or it's not working, and because it's very, very expensive. So what we did is for the new countries, we appointed consultants. Okay, we took their help to look at from all possible scenarios, and we used scenario planning extensively with different models, like becoming an independent company operating in a geography, or having a partner, local partner, or making a joint venture, or only a sponsor. So various business models were explored when going to a new geography. So this is the group business excellence model. This is how we fared. So starting in 2006, the score was out of 1,352. By 2011-12, we were very close to 550. So it's almost like 40% improvement in our original score. And believe me, it's very, very tough to have that kind of improvement in the business excellence model, what we are talking about. In 2011, we won the Dubai Quality Award, which is one of the most prestigious awards in UAE. These are the local awards. From 2008, we started participating in the local awards. These are across Middle East. So 2008, we won the Project Manager of the Year. That was for individual. But 2008, we also won the Health and Safety Award. 2010, we won 3 awards. These are the 3 topmost awards. The MEP Contractor of the Year, then MEP Project of the Year, and Project Manager of the Year. And the performance was repeated in 2011. Again, we won the MEP Contractor of the Year, MEP Project of the Year. One second, sorry. And 2012, again, we won the MEP Contractor of the Year. I was with this organization for up to 2012. So beyond that, I don't have the data, but if you go to their website, you will find every year they are still winning the awards, and now they are winning awards across the region. So Oman, they have their own local awards. They are winning there as well, because the base foundation was very, very strong, and they are still going strong. And this is looking at some of the projects which were actually executed. Starting from 2005, that is where we started this whole journey. So we were, Emirates Palace Hotel is one of the top projects in Abu Dhabi. This is what we did, and Mall of Emirates. 2007, we just had one project because we were busy with 2005 and 6, these projects which were carried forward. So that time it was one of the biggest projects we were able to get, which is $220 million in Dubai, including 8 high-rise buildings. Then we got the shopping malls, and then 2008, we also moved to Doha and Bahrain. If you can see, 2008, actually, we started working on that. And we got the projects also. 2009, we did the Burj Khalifa. It was a joint venture, 3 contractors, because it was a huge project, gross more than, I think, $1 billion. Only I'm talking about only the scope of the MEP contractor or the services. I'm not talking about the civil project. It's only the scope about this company. And then if you look at Ferrari World, Formula One racetrack, district cooling plants, then Yas Retail Mall, and then 2010 we were in again Barwa City, another project in Doha we won. So this is how, and we were already doing a secret project for defense, Qatar Defense Department, which is actually not listed anywhere. I'm sorry about that, but I'm just verbally, I'm telling you. So we were already doing that project, and that project was 5 years project. And it was highly confidential project. So this is how we have progressed. The capabilities were enhanced over the period of time. The size of the projects was increased, and I'll just show you the next slide. 1 second. For some reason, it was not mine. So this is overall, if you look at from 2005 to 2011, and we had our vision, which we set in 2005-6, was 2,100 crore revenue with 251 profit. And we were able to achieve it. Sorry. Oh. If you look at the employee engagement score, and this is across multiple divisions within the group, our score in 2007, it was 0.84 to, it improved to 2.12 within the 2 years. We are looking at 2007, it was 0.84, and then 2009, it was 2.12. So it shows that 0.84 disengaged employee, again that 2.12 is engaged employee. And this was highest among all the group. And this is some of the photographs of the awards starting from 2008. You can see some photographs from 2010. On the upper left-hand side is the Dubai Quality Award, which was given by the government officials of Dubai Department of Economic Development, and the rest of all the industry awards.
Fantastic.
So that's it from me. And then probably I can take the questions if there is time.
Take a couple of questions. I think you can answer one or two. Then rest we can continue offline answering the questions. Yeah.
Okay. Can you read out? I'm not able to see the questions actually.
Yeah. The key. How was the organizational culture? Was a challenge.
Sorry.
Yeah, that is second one is how do you measure the performance appraisals? Okay, so these are the just top
okay,
of the...
now I can see. Okay. See, challenges. Okay, it's only the mentality part was very, very tough. The first challenge comes is the mentality or the mindset of the people. So you need to educate them, and you need to keep pushing. The first people to be pushed is the leadership team. I had tough time with the leadership itself, and it took me almost 6 months to convince. Fortunately, I had some guy from corporate who was already there in that some activities he was carrying out for other divisions. So he helped me out. And you need to keep talking about this, keep pushing. It's not easy. Initially, it is not easy. But once you see the results, because it requires a total mindset change, and the way you have been operating your business, you need to depart from that, and then need to be come out of the comfort zone and do things differently. So that is something not easy. Organizational culture, it was a challenge, as I told you earlier, but then gradually it moved because nobody likes to be measured in terms of performance. So implementing a scorecard with clearly defined performance indicators and then having the targets, it's not easy. But then, of course, gradually you need to do it. So we had initially very simple scorecard with some important KPIs in the first year. When we didn't implement 100% scorecard, we were still working on it. So we started introducing those kind of KPIs. Earlier, even those were not there. It was all that how much money you made and whether you completed the project on time and whether the customer is happy.
Perfect. Perfect.
Okay. It was aligned all the way. It was aligned all the way. There's no two ways. All the subcontractors were supposed to follow whatever subcontractors we appointed. All the vendors had to follow what we implemented, and they knew that their performance will be measured. Okay, in terms of delivery, in terms of price, we had always, for the large orders, we had competitive bid. So absolutely, there is no doubt about pricing. And then we negotiated hard, and they were all communicated. They knew what we are doing. And most of them aligned to us.
Perfect. Perfect.
All right. So
Yeah.
anything else? Appraisals, of course, appraisals were aligned
You
completely.
correct all the questions and then
Yes.
pass it to you, Gopalji, for your answers. And
Yes.
thank you very
Yeah.
much. Fantastic. All the top buildings
Welcome.
in Dubai, you covered it. Okay. So thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
And we keep
Thank
posting you the questions to answer the audience. Okay. So thank you very much.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, the team, let me. Yeah, I hope you are able to see my screen. Okay, so yeah, so thank you very much. So we have a right set of tone now for the presentation. So we got delayed by 10-15 minutes. We'll just try to delay the conference. Okay, so just a brief introduction about me. I'm Sheikh Abdul Khader, 30 plus years of experience in, you can see the slide. So strategy management, the performance management, the enterprise resource planning, supply chain, execution systems, the project management are the key areas where I did spend a lot of time. Okay, so I'm a balanced scorecard certified graduate way back in 2008 and all. Okay, so quickly we talk about, I would like to show how the systems approach of strategic that's a key area what we talk about, because no matter what how much methodologies we use, we need some kind of system to help you. Otherwise, all these things will be in Excel files, and then you have a big problem in achieving all this. Okay, so what we do is all these concepts, whatever we talk about, I'll just put it in a tabular view because it is very easy to understand. Okay, so I just converted this into, it's not something new methodology. It's a simple translation of all these graphical presentations into a tabular view. So basically what is required is, just let me put the laser print. So if you are talking about strategic transformation, if you want to see in a linear format, so strategy planning, so you do the strategy analysis, value gap analysis, and all the things you do it. Okay, so so you come up with the overall strategy plan. Then you have you need to translate the strategy. Okay, whatever methodologies you use, preferably balanced scorecard methodology. Okay, so all the way translate it all the way to the people, the projects, the budgets, kind of thing. Then when you perform, okay, so when you perform the operations or projects, whatever you do it, so you need to keep reporting it. Okay, so you need to report it on a month-on-month basis or a quarter basis, whatever, based on your the requirement of the business. Okay, the fourth theme is you need to have performance reviews. This is one of the most important things. You need to review. Okay, so the solution what we are talking about, systematic approach, is it supports you to how to review and take actions. It's not only about the review. One of the key challenge what we'll get is how to take the actions in the follow-up actions. So that must be a disciplined way to do actions. Finally, you need to see whether all these efforts are realizing or not. That is true strategic transformation. So in this strategic transformation, you need to do assessment of your choice, whether it could be a ESG assessment, or it could be organizational health, or it could be SFO, strategy focused organization. So you can do the assessments. So all these things are part of the solution what we talk about. So the systems driven approach, we try to build a universal system which help you to do all these things in one system. Okay, so built on the execution premium as a foundation and all the modules. Okay, then finally you achieve the sustainable strategy execution. Okay. So built on the framework of execution premium with all 6 stages, you must be aware of all this. Okay, so it's execution premium is a balanced scorecard framework for the strategy transformations. Okay, so objectives and key results is one of the methodology, but it actually many people say it is not a competitor. So objectives and key results is something which is similar to management by objectives. If you know the objectives, you can do that. But balanced scorecard approach gives you the more overall holistic approach for the strategic transformation. Okay, the whole it could be Hoshin country is another methodology where you can step in, but there are some gaps compared to the balanced scorecard methodology. I will not step into this. So role of Office of Strategy Management, the architect, the process owner, and the integrator. So you need to, as a overall Office of Strategy Management, this is the responsibilities. You can do that. Okay. So basically, I would like to just quickly talk about for a couple of minutes. We need to link strategy planning to the execution. That link is always a problematic one. Okay. So it's how to do that is once this is a box. I'm not going to talk about details because we have listening to how to do that strategy formulation and planning. Okay. So once you have this, so you need to close the gap by giving a feedback mechanism. So this is a strategy planning process. You need to link back strategy execution process so that you really aligned. That's where in some organizations the planning is separate and in isolation, and execution is done in isolation. Then we don't have the feedback mechanism. So that is something which is very important. Okay. I'm not going to dwell here because there is a multiple updates in the strategy map, but strategy map will give you the cause and effect of how to translate your strategy. Okay, so this is a balanced scorecard. I would like to give 1 minute briefing on this. So if you have all the projects, so it could be many projects in the organization. So how will you manage this? So it is driven by the strategy basically. So it could be balanced scorecard projects or whatever. So all your organizational projects pump into the initiative management. So PMO, if you have too many projects, you cannot do it, you cannot manage independently. You need to have the PMO. Okay, so project management office to do all the prioritization and all. Okay, so you get the benefit of achieving the holistic strategic transformation because each project gives you some sort of value and which are interlinked. Okay. So if you are talking about people performance, okay, so people performance actually that one of the key challenge here is when you do the people performance targets, people targets or team targets or individual scores. So it's not properly aligned to the strategy. So the model talks about balanced scorecard model, talks about you have the strategy, then all the way connect to the people performance. In the people performance, we talk about individual performance, team performance, and 360-degree reviews. So if you have a weighted mechanism, so you can have a weighted scores, then which will give you you can plan it based on that, whether it could be a succession planning or career growth or alignment or whatever. Okay. So any people performance initiatives for optimizations can be connected to again a PMO so that you can get the PMO can take care of the holistic execution of the projects. Now, almost always the business process optimization is done in isolation, not necessarily in isolation. They don't call it as an isolation, but it's it's a priority again. So the business processes also can be integrated to the strategy. So you have a strategic objectives. Okay, so or you have a matrix. What are the business processes you are supporting for the objectives, and then prioritize them based on the process maturity. You can define what methodology need to be used, and then you use them. You use the process excellence initiatives. So these operational excellence projects also can be connected to initiatives again. Okay. So financially, so you have a business planning and budgeting. So you have a strategy plan or business plan. You drive the yearly planning. So where you have operational expenses, capital expenses, and statics. This is, of course, we talk more. The experts will talk about more down the road in the call today. Okay. So organizational alignment model will talk about aligning everything. Okay. So you at least you need to know where is misalignment at least. Okay. So these misalignments will cause a problem. So you need to make sure that these misalignments are removed over a period of time. Okay. So Flow strategy help you to do all those things what we talk about. Okay. So including risk and management. So enterprise organizational performance, we talk about the ESG part, which is upcoming, which is a new trend now, which is very important. So organizational health index, which is a customized solution for your company, how to do organizational health. SFO is a balanced scorecard approach. Okay, so you have a different approach to do that. So I would like to step into, I will not delve time more into this. I'll step into the systems driven approach, which we talk about. Okay. So let me go here if you are able to see the screen. So this is the solution what we are talking about Flow strategy. All the modules what we have discussed are available here. I'm sure, please make sure, let me know if I'm able to, if everybody is able to see it. Okay. So here we have a strategy analysis, the balance scorecard. Here we have OKR modules. Okay. So initiative management, strategy reviews, blah, blah, blah. So let me just quickly open the strategy analysis. Okay. So in this strategy analysis, we do have models like Vestel, which is one of the popular. Okay. So you can do all the strategy analysis models, including SWOT. So you can find out how to do that. Okay. So you can calculate, you can do all a repository of your analysis into the system. So come up with the strategic projections. And then how these gaps are closed. Okay, so this is how the analysis part is done. So the translation, strategy translation, which is our second theme, what we talk about. So strategy translation will happen. So like you can create objectives and theme perspectives of your choice. Okay, so you have perspectives. Okay, so currently a couple of years ago, as Mihai said, so the perspectives have been a little modified. So you can incorporate all these modifications into this. So you define masters. Basically, it's a masters. You have to define your masters to make sure that you have a robust system to do all those translations, for example. Okay, so you need to really have a measure dictionary. Okay, for all KVS. So this is what measure dictionary look like into the system, which is directly connected into the systems where you can pull the data also. Okay, so I just go to initiative masters. So you can define initiative masters. Okay, so you can define initiative masters in a more comprehensive way as you do for the project charter. Okay, so this balance scorecard and initiative management basically translating the strategy. Now, when you go to the strategy reviews, so you need to report the data. So that is more important. Okay, so you have you need to report the data. It's a very easy way to do it. Okay, so each individual who is the owner of that, so they will get. Okay, so they will get that particular strategy measure data screen. So where they can enter the data. Okay, and save it. If you have a SAP or any other solution, you can directly pump the data into the system. Okay, you can do export, imports, do the table views. There are plenty of opportunities here. We can see it, how to manage the data. So I would like to tell you something about objective study before I step into the overall how you really manage, how it is very helpful for you. Okay, to do that. Okay, so here basically what we do here is so objective story. So you identify objectives. Now you need to report it. The objective owner have to report. He need to write his analysis and recommended actions. So you need to see all the measures related to the objectives, initiatives. So in one screen, you can connect everything. You can see it. Okay, and now it is not only that. you can see here the icon, the email. So you can click it and to see the actions. When you click here, another window will open, another tab will open. You can see the strategy actions. You can send email. You can just select email, and then you can each communication number will be there. So then you can send it automatically, and then all your communications will be repository in the system. So they get the email. So all they need to do is once they complete the task, they need to report it. Okay. Now I'll just take one step back. Before that, I'll just take you to the initiative story also, because it's one of the important part. Okay. So you have projects, so project reporting is very crucial. Now, there are multiple systems. So one is for projects, one is for people. So now all systems are combined here to have a holistic approach. Okay. So this is a project reporting. The project manager will report on a periodic basis. So even the value gap closure, he can report. Okay. So the milestones, he updates the status here. So he can see the bar chart, the Gantt chart. Okay. So he can see the Gantt chart and then upload the documents. Okay, so all in one platform, you do that. So it is a systems-driven approach where everything is in control, so you don't need any Excel file kind of thing. Okay, so now I'll just take, before I go to the steps, I'll just take you to how does it look, how to operate it. So it's so simple. Now I'll take you to the strategy map. Okay, so I'll take you to the strategy map, for example. So this is a strategy map you have. Okay. So you see the performance of this strategy map. Okay. So the purple is the excellent kind of thing. So you just click here. So in the left side, you see the whole performance of this particular objective. So it is a objective performance, the measured performance, the initiatives, the risks, the people performance. Now you see here, you are connecting the bottom of people and teams. Okay, it's not a static one, it's very dynamic one. You just click on it, you know exactly what you want to see. Double click on it, so you go to the next tab. Okay, so you open it and you see the whole story of that particular strategic objective. Okay, so you story. From here, if you want to go for a particular initiative, just double click on it. You go to so that means, so you cascade all the way into the organization through strategy. So that is the beauty of it. Okay, and it is the shapes and everything is customizable. Now, if you want to see the performance of individual, okay, directly click on that person. So you see the individual performance. Okay, so likewise, you see this is the individual performance, 95%. Okay, so how does that? What are the objectives he got connected? So all these things, it is a team performance. Everything weighted average will come here. Likewise. Okay, so I'll just take one step back. Okay, I'll just talk you about organizational dashboard. Okay, so if you have a multi-business unit, multi-department, it's a global organization, so you can have an organization structure here. So you one of the module, you can look into go and identify what is the performance. So it's a very user-friendly way to navigate, especially for the senior executives. So I'll just show one more to just showcase. Okay, so you can see you don't have to remember any balance scorecard or need to ask, just generate it. So you get the whole balance scorecard into the system automatically. Okay, so if you want to cascade any one of this, you can just cascade it also to any number of levels, whatever your choice. So likewise, you have a multiple the dashboards of your choice. Okay. For example, let us say, so you can see the whole performance of these initiatives. Okay. And then you can see the whole performance of the initiatives, Gantt charts, how it is connected, and all these things. You can see it. So I'll just skip to enterprise PMO. So all the PMO operations can be managed through. You can define portfolios, programs, change management, project closures kind of thing. So you can just define all your portfolios, programs, and manage everything there into the process. So people performance is a very bottom-up approach. This is where we lose the track. Okay, so the people performance, basically, individual performance, the team performance, and 360-degree review. These three give you the overall approach of the performance. Now, okay, so we added the 9-box model where you have the potential of the individuals and then also the performance we managed so far. So how to do that? And next we jumped into competency-based management. So where you connect all the nitty-gritty and individual development plan, everything comes into a competency management. So we are connecting the strategy analysis to the strategy execution to the people, all the way to the projects and processes. So likewise, I'll just take you to one so that how does that is done. So when you are defining a people performance objectives, for example, okay, so you link the individual objectives to the strategy. Okay, so you connect it. So if you connect it, that means this is the objectives or some personal objectives are not really very critical for the strategy. So you don't need to connect. So the moment you connect it, so you get into the strategy map highlighted. Okay. Likewise, you define, you measure employee performance data. Okay, so you can see it. How does it look like? So for each employee, you can see it. You can see the organization wise. You can see that individual wise. So there are plenty of information available. Okay. So you have a team performance, define teams, define objectives, link to the strategy. 360-degree, it's an assessment. You don't need to have a system user access for this. Emails will go. They have to update into the system. So system will collect all these things to give you the overall score of the individual performance. Okay. Likewise, if there is anything you choose. So I think it is a data. For example, you can select the data, so you see the whole view. So for each employee, so you can see the total scores. Okay. So likewise, you can see the details also if you click on it. Okay. So a 9-box model is there. So I don't go deep into this. It is like a performance against the potential. So competency management, we talk about groups, competencies, roles, blah, blah, blah. And then all the way to how you close. So individual development plan. Okay, so how you will have an individual development plan to close the people performance. So this is I just look at the risks. So you can define all the risks. Okay, so you can define the risks, all kind of risks. Okay, so this is the risk register basically. Each risk will have the owner, risk owner, and then he need to report as part of the reporting process. There could be key risk indicators. Okay, so you could be key risk indicators to report separately, and then risk actions. Like in the risk actions, basically, you report it. You report basically, for example, if you report it. So all the reporting has to be done. Okay, similarly, compliances. So compliances like specifically like pharma, construction, compliance reporting is very important. So you define all compliances. Okay, so you define monthly updates. Then you have a compliance calendar also. So you can define that. I have to delve into the organizational performance. So here in the organizational performance, ESG assessments, you can do full-scale ESG assessment to a system of your choice. Okay, so you do masters, you define the ESG scores. Okay, and then there will be online assessment of the ESG things. So you give a score out of you select whether it is a 0, 1, 2, 3. Accordingly, so weighted average will come. So you get the ESG scores. So likewise, it's a very comprehensive way to do it. Okay, so you can also have a ESG dashboards to do that. So you can select, okay, and then you look at what is the score in 2.2. So if your target is achieved 3.5, so you can see it like this. So strategy focused organization is the balanced scorecard approach, execution premium approach. How to do it? It's very standard. So these are the 5 themes. You do the assessment, and then I will show you one nice dashboard. For example, in the SFO, if you conduct, how does it look like is, okay, you generate it. So all the assessment score will be seen. Like if you are conducting in 4 quarters assessments, you can see it. Likewise, I'll just zoom out. So you can see the scores like this. Sorry, you can see the scores like this. For example, the last year is this, and current year is this, and you can put all your scores, and you can see overall performance, how it is going on. So this is you have assessments, Okay, you have values, then you also drive how to conduct the planning. Okay, so likewise in the organizational performance, you can have all. For example, you want to know what is going on in the portfolio level. So you generate portfolio scores. You see the whole score of the portfolio. Likewise, okay. So programs kind of thing. Alignment is something. Alignment is almost always a challenge where you don't know where is the misalignment. You are doing all the things like just going for the goal. We are leaving the goal post behind us. Okay, so you make sure that if there anything are there anything gaps, so you identify them and keep it with you as a reference. Okay, so you come up with the alignment progress. You should keep all the list of misalignments, whether it could be corporate to SBU or business unit to business unit or whatever. Then you just try to align them likewise. So I'll just jump into a budgeting part, which is again a topic of the finance. So you have the capital expenses budget. So very comprehensive way to define capital expensive budgets. So if you define a sample KPI, yeah. So this is capital expenses. So you can have your capital expensive thing expenditures. Okay, so you define all capital expenses. You define all the analysis like NPV, IRR. You do it because you don't know. So this is done by CFOs in an isolated manner. You can do it, and these are like actuals can be integrated to the ERP. All the system is integration friendly. It can integrate with any ERP. It can integrate with any third-party line of business solution very easily. Okay, so we have operational expenses. Okay, so you have a combination of profit center, cost center, and fund center concept. So you have a sheets instead of doing Excels. Yes, StatX is a part of. We put it into the capital expenses as part of. You select whether it is a StatX or not. Okay, accordingly we will just do it. So now we are getting a request that to have a separate model for StatX. So we are adding it. So we now included in CapEx. Okay, so now we just divide them, the strategic expenditure into the StatX, because in financial reporting, they are not reporting StatX as a separate head. So that's the reason we combined into CapEx at the moment, but we will be adding it here. We will be adding it here. Yeah. So you are right, sir. So we divide both the partial of operational expenses and strategic CapEx, and we come up with a StatX here. Okay, it's upcoming module, the new version, it will be there. So thank you for the question. Okay, so likewise, you have the operational expenses, and then we are adding a consolidated financial statements on the CapEx cash flow model. So we are adding it here in the new release in a couple of weeks. We're going to add it. Okay, so business process excellence. Okay, so you do what? Either TQM or Six Sigma or Lean or anything, you can combine all these things and connect to the strategy. So here you define business processes. So you arrive at the process KPIs. Okay. So then you link methodologies, how you want to do it, and then all the way to you connect it all the way to business process story. I think I am very okay. So I am still, I have 10 minutes. Okay, likewise, so you do that, and we have added OKR, even though it's not my favorite. Okay, so we added OKR as a standalone module. If you want to do OKR, so it's a comprehensive define organizational goals, objectives, and key activities, initiatives, milestones in the same way, but it is not really combined with the balance scorecard because this is a separate methodology. Okay, so we have industry KPIs, put it here. So you can define we just give the industry KPIs, so which can be connected to the system. Okay, so you can do the plenty of reports available. Okay, so you can just add it. Of course, once you have the data, you are you know how it will be done. It's a secured way. So it's a very secured way to handle the things. So I will be very happy to take up any questions in this because I have to open the question box to meet the requirement. Yeah. Yeah, Scenario planning we are adding here, sir. Yeah, scenario planning in the analysis we are adding it here. Okay, so it is under development actually. So we also read a couple of good articles from you in the scenario planning. So we will be adding in the strategy analysis. We will be adding scenario planning here. Very comprehensive scenario planning to take care of all the things. So we are adding it it's an upcoming. So what else we are adding is in the compliances we are adding internal audit just to make sure that nothing gets skipped. So in the PMO we are adding more into portfolio management, reporting, prioritization. Okay. So there are some in the pipeline, the development pipeline where we are adding it. Yeah. So any more questions? Take up some questions. Okay. So Deep, can you help me to read it because I'm unable to see them? Any questions? So any specific questions? So I would like to just tell you about the configuration part. Stakeholder management. Okay, the stakeholder management. There is no standard way how to manage stakeholders. So one thing we are adding. We are adding one more thing here is operational planning. Okay, so operational planning means just you do all these things in Excel. Okay, so we want to avoid that, and then we want to bring everything, even just like you can do it like a Microsoft project kind of thing. So you can do it here into this is operational planning. For example, if you are doing a strategy planning exercise, so you have multiple steps, so you can do them. All these planning activities can be combined to represent, and of course, with the follow-up things. So you can do follow-up things and through the system. So on task manager, individual tasks can be managed through this also through the system. Stakeholder analysis is that something we want to add it. Okay, so how to add it? Is it a separate module or it should be a part of each and everything? That is something we are debating. So yeah, there are see, the strategy transformation is something which is very huge. So we keep adding as we learn, and also from our customers and the consultants with whom we collaborate and work. Okay, so likewise we do many things. Okay, so like for example, if you are doing a SWOT, so you can do the SWOT analysis. For example, I know SWOT is not something very tricky. So how to use that is something. So it is not really, it's an analytical tool basically. So you can use it, but how to use it carefully. It may mislead you with the strategy planning part. Okay, so I'll just skip here, stop here at this moment, and then if you have any further questions, I'll do it. So here, the strategy analysis, we have other like pestle analysis kind of thing. Okay, so you can do. This is very important. Okay, this is very important. So you can do the analysis. So the whole idea here is in the strategy analysis, we are connecting the strategy plan versus actuals. Okay, so this is how. So I'll just go to the gap analysis. Okay, so if this is like a 400, if your $400,000 is a gap, for example. Okay, now this 320,000 gap is addressed through this particular initiative or objective. So that is how. So and then these value gaps are managed in the okay. So yeah. So there is one fantastic question. Okay, so how to link? I'm not able to read it, but because I'm sharing the screen. Okay, yeah, definitely, yeah. So any more advice, questions is most welcome. It's most integration friendly. Okay, so we are connecting, have a native integrator with SAP S/4HANA to start with. Okay, so all the data comes from SAP directly to KPIs or from dashboards. So we are adding a CXO reporting dashboards, we can call it, as independent because they have a priority how to report it. We are adding another module called board reporting. Okay, if you have a standardized board reporting, you can do that. Of course, there is nothing called standard in this. It's an automation tool. How to do it, how to use it, how to use it, that depends on you. Yeah, drag and drop functionality we are adding, because here the problem here is when you talk, yeah, it's a like a one important thing here is, so when doing a strategic objective or measure, there is a lot of information we need to add. We need to add to that particular objective. If you want to make it very simple, okay, so then you lose that the comprehensiveness. If you want to make it very simple, then what happens is you can have a drag and drop options kind of thing. But the problem is you lose that big picture kind of thing. So we need to strike a balance between the user-friendly thing and comprehensiveness thing. So we are adding one more here called My Stories. So that will be very user-friendly. Okay, so each individual user will have a customized views how to do that, and then there are multiple ways how to do that. Okay, so I think this is the specific things I would like to. Yeah, yes. It's user-friendly. Yes, it's an affordable solution. It's very affordable solution. Okay, it's very affordable solution. We have a regional pricing mechanism, so please contact us. Okay, so we will discuss more how to do it. And this is based on it's a more passion than a commercial thing. So definitely we would like to add values. Okay, so thank you very much. I'll just try to stop screen because I don't want to run out of time, because we are the host and we are hosting it. Okay, so we would like to give some time. So thank you very much for all the questions, and okay, so I will just read them and answer it. Okay, so yeah, Deep, if you'd like to get into the next call, please make sure we're ready.
Yes, we are ready. And Pradeep Sharma, I've just made him the presenter. So if you could go on with your introduction, please.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, I would like to quickly talk about Pradeep. Pradeep brings a very rich experience in, he started, I know him for a long time. He started with Six Sigma, and then he went into strategy. Okay, and he is now leading a strategy transformation for a larger organization. He is very tech savvy, and he will be helping us to understand how AI can apply into the strategy transformations. Pradeep Sharma, please.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Sheikh Abdul Khader, for introducing me. I hope I'm audible and visible to all of you.
You are, yes, please.
Okay, great. So I'll just start off with very quick introduction about myself. Pradeep Sharma, working as a Chief Strategy Officer for a company called Saudi Brothers Commercial Company. It's a family-owned business, a large conglomerate based out of Jeddah. Been there with them from past 7 years. This company have almost 10 companies under it. We work in water desalination, water treatment, hospitality, healthcare, real estate, restaurants. So quite a diversified group. I take care of the group level strategy where we give the direction to all the companies by all what we have just heard since morning. How do we execute and implement a strategy? So that's what my role is there in that organization. Before that, I was a consultant for operational excellence, primarily into Lean Six Sigma. I'm a Lean Six Sigma Master Black Belt and UAP certified. But over the period of time, what happened when there was a lot of buzz going around about AI, and everybody was talking about AI. So I went ahead and did a course in IIM Kozhikode and become a certified data scientist and AI practitioner. And currently pursuing a course in ISB in Hyderabad for AI for leadership. So I'm just going to share some of my experience, some of my own opinions and thoughts about how can we utilize AI in optimizing strategies. So before we begin talking about the marriage of AI and strategy, I just want to take you through quickly about that. What is an AI? AI, keep it very simple. It is a set of algorithms that perform tasks which require human intelligence. So they are nothing but the equations which you build at the background. And those equations basically you feed the data into them, and they do the task which requires human intelligence. So there are two main broad classifications of AI algorithms. There are two kinds of algorithms. One is called machine learning and another is called deep learning. So AI can be classified into two parts. So if I have to draw a picture, so on top you have AI and then you have machine learning and deep learning, and under that you have data science. So it's like AI is a big circle. Within that big circle you have machine learning and deep learning, and within that machine learning deep learning you have data science. So that's how the relationship between data science, machine learning, and AI comes together. So that's the two different types of AI algorithms. Now I'll just quickly give you a brief about what does machine learning includes. So in machine learning, you basically have supervised learning, you have unsupervised learning, and you have reinforcement learning. So these are some technical terms. Basically, there are different types of, you could say, statistical equations which are used to build the models. And in deep learning, we are basically talking about neural networks and convolutional neural network and recurrent neural network. I'll give you a case study of each one of them if the time permits, but just to give you a brief about idea about supervised learning. So supervised learning is basically you build an equation where you feed the data to predict something. So let's say I want to predict that how much sales we are going to make in next quarter or next year based on the historical data. So I'm going to use something called, let's say, a regression model or a multiple regression model and build an equation and give that equation to the process owner where they will be able to utilize it to predict the sales and based on that do your planning. So supervised learning is basically for prediction. Unsupervised learning, on the other hand, it does not predict, but it does the classification. So it studies the historical data and classify. So, for example, you want to know that what are your peak hours in the whole 24 hours of shift. So let's say you are in a hospital and you want to know that when do I get the maximum number of patients inflow, and accordingly I need to do my manpower planning. So in that case, you will do unsupervised learning where you will feed the data into the system. You will use methods like K-cluster mean or Gaussian method. There are some statistical tools which you will use and you will classify based on the shift. It will tell you, okay, at this point of a time, you have the maximum inflow. And then you use Python codes to build the models. Reinforcement learning is like it's based on reward and penalty. So I'll give a very layman example of a reinforcement learning. Like when you train a dog and you give a command and it does, if it performs that command successfully, you give a treat. So, and the next time dog, you don't have to give a treat, you just say a command and it will perform the task. The similar way you do it with the AI model. You give a certain command to the model, and if model performs, you give a reward to the word, say yes or no, and based on that, the machine learns by itself. So this is called reinforcement learning. So that's the part of machine learning: supervised, unsupervised, and reinforcement. Then you have deep learning. Deep learning, we have neural networks, basically two kinds of neural network: convolutional and recurrent. So whenever you talk about an AI, where you are going to build the models to work around with your speech, voice, images. So let's say you want to give an image to a model, and the model will predict what kind of image it is, and based on that, perform certain tasks. In that case, we do neural networks. So neural networks are basically more of building the AI models for speech, voice, text, and images. So the model is based on that. Whereas convolutional is free unstructured data, whereas recurrent neural networks is something with structured data or anything which is coming into sequence. If this, and what next, what next, what next. So these are different models which can be built in AI. Now, how do we build and do a marriage between the AI and the strategy? So, like Sheikh Abdul Qadir and previous speakers have told immensely about what exactly is a strategy plan. It's a plan of action designed to achieve specific goals or objectives. It provides framework for making decisions and allocating resources to attain desired outcomes. So if you look at the main components of strategy, so the main components of strategy, you have vision and mission, you have goals and objectives, you have analysis and assessment, you have strategic choices, you have implementation plan, and continuous monitoring of your strategy. So these are the components of strategy which you are. So if you look at AI as a separate pillar and strategy as a separate pillar. So AI as a separate pillar, you have the different kinds of models, and strategy as a separate pillar have different kinds of components into it: vision, mission, goals, objectives. But where they overlap, where we can implement AI into these components of strategy. So in my opinion, and I might be wrong, this is based on my experience. So these are the areas of the strategy where we can implement AI. We can do AI in terms of analysis and assessment section of strategy. We can use AI to make strategic choices. We can use AI to do the implementation planning, and we can use AI to do the continuous monitoring. So these are the cross points between AI and strategy. So let me take you through some of the use cases where in each of these sections, in each of these components, how and when we can use AI. So so just to go back to AI, so we have basically prediction, classification, or reinforcement learning, and the other deep learning is about images and voice. So how we're going to use all of these in the different sections of AI. So the first is, let's look at how do we use AI in strategy analysis and assessment. So here you can see we can use AI for the data processing and analysis. Like if you see in the flu strategy solution, which Mr. Sheikh Abdul Khadir was presenting, there was one section was analysis and assessment. So there is a assessment analysis is a big part of strategy. To strategize, you have to first analyze. So you can use AI to do the data processing and analysis. You can use AI to automate the data extraction and integration. You can use AI for natural language processing. You can use AI to do the predictive analysis. You can use AI for comparative intelligence. And you can use AI to visualization and decision support. This will help you in strategy analysis and assessment. Coming back to data processing, so you can use AI algorithms. It can efficiently process and analyze a vast amount of data, including structured or unstructured data from various sources. AI can identify patterns, correlations, and relationship with within the data, uncovering valuable insight that can inform strategic analysis. AI can help identify customer preference, market trends, competitive landscape, and other critical factors that impact strategic decision making. In terms of automated data extraction, AI, there are a lot of tools which are available which can automatically extract the data from your ERPs and all your vertical solution and integrate with different sources and produce a visual reports for you, which can help you in making your analysis. In terms of natural language processing, so AI can perform, there are a lot of tools which are available which can perform the text analysis. So there's a lot of, every organization uses social media on different platforms. There's a customer feedback, there are Google reviews. So how do you bring it all together and do some analysis out of it? So there are a lot of tools which are available which can analyze all the text using natural language processing and give you a report of that, what would be your strategic direction. And of course, you can do predictive analysis, like I gave an example to you. And you can also, using AI tools, you can look at your competition, what your competition is doing. The AI tools can go to web, to social media platforms, to the news, to reports, and collect the intelligence about your competition and present analysis to you. And then, of course, you can do visualization and decision support. There are a lot of tools available for that. So these are some of the use cases where AI can be used in analysis and assessment. In case of AI in strategic choices, AI can be utilized in strategic decision making to provide valuable insight, optimize resource allocation, and enhance the selection of optimal strategic choices. You can do data-driven decision making, you can do predictive analysis, you can do optimization and simulation, you can do market and competition analysis, you can do risk assessment and mitigation, you can have decision support system, and personalization recommendation. So basically in personalized recommendation, you can leverage customer data and preferences to provide personalized recommendation for our strategic choices. You can analyze customer behavior, their purchase history, their demographic information, and build an algorithm to generate tailored recommendations, such as product offering or the marketing strategies or customer segmentation approaches. How are you going to segment your current customers? I've covered most of it, but in terms of optimization and simulation, this is where you can also do scenario analysis. I was hearing about the talk about scenario analysis. So you can use AI tool wherein you can build multiple scenarios and see that what a particular strategic choice will lead to what kind of outcome. So there are a lot of tools which are available for that. So in terms of strategy implementation, again, you can use a lot of tools for implementation, especially for resource optimization. You can analyze the data on resource availability, constraints, and requirement to optimize resource allocation and implement it during the implementation phase. You can consider the factors such as budget, personal equipment, timelines, and AI can generate optimized resource allocation plans to maximize efficiency and minimize the waste. You can also use AI in project management and scheduling. I'm sure which Mr. Sheikh Abdul Khadir must have implemented in his software solution which he provided. So you can have AI-powered project management tools which can assist you in planning and scheduling tasks, milestones, and dependencies. But you can analyze the historical project schedules and allocate resource and identify potential bottlenecks using AI tools. And you can also use AI for intelligent process automation. You can automate a lot of your repetitive tasks using robotic process automation. And then you can also perform monitoring and KPI tracking. You can also do the decision support. And again, predictive analysis for risk management and adaptive planning, which means that when a particular plan is not going as per the plan, then AI can suggest you an alternate. So you can change your strategy implementation plan accordingly. Now, in terms of strategic financial analysis. Okay, great. I will give some use cases and examples for the problem statement and the different kinds of tools which we use there. Okay, so in terms of continuous monitoring, AI, there are tools which can help you in doing the real-time data analysis. And while doing the real-time data analysis, if there is any anomaly, it can detect by itself and trigger an action. It can do sentiment analysis. It can study your customer feedback, reviews, Google reviews, and provide your sentiment analysis. They can track your competition, of course, look at your KPIs, and predictive analysis and decision support. So these are some of the use cases which can be used in strategy using AI. Let me show you some of the case projects which we did using AI. So you can see my screen, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll give you some examples which we used. I'll give you a problem statement, and then I'll tell you that what is the AI solution which we implemented. So like unsupervised learning, we said there is a K clustering mean and Gaussian mixture model. So here we have a restaurant in Jeddah, Al Nakil. So the problem statement was that how do we develop a customized campaign for our customers in our restaurant business? The objective is to attract more young customers to the restaurant. So there is a tool in AI called as K-mean cluster. We use it to segment the data based on the invoice amount and segment them based on the age groups and then identify best-selling dishes among the age groups. Based on that, we can develop the age group specific marketing campaign to attract a particular segment of the customers. So that's how we can use, let's say, K clustering mean. Now, for example, in our healthcare business, we have polyclinics. We wanted to see how can we allocate the staff based on when we get the maximum influx of the patient. So here we use Gaussian mixture method, which is based on Gaussian curve or a normal curve. So here we collect the data of patient, walk into the clinics on hourly basis, and use GMM method to understand the distribution or pattern of the data during different interval of the day and categorize them based on the shift. And based on the distribution of the pattern, we can identify lows and peaks on the number of patients, accordingly adjust our staffing plan. So like this, for example, supervised learning, we have linear logistic regression, we have tree-based algorithms, which called decision tree analysis. So there are different use cases which we have implemented in different. So we have simple neural network, reinforcement learning, and then we have neural networks. So just to give you a glimpse of that, what are the different projects which we are working. So it's not, see, a lot of people think about AI usually that you need to have, Python knowledge, or you need to have. So there are two main components of having a knowledge of AI. First of all, you need to have a good statistical background to understand the AI, and then how can you use those statistical models to build in Python or in R or in any other software. So as managers, you don't have to be an expert in statistics or expert in Python. It's just that you need to be aware of what are the different tools in AI and how can you implement and to solve a business case. So we don't have to be expert in Python to build an AI model. You can hire people for that. But you should know that what model will fit in where. So as we all being as managers, we need to understand what is the problem we are trying to solve and what AI solution will fit into that. Right. So, but there are a lot of challenges when we are implementing the AI. It doesn't come very easily. There are like you said that it's strategy is very complex. Even AI is very complex. It's not that easy to implement AI. So some of the challenges which we face is basically, first of all, is the data quality and availability. Okay. So AI, it relies heavily on data and quality of the data, even not just the ability, but even the quality of the data. Like you said, garbage in, garbage out. So if you put the wrong data into the AI model, definitely the accuracy and effectiveness of the algorithms will be very low. So you have to make sure that your data is reliable and always available. So this is where you need to do a lot of integration with your existing systems. Is ChatGPT okay? I'll answer this question. Yes, ChatGPT is capable of doing the analysis, right? Interpretability and explainability. Now there are like I said, I gave you an example of a very simple tool like K-cluster mean or a Gaussian method to a very complex tool like recurrent neural network. Now, if I go and build a neural network where a simple problem will not be able to interpret the results and you're not even able to explain. So we have to be very careful that we don't use, let's say, a bazooka to shoot a fly. So we have to be very careful what kind of a tool we are using. It should be easily interpretable and explainable. Then one of the main challenge which AI faces is the human expertise and judgment. So AI, it can provide you the valuable insight, but it should not replace human expertise and judgment. Study decisions, it requires basically a deep understanding of business context, industry dynamics, and you have to consider the other nuisance as well. And then, so AI cannot fulfill all the gaps. So human involvement is necessary to interpret AI-generated insights. Because at the end of the day, AI will give you a model, will give you a statistical equation. How you're going to interpret it is you need a human expertise and judgment for that. And so, and moreover, in AI, we have a problem with ethical and bias consideration. So what happens in AI, the process, what we do is we get, let's say, data, a large amount of data. We divide the data into two parts. One we call as a test data and then as a training data. So we divide the data, training and test. So we perform the model on a training data, we train the data, and then when we get the model, get the equation, we apply it on a test data. We have to be very careful when you are dividing the data between test data and train data, because we might have a bias in the training data. So it's very, very important to understand that it has to be random and have to use scientific method to divide the data between test and train. Otherwise, we'll have a biasness in the model. And even AI, the other challenge, we have a limited contextual understanding. So algorithms typically lack contextual understanding. It's beyond the data that they are trained to. So they may struggle to comprehend complex business context, strategic goals, and interpret abstract concepts. So these limitations can affect the ability of AI to provide nuisance and context-specific insights. So again, human intervention is required to bridge this gap. The other thing is, other challenge in AI, we rely heavily on historical data. So whenever we build a model, we always use the historical data, let's say a quarter old or let's say 6 months old data. And based on that, we build the model to predict in the future. But what happens is in today's day, every day your business processes are changing, your dynamics are changing. So you have to keep on updating your model so that it reflects the current situation, not the historical. So this is where we have something called reinforcement learning, where once we use the data to build a model, that model should be capable itself to get the data of the real-time data and rerun the analysis by itself, and that's how it learns by itself. So this is by machine learning; it learns by itself. So we have to build the model in a way that it learns by itself, implementing the real-time data. The other problems are implementation and integration challenges, and there has to be continuous learning and adaptation in terms of strategy management. So these are the ways by which you can see some of the areas where your strategy and AI can be integrated and utilized to optimize your strategy. So conclusion, the future of AI in optimizing strategy, as AI continues to evolve, its role in strategy optimization will become increasingly vital, offering organizations unprecedented opportunities for success. So that's it for me on my side. So, any questions? I'll be happy to take questions.
Yeah, I think there are some questions.
Yeah.
Okay, so in the Deep, if you are able to share the questions. Okay, so basically, one question is strategy is a complex construct of hypothesis, right? Basically, strategy formulation. Okay, so now there is a confusion that AI will do everything nowadays. Okay, so AI will do everything, and then AI even formulate your strategies. Okay, so which is not the case. So you should.
Which is not the case. This is where I mentioned in the challenges that there has to be a human intervention into it. AI cannot do everything. So if you look at the context, the components of AI, there are vision, mission, goals, objectives. So AI cannot be implemented in all the components. It can be implemented only where there is a data-related issues.
Okay. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And of course, there has to be human intervention to understand the overall business context.
So,
but it can help you speed up the process.
So any idea how these AI tools can be used in strategic financial analysis?
Yeah, so strategic financial analysis, you can do a lot of predictive analysis. So you can do, for example, you want to predict that if I like a scenario analysis. So if I change the product or I do a particular offering, what is the impact on my EBITDA, or what will be the impact on my net profit? You can look at your past EBITDA or your revenue numbers and predict that what is going to be my next revenue model in next year. So in financial data, you can do a lot of predictive analysis by using tools like regression. So regression is something which you use for prediction. So it's all about data. Data can be financial data or non-financial data. As long as you have a data, you can apply AI tools and do classification or prediction or generation.
So at the end of the day, the decision remains with the individual. So use the data, use the AI tools, how to give the insights.
Yes. So like I said, you have data. On data, you have machine learning. On top of machine learning, you have AI. So data is the core component of the AI.
Perfect. So another question is, can AI be used to run predictive simulations for novel projects or new projects? Okay.
For new
novel projects or new entities. So let us say you don't have data.
No, AI highly relies on data. So you have to first train the machine. How do you train the machine? By giving the old data. So for example, you are running a new project. Let's say you're building a new hospital. But then it's not the first time that someone has built a hospital. So there is a data available of another constructions of the hospital. You can use the data of previous projects to predict for the new project. But if it's something novel, totally no one has done this before, then of course AI cannot do it.
Perfect. Another question. Pradeep, now ChatGPT is very prevalent and everybody is using it and for good or bad, whatever. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, this ChatGPT is capable of doing strategy analysis. That's a question.
Okay, if you feed the data into, let's say you put an Excel and you upload the data in Excel into ChatGPT and ask certain questions, it can perform certain kind of analysis. Yes, it can, but it cannot build a model for you. For example, you want to build a model of your own in Python so that you can build use it for future. No, that might not be able to. I've tried it; it doesn't work very well, but it does give it a try. But yes, ChatGPT can do data analysis for sure, which can be used in strategy.
Yeah, any more questions? We have a few more minutes. So if there is any questions, Pradeep, specific to strategy, okay? So where can we really, I mean, like from practical point of view, one or two areas where the AI can be applied, okay? Just on top of your mind.
Yes, on top of mind. So first of all is, so to make a strategic decision, you need to have a data in hand. You need to analyze the data to make the strategic decision. This is where AI can help you in doing those strategic analysis to make decisions. That's one. Secondly, you can use AI tools in implementation. You can have AI tools which can help you in doing your project management and your resource allocation.
Perfect.
Thirdly, you can use your AI in monitoring your strategy using, let's say, your dashboards, and it can automatically run the analysis by itself and identify the anomalies and raise a trigger that you need to take some intervention over there. So these are top
Yes.
3 areas where AI can be used in strategy.
Yeah, even in the risk management, maybe in the risk
Absolutely.
management also maybe it can be used.
Yes, it can. It can be.
Fantastic. So thank you, Pradeep, for joining us. Very nice insights in AI. Always very, we learn something new whenever we talk to you. Okay.
Thank you.
So keep posting the questions. If there is anything, the Pradeep will be happy to answer offline. Okay. So we will coordinate. Okay. So thank you, Pradeep. Thank you for a wonderful
Thank you.
presentation. Thank you very much. Okay. So I would like to invite Dr. Muhammad Hassan. Okay, he is a very experienced business manager. He is the vice president of SAP mid-market. Okay. Yeah. So Dr. Hassan, you have a minute or two to introduce yourself. You can share the screen. Okay. So Dr. Hassan has a vast experience working. I know him for last maybe 20, 25 years. Okay, so he was in Microsoft. He is now in SAP. He knows the IT part of the industry very well, better than anybody else, I can say. So Dr. Hassan, welcome. And then over to you. Please, we are excited to hear from you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Sheikh. Can you see my screen? I'm sharing my
we are able to see your screen, yes.
Very good, very good. Thank you, everybody, for having me on this strategic summit. My name is Dr. Muhammad Hassan. I've been in the software industry, working in the software industry for almost now 30 years. I've worked, as Mr. Sheikh mentioned, for some international companies. Currently, I'm actually heading the mid-market business for SAP across MEA North. Prior to that, I was leading the services business for Microsoft, and I was also in the services business for Thomson Reuters, Accenture, and some other, ICT companies. Today, I would like to have a helicopter view of what are the strategies or the key trends and strategies that companies in the professional services business look after and look for. So I'm going to start by just like a helicopter view of what are the key business challenges in the professional services industry, and then hopefully zoom in on some of the priorities for the software and services business. In the professional services industry, any generic professional services industry. And I've chosen this industry specifically because it's a huge industry and covers so many aspects of and businesses under the professional services. But there are some common challenges among all these companies where a lot of these companies, they don't have really one version of the truth. They lack comprehensive reporting about their businesses. They lack information about the cost elements of the different items that they need to run for them to run a proper service. They don't have consistent master data to start with, which actually leaves some of them exposed to compliance risks. Again, the cumbersome and manual processes is another challenge and trend that we see, another challenge that we see in this industry, which leads to inconsistent customer experiences, which we see also affecting the retention of employees within these companies, which means lost sales opportunities, lost growth opportunities, and obviously doesn't put these companies in a very competitive way. So the global trends that we see there is that prior to even COVID, to be honest, we started seeing this trend, and this trend is becoming more accentuated after COVID. A lot of these companies, they're embracing the form of virtual firms in the sense that they've realized, after COVID, that they'll need to drive their business in a digital way. For their expansion, also, it's more economical to drive their expansion in a virtual format. And that required the transition of a lot of the traditional processes they were running before to more innovative and new business models that they were not accustomed to. Another trend in this industry is heavily dependent on talent, on workforce. The challenge there was, how to empower this workforce, how to actually ensure their effectiveness in driving the services delivered by these companies, how to attract the talent, how to have a better team than the competitors so you can deliver better services and better experiences to your customers. And with these trends, we're seeing also a blurring line between industries. So companies who actually used to call themselves, we're in the transportation business, we're a taxi firm. They're no more, if they continue with that kind of mentality, you'll see companies like Uber, like Careem, like so many platform companies overtaking their business. So the business lines are blurring and companies are getting more and more into technology and trying to innovate and trying to be more agile to deliver a better customer experience for their customers. These imperatives created the following priorities for these companies. So companies are realizing they need to empower their workforce with technology. So technology is a very important aspect of their business, helping their business to augment, supplement the delivery of the services along with the workforce they have. They need to pay a lot of attention to their talent, attract talent, nurture talent, excite them about the business models, get them to thrive and innovate. And also, they realize that they can no more offer services and products in the standard way. They'll have to innovate. They'll have to bundle services. They'll have to come up with new things that attracts their customers and differentiates them from the other companies. Now, these trends are applicable to most of the companies in the professional services industry. But if we start really zooming a little bit more about how businesses in the professional services industry were running in the past, we will see that these businesses were always tied to the headcount. The more resources you inject, the more growth revenue growth you will get, the more customers you can acquire, and it's a linear model where margins are very stringent, very limited, because I know if I want to grow, I'll have to add more resources, and without adding more resources, then the growth will be limited. Now, and that's why these companies started embracing the new innovative models of doing business, not just relying on workforce, despite the fact that workforce is a very important aspect of their business, but embracing technology to help him with a non-linear growth revenue model. So embedding their intellectual property and automation within the service they're offering, empowering their workforce with technology, and having an end-to-end talent management processes to keep their people excited, to keep them innovative, and to make them more effective, packaging their end-to-end services as a service rather than as a product to their companies. They started realizing that the augmentation of all these concepts to their business helps them to grow non-linearly and in a better shape. And it doesn't mean adding one headcount would give me more revenue. You can, sweat the people you have. You can get more out of them. And that actually was reflected specifically on the software and services industry, which is actually a sub-industry of the professional services. So we've seen this more clearer in the software and services business, where companies were thriving to have new business models. Companies want to build platforms for their businesses. They want to deliver an end-to-end solution as a service. They want to innovate in even the models of delivering this end-to-end solution. Some of them start with subscription, but others look at offering customers a pay-as-you-go model. And more innovative software providers, they actually go for outcome-based subscription. And a lot of these companies start paying a lot of attention to their customers. So no more I can sell you a piece of software, implement it for you and walk away. That doesn't work anymore. We need to measure your consumption. We need to ensure that you're utilizing the software. It's giving you actually the business outcomes that you're looking for, so you can keep your subscription, so you can continue to be attached to your software provider. Obviously, that model has got its a lot of positives in terms of helping you compete better, helping you serve your customer better, being easier to do business with. But it's got also, let's call it risks and things that, these software companies kept in mind. How to optimize their margins. Margins no more can be huge margins. It's a service that you're delivering to the customers. You need to worry a lot about the health of the bottom line. And a lot of these companies started employing the rule of 40, a rule that was put by one of the investors, I believe by the name of Brad Flynn, where for any software company to have a healthy business in the as a service model or end-to-end solution as a service model, they need to maintain a combined growth rate higher than 40%. That will allow them to do that, obviously, with this model. But more important, they need to maintain a healthy profit margin of more than 40% for them to survive and for them to thrive as a company. So the focus on profitability was very high there, and the ease to of doing business with. So customers start feeling that I no more need to spend years and years of implementation for the software. I can just subscribe, get a quick implementation of my software, start enjoying the benefits of the business, and that helps me improve my efficiency and effectiveness. So all these trends led to the model of as a service, consumption-based or KPI-based, and I'll talk in the coming slide a little bit more about it. and also the importance of optimizing the operational processes, the end-to-end processes within any company. Again, the software and services business, company started by having distinct products and services. So they develop the product, they put some services around it, they offer it either as a fixed cost or a time and material, and they run projects, and they started actually providing offerings out of this product that they developed. They started bundling this product with services. So no more I sell you the product and you can acquire the services separately. I can give you a good package. I can give you a good package to maintain the software that I'm delivering for you. And that model is the model that has been prevalent for the last, I would say, 10, 15 years. But many companies, and as per a survey done by McKinsey in 2020, more than 60% of companies, they are planning, they're already selling. This was like in 2020, we're already selling or planning to move to an end-to-end solution as a service. They're bundling these products, but offering them as a service, and they're innovating in how to offer them, whether this is subscription-based or pay-as-you-go or KPI-based. Again, in the old model, you need to provide specific IT training and enablement services, custom developed applications, consulting services. In the packaged and bundled products and services, started offering complete managed ICT services. You have data centers. So you can see the evolution that software companies have been going through by offering their services. And these days, we're offering different flavors of as a service, infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, software as a service, and a lot of services are being delivered as a service. For this business model, which is end-to-end solution as a service, you can have different ways of, again, offering this. As I mentioned, we're transitioning to the subscription. Some customers charge monthly subscription fees. Other customers charge yearly fees, semi-annual fees. Some of them, they charge you per use, so pay as you go. They give you the flexibility to adjust the services as you go along to fit your needs. Today, you may have this specific service. Tomorrow, you may not need it, and you want to use the, let's call it, the subscription that you're paying to have better use. And finally, a lot of companies are going for outcome-based. Give me your KPIs, and I'll tell you what I can do with your KPIs. I can improve your profitability. I can improve your, let's say, gross margins. I can help you achieve efficiency in doing projects, etc., etc. And then I will charge you based on that. I'll take a cut of your profitability. I'll take a percentage of any improvement and efficiencies that you achieve out of my software. Now, we've been talking about the strategic view for the software and services companies, which is everything as a service, a total talent management, and empowering workforce with technology. But if we try and zoom a little bit more into what that means, how these priorities can be translated in a value chain view, we will see that these priorities will impact so many end-to-end processes within any company and so many stakeholders. So not just the CEO, CFO, COO, CHRO, but it will impact the project manager in the field. It will impact the resource manager who needs to really staff people on time and get talent and utilize these talent to the best possible way. It will impact the procurement head, where this person will need to identify the revenue leakages, how to optimize project margins, etc., etc. So the end-to-end processes that these priorities impact are huge. I'm going to focus on quite few, which is the lead to cash for projects, the lead to cash for digital services, the hire to retire processes, and the source to pay processes. And all of these processes, companies would benefit from having all of them integrated, automated, agile, to help them become better, more responsive to their customers, and create even a better engagement for their employees. And that's why a lot of companies strive to adopt the best practices in their industries, and even always seeking the next practices or the future practices that would make them at the lead in any competition. And they wouldn't be able, obviously, to achieve this unless they're armed with a vertical or industrial edge. And that vertical or industrial edge would come from innovating new business models for their businesses. So the end-to-end value chain that we typically see, and again, this is a view for a typical professional services industry. So you have the design, sell, and plan phase, where you design your packages, the services you want to sell, and put their ways of or methodologies for how to sell them. What is your value proposition? How to create leads, how to do business development, create leads, and then qualify the deal and move through the opportunity, nurturing the opportunity, configuring the price to be competitive, and then closing and ending up with contracts and setting up the solution. So this phase is very common for all professional services companies, which is what we call the design and sell and plan phase. Then once you've sold the services or products or bundled managed services, you need to move obviously to the projects phase or the delivery phase, where you have projects. You could be having subscription services. You have services contracts to deliver or products to implement. And then along the delivery and monetization of the services that you're delivering, you need to worry about how to build a customer, how to manage accounts receivable, how to go more and do more analysis for your profitability, for the profitability of the service, to optimize the price and end up with a better recognized revenue for a company. That would drive obviously your growth and your revenue targets. And all of these processes are heavily tied to your finances as a company. So the accounting and financial close, to the cost management and profitability analysis, to the governance and risk that you have within your company, to treasury and working capital management. Now, with the transfer that we're talking about in professional services to more towards the as a service model, I'm not gonna dwell that much about the sell and plan or the bill and manage. But you can see that the design of the service is even moving towards in the middle, where you really trying, so typically you can see on the first bar, typically you would have a project, you would assign resources, you would procure the services, material required to run the project, manage the travel and expenses, record time, and manage the work being delivered. In a subscription model, you're no more doing that. You're actually delivering the whole project as a service to your customer. So you worry about the subscription and provisioning when the service would start. What is the customer is entitled for as part of their contract? So this is entitled management. And then what the customer wants to use and how to measure also that usage ongoing. So it's not just like a project phase and you walk away. It's an ongoing process for managing the subscription. And then obviously the charging and the rates and the packaging of the service, and it goes back again. This is for subscription-based or XaaS solutions. That can be also accompanied with services contracts, where obviously the customer need to procure the services to implement, for example, the service they're subscribing to, or to maintain it. Field service planning, obviously dispatching of resources. So the resource element will still be there in the services contract. And it's a cycle really that goes on. And then this doesn't mean that the sell and plan or the bill and manage processes are going to stay the same. They'll have to adapt because now you're offering a different type of projects to your customers. So your billing used to be probably before based on milestones of the project. Now it's converting to be based on business outcomes, based on entitlement usage, based on it could be a flat, monthly or annual fee, and obviously the cost element of all these services will need to be managed in a different way. Now, moving specifically to the software industry, software and services industry, again, you will see that this is more accentuated. So the focus on having services, orders, or contracts is no more as important as having a digital subscription service, where what I've mentioned before in the previous slide applies more accentuated. You still see also customers who wants to do projects in a typical way and maybe develop software in a typical way as per the line at the end or the bar in yellow. But more and more of customers wants to go for the digital subscription type that we can see here. I wanted just to give you a brief, and I'm conscious of time, so I'll try and wrap up in the coming 10 minutes just to give more time for questions there. SAP, I work for SAP. I've been working for SAP now for about 10 years. And SAP has been in the industry of managing digital transformations for the last actually 51 years. So this slide is a little bit old. We've been actually delivering solutions for project and engagement management, talent management, resource management, digital business models, different digital business models. And what makes SAP unique is that we provide clear industry roadmaps. So all these solutions come with a specific industry roadmap for innovation, for utilization, along with predefined best practices. Across the 51 years that we've been operating in the market, we've managed to gather a lot of best practices. We documented them to help customers end up with optimized end-to-end processes utilizing best practices. And you can see on this slide that this is like a small list of our customers, so big names in the services industry like Deloitte, Accenture, PMG, EY, PwC, IBM, Entity Data, Infosys, so many companies really in consulting and IT services, software and subscription services. Microsoft, they run on SAP. Apple, they run on SAP. All of these companies, they've embraced the all these digital transformation strategies that I've talked about and utilize them for their benefit. And I'm proud to say that more than 77% of the world transactions run through SAP systems in more than 180 countries. More than 94% of the world leading 500 companies, they run on SAP. And these are not necessarily large companies. So yes, 85 out of 100 largest companies that are on SAP, but also more than 80% of small, medium-sized enterprises run on SAP. There's this perception that SAP is only for large enterprises. That's not necessarily accurate. And as you can see, SAP, I'm the head of mid-market, and I'm seeing we're signing up actually more than 200 to 200 plus customers every year just in EMEA North, which is actually a portion of the whole of. And again, we are armed with a strong partner ecosystem across 30 countries. We've got more than 22,000 partners who help us with this strategy. And the flagship solution that SAP employs to help companies, whether they're in the professional services industry, the software and services industry, to thrive and to drive their digital transformation in a systematic way, is called S/4HANA Cloud. This is an end-to-end industry led solution backed with best practices and the future practices as well. We are always striving to enhance the best practices we have to give our customer cutting edge best practices. We provide one source of truth for all our customers, comprehensive end-to-end solution that fosters innovation and helps customers thrive. This is armed with the best of breed and next generation user experience. So we aim to provide our customers with the best and optimized performance to ensure the ease of use of our solution. And it's really a platform that fosters innovation. So it's not just a piece of software you buy, it's actually a complete package that helps you, thrive in your business, armed with the best practices and even innovate there. So our technology embeds in there machine learning, RPA, digital assistance, IoT, blockchain, all these wonderful technologies that I'm sure we've some of my colleagues talked about, about artificial intelligence and machine learning in the previous slots. We embed them in our technology, but we employ them for business benefits. So we don't just like take these solutions just to wow our customers. If we don't help them to progress their business to the next level with these technologies, then that wouldn't be a good use of such technology. And we've got an open architecture, open for innovation and integration. Just as a quick view of this, we've talked about the traditional model of services and projects, coming up with products, installation and support, all of that. That's now all that solution-centric approach is can be implemented using the model that you can see on your right, where S/4HANA Cloud it is at the center of this model, armed with line of business solutions. So specific solutions that helps procurement thrive, that helps your workforce thrive, that helps your customers have a wonderful experience, your contractors have a great experience and be very much attached to your business, that helps you manage the procurement cycle in the best possible way, as well as industry cloud solutions. So for every industry, we have an industry flavor. So for the professional services industry, we have a flavor, but if you go to the industry of the software and services business, then we go deeper into what makes companies in this industry thrive more and more. And this is armed with a business technology platform where all these solutions sit on top of that, achieves full integration among all these solutions. So you don't need to worry about if this system works with that or whatever, but more importantly, helps you foster innovation and helps you employ machine learning, artificial intelligence technologies within the solution itself and drive new business models. And this is another view of the SAP portfolio. So we have what we call the intelligent core, and we call it intelligent because we've already embedded these technologies, artificial intelligence, blockchain, and machine learning within the core ERP. Obviously, that's where the core finance and procurement sits on top of that. You have a real-time foundation, so all analytics that you get are in real time. You don't need to wait for reports for a couple of weeks or a couple of days where the data may be invalid by that time. You get real-time view of your business. And this is armed with the business technology platform that we discussed, where we've got predefined code, almost zero coding capabilities there to help you develop the functionalities you want, the use cases you want in a quicker way. And on top of that, you have the lines of business solutions that we've talked about. So you have systems to manage your travel and expenses, systems to manage your procurement cycle, SAP Ariba, to manage your contingent force and contractors, to manage your total workforce end to end from hire to retire, to have a better customer experience with the sales, services, and marketing and delivery. And then on top of that, an analytics cloud platform that gives you a real-time visibility on your system. Not to forget also the industry cloud solution specific. For example, subscription billing has got a different way to handle your finances. We've got a solution for that. Entitlement management, we can for any type of service, we can define every customer's entitlement of the service, and from their contract, take it there and have a profile for this customer. So the customer would know what they're entitled for, what they're not entitled for. If they decide to upgrade their service, their entitlement would change, and they would have a quick and transparent view of that change. And again, this is specific for the software model. It doesn't change that much, to be honest, from what I've seen. It's the same solution, but the best practices behind it are different there. And you can see it's a more tied up solution where we've got a simple software selling quote to cash process, because the software now is not being sold in the typical way. It's being sold as a service. It could be KPI based. It could be annual subscription, or it could be pay as you go. Thank you very much. I just wanted to give you a quick brief about the trends, the priorities, and why our professional services customers wants to go for digital transformation, and offer a glimpse of what could be the solution for that. Thank you very much.
Yeah. So thank you, Dr. Hassan, for insightful business models for the services industry. I think many of the people who are into services industry get benefit of the models. Okay, so I would like to have a couple of questions with you.
Sure.
Just related to the strategy. Okay, so people get confused with strategy transformation to the digital transformation. Okay, so people say we are doing a digital transformation, then that means, is it really a strategy transformation, or is it like a automation? Or can you give just some insights from your experience, how the users are getting confused with the digital transformation to the strategy transformation? Yeah.
Very good. In my opinion, digital transformation is one of the outcomes of a strategy transformation. A lot of companies, they look at their business from a strategic point of view, right? And they look at actually their competitors, what they're doing in the market, how they can make their companies better than their competitors, how they can control and manage the key challenges they have in their business. And they start defining their strategy, how they want to differentiate themselves against the competition, how they want to acquire more customer base, improve their profitability, improve their growth, to make them more attractive, if it's a public company, more attracting to the shareholders, and therefore a stronger and better company. So it starts from there, really, where they set the mindset of the company that we no more can do things in the way that we used to do them before. What worked with us, even if we're very successful, will always really need to be seeking change and need to be adapting to the new business conditions that faces us every year. So it starts really with that strategy transformation, defining new strategies, and being on the lead for these new strategies. And this is also where SAP, we can help them in defining the future trends. Okay, so we actually execute workshops with our customers, not just to discuss what we offer right now, but to discuss technology trends, to discuss industry trends, where these industries are heading, and help them formalize their strategies with what fits their business. And then obviously one of the outcomes, good outcomes of such discussions is customers are getting very, very smart. They realize that they need to go for digital transformation journeys. And sometimes it's an ongoing digital transformation journeys, because they understand the value of technology. It's not just about having a wonderful product. It's about how you employ this wonderful product for the better use of your business. And it's about how you transform your company in the most efficient, quickest way possible. Okay, because if you don't do this on time, you will end up also with, okay, the company is transforming, but it's not at the lead. It's actually a lagging company rather than a leading company. So I think we've lost my video. Not sure why.
Yeah, we can hear you. Yep.
Okay.
One more question, Dr. Hassan, is what strategy execution framework you use it internally, like you use it in SAP itself. Okay, you do your business or something. Is there something like you use any particular methodology, a framework? How do you do that for selling your products and services? Yeah, that's a
Okay,
question.
very good. Very good question, although I would need another session to answer this. But let me try and cover this very quickly. Yes, we do. First of all, we have something within SAP called, let me start, there's a product development methodologies to make sure that we're continuing to develop our products. We're continuing to, I'm not going to touch on that. This is typical product management software development cycles. But I want to actually focus more on what touches the top line and bottom line of SAP. So yes, we employ methodologies, first of all, to help us develop business. So we've put there methodologies to start, reaching out to the maximum number of customers. And we employ for that the 22,000+ partners that we have. So we train our partners on how we as SAP develop business. All of this is, by the way, under the umbrella of what we call franchise for success. So this is the, let's call it the leading methodology that SAP employs worldwide. So SAP treats every market unit as if it's a franchise. We give this franchise the best practices that we've developed across the whole company to sell, to develop, to deliver projects, to manage customers, etc., under the umbrella of franchise for success. And that franchise for success is not just for SAP employees. It also spans our partners. So we train our partners on how we sell at SAP, how we create value propositions, how we do business development, how we start qualifying leads and taking them to specific phases of the opportunity. And by the way, we use all our software for that. So we're the ones, we're like, using our software before even our customers use our software. And that's what makes actually SAP successful, because we are really, practicing what we tell our customers. So we take them through the different stages of an opportunity life. We have an opportunity life cycle, driving it from being a lead all the way to progressing to a solution, then going to negotiation and offering different packages to the customer where we close the deal with them. And then this gets handed over to the delivery team, where the delivery team, whether they are SAP delivery team or partner delivery team, they employ another methodology for delivery called SAP Activate. And basically this SAP Activate has got well-defined delivery phases for the software that helps our customer get to value as quick as possible. So our aim is to do projects in the shortest period of time, but delivering the maximum value to our customers based on the best practices that we've employed. So we again go through multiple phases. Again, could be spending at least half an hour to talk about the SAP Activate methodology. And then it doesn't stop there. So the SAP delivery phase is part of a bigger picture, which is what we call the LACE model. We land the deal, L for landing the deal, with the opportunity management and till signing the contract. Then the adoption model, the A in the LACE, which is where we use SAP Activate methodology to implement the software in the shortest possible time and giving the customer the maximum benefit out of the software. Then we move to the C phase, which is the consumption phase, where we start monitoring. We have KPIs that keeps monitoring the consumption of our customers to the software to ensure, and we have systems to track that and processes to track that to ensure customer is continuing to get the expected value of the software. And then we go to the last phase, which is the E phase and the LACE model, LACE. The E phase is the expansion model, where we start selling value. We go back to the L phase, but we start selling more value, but based on a concrete base, because the customer by that time would have believed that they got the value out of our flagship product, our core solution. And they would want to expand this to more and more solutions from SAP, and the trust is there. The selling then cycle is much easier because the trust is there. They've seen us taking care of them. They've seen us throughout all these phases, helping them to thrive and achieve their business outcomes. And by the way, this is where we also start gathering KPIs about what are the business outcomes that my customer got out of my software. So we get their consent to measure these. Obviously, we're not allowed to give them to customers, but we're allowed to share aggregates of them. So we can put there concrete data where SAP, for example, helped professional services companies improve their profitability margins by 4% by employing this solution. This is based on concrete data that we measure. This is when I was mentioning the outcome-based approach is we measure what is the business value that my customer is getting, and we provide this in an aggregated method to other customers who are interested to know how our solutions can help them.
Perfect. So any more questions, please guys, you have a couple of minutes to get the answer from Dr. Hassan. A very different point of view on the services industry and the software industry. Okay, so we think about the strategy execution in a different point of view. So we can see how the SAP working towards the for their strategy execution from their side, how they acquire customers and excel in their business. So that is very interesting inputs. So any more final thoughts, Dr. Hassan, on the strategy management part?
I would like to thank everybody for listening, and I'm more than happy to receive questions on my email address. I think you can see it on the screen. Actually, maybe I'm not sharing it. It's m.hassan, Hassan, @sap.com. Looking forward to hearing from you, your feedback, your views, your questions. Thank you very much.
Perfect. So thank you, Dr. Hassan, for a wonderful lecture. And then thank you all. If there is any questions, please feel free. So we consolidate and make sure that the queries are gets answered to you. And our coordinators will definitely help you to get it into it. Okay. So thank you, Dr. Hassan. Thank you very much. So it's a continuous session. So thank you for your patience, all the participants and the speakers, because it's a long session. So thank you for your patience. Okay, so shall we invite our new speaker, Alex Goma? Yep. Can you make a speaker? So shall we? Yeah. So if Deep, if you can make Mr. Alex. Yeah. So I would like to invite Mr. Alex Goma. So he is very seasoned professional in business management, led multiple companies to succeed in Africa and other part of other part of the world. Okay, so he's joining us from Nigeria. Wonderful. Have made a multiple strategy transformations successful. So he was a CEO of Brand Cereals earlier. Now he is in Lagos Business School and multiple. I think we can hear more from you, Alex. Okay, so your CV is so exhaustive, we cannot explain. So I'll leave it to you. Please give a quick introduction and then please continue. Okay.
Okay, good morning or good afternoon or good evening, depending on where you're joining from in the world. My name is Alex. Like Shaikh said, I used to manage Brand Cereals. I've had extensive experience working with Procter & Gamble, Diageo, PZ Cousins in Nigeria, in Egypt, in Ghana, in Senegal, and Mauritania. So what I'm going to be doing today is to share some of my experiences, especially in strategy and how strategy and execution is driven by alignment across the entire business. Can you see my slides?
Yes.
Okay.
Alex, yes, please.
Okay. Okay, so what I'm going to do is basically how do we get strategy executed well? If you look across a large number of companies, we will find out that everyone says virtually the same thing. We want to be the best in the service or product that we offer. We want to have the best people. We want to have the best services and everything. How then do we have the difference in results? I think it comes from the fact that those who choose to execute what they say they will do are the ones that make a difference. So we're just going to talk about what is strategic alignment. How do we approach this alignment from a holistic perspective? What are the likely impacts on business results? What are the challenges that lead to this lack of alignment? There are certain tools that are available for building alignment, and then I'll share one example from my past where having the right kind of alignment led us to achieving tremendous results, and also an example from my past where because we couldn't get the alignment we wanted, we were not able to deliver the results that we wanted. But basically, strategy is about a set of agreed choices, and most businesses always have a clear set of choices or agreed strategy that they want to execute. Depending on the type of the business or the size of the business or where the business is, be it a global company, multinational, or a local business, the challenge is usually coming from how is that vision starting from the top going to be executed by the people who are running the business, and that's where you have the execution gap. And one of the key drivers of this execution gap is the fact that there's a lot of misalignment across functions of the businesses. If you're not careful in running a business, sometimes some of the functions actually become an entity of their own or a business unit of their own, and therefore do not focus on the overall. And if they become too powerful or are not willing to align with the rest of the business, you will find out that your results are suboptimal, irrespective of whether the team is a fantastic team or the people that you have are great. So alignment is simply ensuring that every element of the organization is synchronized towards a certain goal. In a lot of business organizations and meetings, we always strive to get alignment, but I think we underestimate the amount of effort that is required to get alignment. So we end up settling for agreement. We get into a meeting and everybody agrees. Why? We don't want the dispute. We don't want the real challenge that goes into ensuring that we've understood all the challenges, the constraints, the opportunities, and we've put them into consideration when we're making a clear set of choices. It means that you have to take into consideration some of the challenges people have, some of their distrust, some of the things that disturb them. If we don't discuss this, we don't bring it out in the open, what you're going to end up finding is people can say yes because they don't want to be different from every other person in the room. But again, once it goes down their teams, whether you have a lot of people who are saying yes, but actually not aligning, what then happens is that you don't get the kind of results. So critical to ensure that leadership team is aligned and they are champions of the organizational strategy, not just their functional strategies. It means every leader has to be backing the other functional head when he's not in the room. The goals, the objectives, the values, cultures, and resources are aligned. All the operational activities are working together to achieve the same vision. So everyone within the organization, in the ideal situation, should understand what you're focused on, should understand what the priorities are. This then ensures that the right resources are allocated to support all the key critical strategic actions and things that support the overall direction. There has to be a very clear communication plan and strategy to ensure that you have understanding and coordination. Communication is critical because it's not just enough for the leadership team to understand and maybe their one level team below to understand. You have to actually make sure that it is cascaded down the chain and there's a clear and common understanding of what this means. So what I've seen in a number of instances, even in well-run businesses, is the fact that the strategy documents remain things that either sit on walls or that are framed on dashboards and websites, but when it comes to actual understanding, at the end of the chain or at the bottom of the chain, people don't actually understand what it means. And then, of course, performance management is therefore linked with all the key strategic objectives and reviewed regularly. Again, I've seen instances where businesses will have the strategic direction, the actions, but then when it comes to performance management, there's no coordination or correlation between that and what everybody is trying to deliver. So the holistic approach just is more of an integrated framework where everybody understands their role in achieving the shared goals. It means that we have to take into consideration what the entire business is trying to do. We have to understand the vision and values, and we've got to be able to interpret it in such a manner that everybody understands what it means. Again, one of the gaps I've seen, especially in value statements for a lot of businesses, they sit at a very high level. So it's very difficult for somebody who manages himself to understand what does this mean for me? Because the language is too high level. So how does the gate man, how does the cleaner, how does the person, the technician in the workshop, how does the customer service person translate what this value means for me in the way I execute my job? So that has to be done to ensure that you have the right employee involvement. And of course, how you leverage technology and systems and tools that allow you to integrate your business together to help ensure that this comprehensive perspective of how we run the business actually runs through the entire business. Next is to ensure that the planning is integrated. So there's a lot of cross-functional collaboration when you're planning rather than silos, and you don't end up with functions pointing fingers across each other, especially when issues arise. Rather than working on them as a collective, each function is trying to find who was responsible for the fault, rather than looking at how do we together work towards this. One easy example I've always used for my team is the fact that I said, look, I've worked in supply chain before. I've also worked in the commercial functions. And typically, where you don't have alignment of demand and supply, you start to have a battle that runs through 18 months. You have overcapacity and the supply guys blame the commercial guys that you guys are not doing anything. That's why we can't sell. And then, of course, they push and push and push. And after 18 months, okay, you have some headway. And then, of course, the commercial team starts to drive growth, and then all of a sudden the capacity is overstretched and the finger starts to point either way, rather than everyone working together in a collective manner to ensure that the planning for the next phase of either growth or investment is actually done jointly. So cross-functional collaborations, alignment of departmental plans with overall strategy and what everybody is trying to do. And then, of course, having a balanced scorecard approach where all the internal processes and measures are aligned to the external results that you're looking for, and how everyone knows this is their role and the way they impact and affect the overall results that the business gets. What's the impact of this approach on businesses? Where this has happened and has been run well, in my experience, we've seen better financial performance. because you're better able to harness your resources, you're better able to channel your resources and your investments in the areas that will give you the maximum results. You're also able to drive efficiency and productivity because you're able to optimize your resource, you're able to ensure that, okay, the resources are allocated in the right manner. And of course, it drives employee engagement because they can see their contribution to the achievement of the overall, and they can also see the fact that they are consulted in building up, and also when your communication downwards, when things happen, their views and feedback is taken. The fact that you listen to them and you can also come back to them and tell them that, yes, we agree with this. No, we're not going to do this because of X, Y, Z reasons, makes them feel better. And of course, the overall outcome is the fact that your customers and stakeholders get better satisfaction because the entire business is focused on delivering on the external, which is what results in you having your financial performance improved. Why does this lack of alignment happen? First level is at the leadership level where the leaders are not aligned. So there are instances where it appears as if some functional goals seem to be in conflict with each other. Simple example could be, okay, supply chain is driving a cost-cutting initiative, but HR is trying to say, okay, we want to drive employee engagement. And they do not understand how will we be cutting down people and how do we get engagement. And so it seems as if it's at cross purpose. If you don't have the alignment together to agree that this is what we're going to do and this is how each one of us is going to support this. Yes, we're going to go through this cost cutting, but how do we do it in a manner that still supports employee engagement? And how do we drive employee engagement and letting people understand that, you know, cutting down costs or taking some drastic actions is really necessary for the survival and the future and the growth of the business. So it is critical to ensure these discussions happen. And when they happen, all the elements are put on the table and trashed, and therefore we can have everybody moving together. If you just sit on the level of agreement, it is easy to say, yes, we agree. And then at the back end, you find out that nothing is happening, and therefore you don't get that alignment. Silo mentality. Some functions run as a separate army from the other, and therefore they will only take orders or direction. This is especially critical where you have a local structure and a global structure. So you may have some functions reporting to the local entity and at the same time reporting to the global function. Where these global functions are very powerful, sometimes it starts to undermine the ability of the local team to execute and deliver the results. So if this doesn't happen, then you start to find out that some of the results locally or some of the results globally will be impaired because either the local team do not believe in the vision that the global guys are pushing, or the global guys are pushing one particular agenda, and therefore there's no consistency of effort across the entire organization. A lack of understanding because of different interpretation of strategic goals. This sometimes can happen at subordinate levels. So it is critical that when goals are written and the leaders agree, there's a channel through which this is discussed and cascaded down the levels of the organization. It is critical that we break it down, we address their concerns, and we help everyone to understand that. This takes time to happen, and sometimes I think the quest for speed means that we tick the boxes. So we just get everybody to say yes. We don't really deal with the real issues and we just park them aside. And what then happens is when we meet the first roadblock, the employees therefore start to back off. Well, it takes a long while before we realize this is happening. At that time, sometimes it might be too late for the business to be able to change direction. And of course, one of the other elements is the resistance to change. Normally, change is difficult. People, once they get used to a particular way of acting, you have to learn to sell them the reason why the change has to happen. This is again something that senior leadership have to learn to do. We don't drive change or force change down the throats of people. we've got to sell them the benefits of change. Why is change critical? If we don't bring them into the space where they will recognize that change is an absolute requirement for us, and then we show them that change is possible and show them how we are going to navigate the change and the benefits of the change, it becomes difficult for people to understand and accept why they have to take these particular actions. Now, what are some tools that are necessary or critical or that have helped build alignment? Strategy maps help, where you have tools that allow a clear representation of the objectives of the business, the linkages between goals and impacts of all of those linkages. It helps everyone understand their role and alignment across the organization. Again, the process of business and operational planning where cross-functional teams work together. And it is not just for the sake of the meetings, it's actually the real work happening outside of the meetings. I've seen business planning processes set up where it is centered around the meetings, and the meetings are not meant to do the work. The meetings are where you take real decisions. The work happens outside of the meeting. Therefore, it means the collaboration and everything has to happen so that the meetings become effective for decision making. So where there are conflicts across business units, across departments, this is where you start to drive this. And you can therefore use this integrated approach to break down silos. And the last is the use of tools like balanced scorecard. So these are tools that a lot of businesses use to measure outcomes. Again, the key thing is to work this both top down and bottom up, and critical to ensure that the assessment of the results, the most critical actions within the business, the most critical results are the ones that are put high up, and therefore we start to drive that. Again, I've seen balanced scorecards just done as an initiative without a link either to strategy or without a link to performance management and how everything works together. So it becomes a tool or an industry of its own, rather than it supporting, right, your development. If your strategy is not clear, if your strategy is not well built, having a balanced scorecard will only just measure something that doesn't add value to your business. So before you start thinking of introducing things like that, make sure that you've walked through the elements of your strategy and how the alignment will happen, and then the balanced scorecards help you to look at how you can drive that. So an example of where we had this, one of my roles in the past, a global company with a big local organization in Nigeria. I was sales director in that business. We were a new leadership team that came together, and the first year we struggled because everybody was working on its own. Sales was saying, you guys just go get the volumes, supply chain did what they want. And then we had one day where we were going to just have a normal review and everything broke down. So we put aside the agenda of that particular meeting. We were lucky we had the help of a leadership coach who was working with the executive team. And we then basically sat down and started to look at how we were going to behave, who we had to become as a leadership team, and how we're going to get the rest of our team to work together. And so started with supply chain and sales, and then of course HR and marketing. And at the end of that session, we gave each other the permission to go into every other person's function, and therefore there was openness in sharing information in alignment. We took it one step further by creating a team of extended leaders who we felt were the ones going to drive execution across the business. And we had regular reviews. We then did, we used the mission analysis approach to put all the various plans together. And then we started to execute. And different leaders adopted different teams in other parts of the business that were not necessarily in their functions to ensure that we could actually contribute and participate. And then we put out a 3-year ambition. And we now started to drive this execution month by month. Where we faced challenges, we looked at it as a whole. Initially, it was tough because it was it was easy for people to go back to old behavior, but we always had to remind ourselves, no, this is what we've chosen to do. At the end of the day, by the time we were in the second year, we started to turn around the business, and basically, to cut the long story short, in 3 years, we doubled the business. How did this happen? We clearly aligned the strategy. We looked at some of the things where we had challenges. We worked with the global team to align them, to get them to understand that we were not going to do anything outside of the things that we agreed. We worked with teams underneath us to make sure that we agreed on everything, and where there were challenges, we approached them as a whole, and we stopped trying to point a finger at which function. We had dashboards that was put in every functional leader's office at the end of every month, the guys that were measuring business performance. So we could see the way we started to migrate from a dashboard of reds to ambers, and then all of a sudden everything was green. And that's when we started to see the turnaround in the business. But we had to lower down egos, we had to put everything together, and we had to use some of the tools to ensure that, okay, we could start to drive the alignment together and get correct and complete communication. It was tough. There are times when we just had to tell each other, look, you know what, we've put in these efforts, the results have not come, but let's just keep faith. And let's just keep faith, because it takes a while for especially some of the fundamental changes that you're doing at the grassroots level to actually start to bear roots. So it takes discipline from the leaders not to go and shake the bottom. It's like planting a crop and you go in every 2 days to see if it's germinated and you're digging the soil. No, you've got to understand that this particular crop will take 2 months to germinate. So you know what, just keep on wetting the ground and putting the fertilizer, and just keep on doing all the other things rather than going every 2 days to dig and see whether it is growing or not. That was the approach we took. Results successful. Second company also worked here for a couple of years, global organization, local entity. Our business performance was inconsistent. We'll have a year of good performance and then a year of bad, poor or mediocre performance. We'll take a couple of actions, we'll recover, we'll go to and fro. But along this couple of years, every time we will address org structure, review, change the structure, should we look at the strategy? But the biggest difference was lack of alignment. Some of the global SBUs were so strong that they basically ran what they felt was the right thing, irrespective of whether the commercial teams felt that this was best for the market. No, as far as they're concerned, we have to cut down costs, no matter whether it affects what we're going to do with the business. So what then happened is, we will sit in a meeting, we'll have a review, everybody will look at the plans will look very good, but the time and effort to get everybody to discuss these differences was bypassed. And so what happened was, we just had agreements, everybody said, yes, fantastic, the plans look good on paper, and then we struggled. And each time when things were going bad, you have that brief period where we will all come together to rescue the year. And then all of a sudden, once the year was over, we went back to the bad performance again. We tried to put business planning, tried to put some centralized working together. All didn't come to avail because there was clarity, a lack of alignment by the senior leaders, which of course drove lack of alignment across key functional leaders and department heads locally. Some of the guys locally reported to the center, didn't report, had a dotted line reporting to the local team, and therefore, as a result, we had things going. Basically, to cut the long story short, the business results remained largely inconsistent over 10 years. I think at the end of the period, a number of people left, there were changes in the business, and looking from an outside in, I've seen that they've started to work things together, and some of the things that were difficult to execute, they're beginning to do some of those things and take some of those tough choices. So critical to ensure you have alignment. If you don't have alignment, you're going to see the impact in your results. You're not going to have consistency. You're not going to have the best results possible. So just to summarize, Businesses desire sustainable growth, and usually if I look across the websites and strategy documents of a lot of companies, they all say the same thing. We want to have the best in different words. The key gap between that aspiration and results is driven by the quality of execution, and usually it's hampered either by not having the right resources or there's a lack of strategic alignment. Alignment takes time, alignment takes effort, alignment takes putting people together to agree to disagree and then finally move all their resources in one direction. Strategic alignment results when all elements of the strategy are coordinated to drive delivery. Lack of leadership alignment, a silo mindset, and poor communication are very big barriers that prevent businesses from having the right alignment. And then shared vision, goals, tools supported by integrated business planning and balanced scorecards are tools that support strategic alignment. In my last role, I think I worked with Shaikh and his team in trying to put some of the elements of trying to organize a strategy together, right? We put the framework and everything, but we were still working the bits before I left the business. But I think they have some of a fantastic tool that helps businesses drive and support that strategic alignment across their business. So thank you for your attention, and if there are any questions, I am willing to take them now.
Yeah, there are a few questions. Alex, fantastic presentation. You really shared real insights the organizations face in practice. So I liked one thing before taking up questions. You said companies start something called Balance Scorecard Project. So that is really funny. Okay, so it happens, by the way. So people all of a sudden they decide that let us go for a Balance Scorecard Project. Okay, so without having any proper strategy description, proper strategy management, strategy plan, so they want to go for a Balance Scorecard. So eventually they end up into a people performance one way or other, which is not really aligned to the strategy. And I hear very strong about strategic alignment, especially. Okay, so the question is, how does that in Nigeria and Africa? Okay, so what are the key challenges in the strategy transformations? Okay, so do they really follow any methodology, or is it depends on the individual leadership? So how does that, Alex? I know the things are getting changed in your experience. Okay, just can you summarize for the sake of audience? Yeah.
I think you have different approaches. So for a number of companies in Nigeria where you have multinationals and parent companies, so where parent companies have these tools, right, it is easy. You find some of those tools cascaded down to the local companies and therefore, I mean, the local entities here. So you find some companies who are part of a global business applying some of these tools. I think the key gap for me is the fact that some of these tools are just dropped down. There's no willingness to have the conversation to look at the local context to say, okay, how does this apply? I use a simple example in one of my roles. Okay, these are the global strategic categories we want to work in. However, there's a local category where the business is very strong and big, which gives scale. Now, because of the scale it gives, it actually subsidizes the cost of one of the strategic elements. It therefore means that if you're going to make a decision, you've got to look at that critically, because if you discard that, then you lose the scale that gives your second category, which is strategic and important. And you know, for a year, we struggled with pricing because we said, oh, the pricing has to be this, the margin has to be this. And at a point, I had to talk with the area director to say, look, can you share me your cost structure from a global perspective, so that we can understand where it means and we can take a decision. Even if I take a hit locally, if the total system benefit is better, then we can see that. And when that was done, we took a decision. Funny enough, the decision benefited the center and it benefited the local. So what you find is, that's one particular example. The second example is sometimes the rush for speed or urgency. So people think when you apply this tool is a silver bullet. Once we start to do this, we change the performance. So when they apply and they don't see the change in performance, oh, this is not working. No, you've got to go down underneath to say, what's really the driver of your performance and how do we fix that? And then how do we use this tool to ensure we never get in that situation again? So I think those are areas where we see challenges. For the local companies, there are lots of them who just get into business. They get into a segment or category because there's an opportunity. They can grow as a result of that opportunity, but they've never really put into thought the strategy or direction. So any small hiccup in the environment, then they start to struggle. So you find new businesses start die because that lack of thinking is not there. And the last one is people. There has to be a lot of focus on people, because if you don't have the right people with the right leadership, it's not the technical skills, right? Getting alignment goes beyond technical skills. It's your ability to work with others, your ability to look and solve problems, analysis, right? These are some of the challenges where you find this lack of alignment happening, especially in Nigeria and parts of Africa.
Perfect. So for the audience sake, we work closely with Alex. He has a wonderful idea about how the strategy translation happens. So right from the organization, from the strategy plan to the translation of the strategy through balance scorecard and initiatives. I know you end up with 5 themes, winning with supply chain, Alex. That was fantastic move from you. Okay, and the way you led your team to do the things really wonderful. Okay, so very rarely you see the leadership like that. So, what are the? I know you said about the local challenges. The strategies in global does not work in the local. Okay, so you need to accommodate the real things in the people alignment. Okay, so they are fantastic points actually. Okay, so the conceptual things we can get it in any books, but these are the real great insights. So one more question from Manish is he's talking about the balance scorecard methodology or OKR methodology. How does that picking up in Nigeria and Africa? Is this something anything you would like to tell about it?
Yeah, I think the approach is coming on. Again, there are 2 approaches. There are companies who are approaching it from a performance management perspective, which in my view, I think is faulty, because you're just using the balance scorecard as a performance management tool. And sometimes when you look at the initiatives, when they're broken down or cascaded down to the individuals, it doesn't really show the linkage to the strategy. I think that's where the gap is. But it's an approach that a number of organizations are using. I think the key is the rigor in trying to agree the elements of your strategy and then breaking them down into what are the key financial results that you have? What are the key internal results that you must focus on? So it's not a checklist of everything, but what are the things that really matter? And then how do you break it down to a number of results that, okay, at the function and then at the individual level that you have? I think it's having that balance that is creating a challenge, but it's a practice that is being adopted by people, but I think the results are limited depending on the approach. Those who have taken it from performance management as a HR tool or whatever, I don't think they're getting the maximum value of it. A number of people have taken it from a strategic perspective to show that they're doing the right things. The key question is the depth of going down to say, okay, how do you line it down to everything that you do and you put the right measures. I think getting some of these things to be done requires time and effort from the leadership team and everyone seeing it as their own. It's not a HR or it's not a strategy director concept. It's the business leader that has the final responsibility for that.
Fantastic. So one more question, Alex. I know you have done a great job in helping the team to define KPIs, appropriately measures. Okay, so that is something very important to define key measures, the key performance indicators or strategic measures. So now, because of the artificial intelligence and you can search anything, ChatGPT, you can get KPIs. What we see is that people don't pay attention to defining and selecting appropriate KPIs, what is required. They just go by what artificial intelligence or something recommended, and they start measuring it. So in your experience, what do you advise? Is it something KPI should be selected properly with minimal number so that you can pay attention? So you are really, you have defined it for your organizations. Can you just quickly brief it?
I think you can use AI to throw up examples, because what AI will do, it will tell you what happens in other parts of the world. So there's nothing wrong with borrowing from others. But you then have to localize it within your organization. What is critical? And also, there's certain KPIs depending on the level of development of your organization or where you are at a particular stage is critical, and whether you have the tools or resources to measure that. Else you end up creating an industry which doesn't add any benefit. So one of the first principles I always say is that any KPI or data that you're gathering coming from the bottom, especially from a sales rep, if it's not useful for the sales rep in making his decision and to become a better salesperson, it is useless to the company. So it is important that we start from the top. We look at what we want to drive. We look at what it means. So if I take, yes, we want to deliver X revenue, X profit, X this. Why? How? We're going to do it by doing this for the customer. We're going to do it by doing this for the consumer. We're going to do it by giving this kind of service and this kind of cost. Now, how do we measure the service for the consumer? What is it that the consumer, so how do we link it to something internal? That's the kind of process that you have to go through until it comes down, and then to say, okay, in the day-to-day of our people, what do we measure? How can we measure better? And what are the things we can therefore look at that adds up to this? If we have the tools, fine. If we don't have the tools, okay, are we mature enough to go through that transition? You know, some organizations will just come, okay, let's do sales automation. I said, but you don't have the right processes. You're not doing the right activities on the field. You're not looking at the right things. So if you automate rubbish, you get rubbish results, or you just get a tick box. You know, it's reports, charts. Nobody is taking a decision. So good to use what exists from outside, but it should cascade from what are you trying to achieve. Pick what you can measure within your organization, and then look at areas of improvement. What are critical? What are the things where you have gaps? You can start to look at the process for how you put that in place. So if we're measuring the way our sales team operates at the shop level, we've got to look at what are the kind of decisions or facts or data that they need to have to make it a call. How does this, if we cascade this from one rep through 300 reps, gives us a picture of how well we're doing? Which ones are the most critical? We can't give them 20 things to measure, because then their time is spent collecting. They become a ministry of information rather than being sales people or the supply chain guys. In my experience, a lot of people don't like reporting, right? Especially commercial guys. But it's because we made it an industry. We've not shown them the utility of reporting in helping them to become better and how it helps the business. So for me, it's simplify, add, look at what you have, remove. Don't make it more complex for them, but make it tailor-made to your own category, right? And to the level of your organization.
Perfect. So one more question I would like to ask. Based on your experience in sales, you understand customer very well, okay? Based on you work with the global organizations, local, everything. Now, what are just in your experience, how to define customer objectives? Okay, so customer objectives is something which is almost always it's a little open. So people are very clear about financial objectives. People are more or less clear about internal, the enablers. So from when you go to the customer, so the selecting right objective, which is part of your strategy, is something which is always confusing. You want to talk about something?
I think at the customer level, you've got to look at what are you expecting, what is the role of the customer, and what are you trying to drive? So if I have a distributor, for example, what am I expecting from my distributor? I need my distributor to therefore be able to distribute my product. So I need to be sure that, do I have the right availability? So am I looking at weighted distribution that is good? For him to do that, okay, he needs to cover the outlet. So am I looking at his coverage and the quality of the coverage either by the weight? Okay, for him to be able to cover and sell, he needs to have inventory. Okay, what's the inventory policy? Is it under, is it over? So it's those kind of measures that you can look at. What's the productivity or efficiency? Okay, yes, when they cover the outlets, okay, the sales guys make calls. Within those calls, are they able to sell? And what's the level of sales that they make? So we can measure. If I have a portfolio, are they able to sell across the portfolio? So basically for customers, you're looking across the sales drivers. What are the things that drive sales? So you can look at the output. The output is the volume or the revenue that I get from the outlet, but the process or the drivers of that output is, do I have availability? Am I making the right calls? Am I selling the right quantity out of that? Am I getting my service right? And then, of course, am I also capturing some bits and pieces of information or feedback around offtake from those particular customers? So it depends on the kind of, if it's a retailer, of course, I'm looking at, okay, the offtake from the shelf. I'm looking at my shelf space. I'm looking at my availability. I'm looking at inventory. I'm looking at lost sales, the things that ensure that, okay, I'm not losing sales from those particular outlets. So the KPIs have to be tailored to the particular customer type and their roles, what you expect them to do for you, and that's the way I would set KPIs for customers.
Perfect, sir. I would like to ask my last question to you. Being in a region where you have a lot of fluctuations in the currency rates and the other legal and compliance issues. Okay, so how do you define risk and compliances into your strategy?
I think risk, it's critical to do that because you've got to determine where the risks come in. And so if I take, like one of the examples you gave, if you take currency risk, for example, right? So if you have foreign currency risk because of fluctuations, it then means that your pricing is critical. You'd also then have the challenges of the local economy, right? So how do you do pricing? There are two ways you can do pricing. One is I increase the price outright. The second is I can keep my price static, but I reduce the quantity I offer, right? For you to be able to do that, it then means there are lead times for packaging, lead times for sizing, maybe the dyes that you might use or the equipment that allows you to use them. So when we do risk management, we will look at all of these scenarios and do a simple extrapolation. So in the past, the dollar in the last 1 year has devalued massively in Nigeria from about 448 to 1,000 naira. But I can tell you that in 2015, we had actually done scenarios to show the dollar going up to 1,000. And we had different options. If the dollar went to this amount, we were going to reduce the size of the soap from this to this. Okay. Or at this price point, because there's a coinage issue, we're going to increase the pricing, we're going to do. So that's the way you bring in your risk management into the way you execute. And then the choices you make for inventory. Do I keep high inventory because the price might go up and therefore I can benefit from that exchange rate? Do I price in advance of currency change? So I'm always pricing in advance so that way, by the time we're ready to pay for, I've already hedged because I've priced in advance. So these are elements that you put during your strategic planning, and therefore you put some of those decisions and then you might take some steps. Now, the lead time for some things, I'll use an example, dyes in soaps, is like 6 or 8 months. Now, because we have defined the sizes, we went ahead to order all the dyes for the different stages. So when it came to that point where the currency was at a particular level, you just press the button. But it meant, okay, these dyes, of course, are assets. You have to keep them. There has to be an agreement that we're going to keep these assets on ground so that it gives us the speed and the ability for us to be able to react immediately rather than have an 8-month lead time when the currency is fluctuating every 1 week or 2 weeks. So that's an example.
It's a really great scenario planning. You said it without saying. So scenario planning is really great. Okay, so great. Any more questions from? So there is one question. When we consult organizations, we push them to achieve our vision. How must we look to our customers? And then the client starts scratching their head because so far they have measured only customers only based on market share. Yeah. So I don't know what's the question basically. Manish, I will write it to Alex. Yeah, we'll get it answered. Okay. Okay, sir. So any final words from you, Alex? Yep.
I think for me, final words will always be, and this is what I tell any new entrants to our business, especially the graduate trainees. I say, go and check the websites of all the companies. They basically say the same thing from a strategy perspective. We'll be the best at serving our consumers, we'll be the best in serving customers, we'll offer the best supply chain, we'll offer this. I say, why do they then get differences in results? The difference is in the person who does what he says he's going to do. And in doing what you say you're going to do, you must think it through, because it's easy to write words. When it comes to execution, people run away from that. And part of that writing words and getting it done is ensuring that everybody works together to put those words together. If you put them together, you're more likely going to execute. And that's why having that alignment helps and works. Thank you very much.
Perfect. Yes. Thank you, Alex, for a very insightful explanation of your experience. Okay, so really thank you very much. If there is any question, I know we'll post you. Okay, so it's a really great presentation. Thank you, Alex, for joining.
All right, then. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, team Deep, I think we should invite our next speaker, Dr. Hussam. Okay, now this is a very critical topic, what we are going to talk. Okay, how the nurturing and changing the culture. It is one of the most critical element in the strategy transformations. So Dr. Hussam has a very vast experience in strategy planning, strategy execution, strategy monitoring. So he is really truly a transformation consultant, he is a business manager and business owner. So let us welcome Dr. Hussam, then let him brief about himself. Okay, so Dr. Hussam, yeah, please welcome and you please share your thoughts. Deep, do you have Dr. Hussam? Make sure he joined. Give us a minute so that we'll check with Dr. Hussam. Yeah. So Dr. Hussam is joining in a minute. Okay, so he's just trying to fix up his mic and laptop. Okay, so wonderful session so far. It's a more than 4 to 5 hours now. So thank you for all being patient, attending the seminar in the patiently. And by the way, many people are attending through YouTube channel and Facebook channel because they don't want to join in a formal way. So there are many who have joined our YouTube channel and also Facebook channel. Okay, so we will make sure that all your questions are answered. Please make sure that you post all your questions. Okay, so Dr. Hussam is available. Let him set up his laptop and speaker. Okay, Dr. Hussam, once you are able to, yeah. So Dr. Hussam, I was just introducing about you to the audience. Okay, so Dr. Hussam brings a rich experience in strategy planning, strategy execution, and overall strategy transformation. So he successfully transformed many organizations across the globe. Okay, so he is attending from I think he's at, I don't know, you are attending from Morocco or France. You're a global man. Okay, Dr. Hassan, Dr. Hussam, please take up your presentation and then brief about your insights.
Okay. Hi, thank you very much. I'm just trying to get this, my presentation on. 1 second.
Yeah, it is visible, Dr. Hussam, please.
No, it's not this one. Not this one. 1 second. Sorry, because I'm not used to this WebEx thing,
Take it up.
Oh, we're not losing time. I have to upload the file to the for presenation, or
no, you directly share it from your screen. Okay, you have a share button on the bottom. Just click on it and share it. Yeah.
But I don't know. I'm clicking on that PowerPoint. I have like many files open, so I'll close them first. And then go back. Okay.
Yeah, we can see discipline and planning. That's what.
Yes. Now I'll go to start. Okay.
Perfect. Yeah.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. Or good evening. I don't know where you are, but good morning and good evening to everyone. As Mr. Doctor, I really want to thank first Mr. Qadir and Fluid Strategy for this interesting meeting, online. And I will be trying to today to highlight the importance of people and executing strategies through something we call competencies. As I said, so our purpose here is today is talk about the engagement of people. So as Mr. Kader, told me about myself, but I just want to tell you a little bit about myself. I'm not trying to introduce myself, but as something. But I just wanted you to know that. Actually, I'm an entrepreneur, so who worked like in the entrepreneurship in the business world in the 5 continents for almost like 25 years. Strategic advisor by education and by practice. Actually, I'm a certified strategist, so I hold lots of certifications. So my background is not coming only from the practical world, it's coming also from the professional certifications that I got in terms of strategic planning, psychometrics, like strategic planning, many different fields like system thinking, balance scorecard, blue ocean strategy, many others, you know. So I'm just trying to introduce this because my talk today is not backed up by my, you know, my certification experience, but also my certifications, but also it's coming from the practical world. I applied over like 60 strategic plans for large, medium size, and a little bit small organizations. I lecture and read and write in 3 languages: Arabic, English, and French. And by the way, today I'm in Morocco. Okay, I'm between France, Morocco, and Spain nowadays. So this is just a little bit of introduction about myself. I would like to start with this phrase that was, you know, that was said by Denzel Washington. You know, dreams without goals are just dreams, and ultimately they fuel disappointment. On the road to achieve your dreams, you must apply discipline, but more importantly, consistency, because without commitment, you will never start, but without consistency, you'll never finish. Actually, I like this phrase because it speaks about 2 very important things in strategic execution, which is discipline and consistency. All right. So this discipline, you know, is a very, very important word that we lost the sense of it, as a matter of fact. So in terms of strategic execution, we're talking about discipline in thinking, discipline in leadership, discipline in performance. So it's very, very important. The discipline should be there in our strategic execution. If you hear about this tale of the elephant and the 6 blind men, I just want to, you know, borrow some wisdom out of this. So, like, if you know the story that 6 blind men went to the forest and they were introduced to an elephant, and they were asked to know without seeing, because they're blind, what is this object? So the one who held the back of the elephant, he said, "This is a wall." The other one, when he handles the leg of the elephant, he said, "This is a column." And the other one who caught the tail of the elephant, he said, "It's a snake." And this is who held the trunk, actually. And the other one who held the tail, he said, "This is a fan." And the one who held the horn, he said, "A spear," and a rope. So everyone now in the industry, we are surrounded with a lot of noise. You see, the people who learn about, I'm talking about now, for example, the world of strategic planning. Who knows about blue ocean strategy? They said, the only way in planning is blue ocean strategy. The people who handles the what we call the balance scorecard, they say it's only balance scorecard, and so on and so forth. So everybody is describing a wall or column or a snake or a fan or a spear, or this is not actually the right. I believe this is the right thing, because we have to think about something called holism. Holism in thinking is the natural way and the right way of thinking. So why thinking? Because you see, we have so many styles of thinking: creative, decision making, whatever. But why thinking? Because everything starts with our thinking, and how we think is how we are. That's the importance of thinking. Our behavior, our actions are coming from our thinking. So if we talk about the strategic puzzle, what we call the strategic management, then we're talking about 4 different things. We're talking about strategic thinking, strategic planning, strategic execution, and strategic leadership. So we're not talking about only thinking. Okay, thinking starts with thinking, then you go to planning, then you go to strategic execution, then to the leadership, and then you go back, and then you go back in a circle. So there is no line process here. There is a circular process that continuously goes on. So So to be able to resolve this puzzle, you have to think about these 4 strategic components. By the way, these strategic components are the one approved by the International Association of Planning, the Planning Association, based in the United States and America, but all over the world, and it has certifications. Whatever I'm talking today, it has the background of this, book of knowledge of the Association of Strategic Planning. So these 4 components are making the strategic puzzle, and we have to think about them as one important bulk. Okay. Even the Strategic Association, the International Association of Strategic Planning, they indicated in their book of knowledge that started in 2015, 10 attributes of any strategic management. You see, so we have these things established. So we don't have to, keep saying things that are not relevant, or because some of the big organizations or big names who claims that they are big consultants, they can say things and they can destroy the whole world. So the attributes of any successful strategic management system, there are 10 attributes. I will highlight these things to you very quickly. They have to be all based on system approach. I will speak about systems. Just to let you know, our respectable audience, that we are not talking directly about the importance of people. We have to fix first our way of thinking, okay, and our discipline in thinking and planning and execution to be able to reach the people engagement. So the system approach is one. Change management and leadership development is the other. Performance information that this strategic management system assures. External and internal environment study, because this is actually a need. All the time it's been overlooked. We have to apply strategic initiatives. Every successful strategic management system should have a supporting toolkit. We have to align strategy and culture, and this is where I highlighted. The base of this presentation is highlighting this alignment between strategy and culture, and then align the organization around strategy, be simple to administer, continuous long-term improvement. So we have to keep improving our strategy, okay, and reviewing it. So these 10 attributes, I advise you to look at them and try to judge any system or program with these 10 best practice attributes of the strategic management. When organization starts with the strategic planning, they stand on the line between success and failure. You see, most organizations, when they are puzzled and they don't know where to go, they think about strategic planning. But they face this saying that is all over the places, and it was established by Harvard Business Review. They said business strategies often fail. This is a well-known by now. According to studies, some 60 to 90% of strategic plans never fully launch. I just want to ask everyone if they agree about that or not. Qadir, can you launch the first poll, please? So okay, so I'm seeing that yes, they agree. Okay, fine. Okay, let's talk about this at the end of the this is actually from the ground. Okay, and most of the people, they agree about this statement. But when you are facing the strategic planning solution for your organization, and you are faced with this, so what to do? You say, no, I don't want to go to the strategic planning. I don't want to resolve my problems. Or you still go to strategic planning while you know that 60 to 90% of strategic plans never fully launch. So what to do? Is this gonna be a loss in investment, waste of time, or what? It's time to discipline. And you see, we always tell people, tell our kids to be disciplined, but actually we are the ones who needs to be disciplined. Disciplined in thinking, disciplined in planning, disciplined in actions, and disciplined in leadership. Strategic management is a cycle, as we said. It has strategic thinking, strategic planning, strategic execution, strategic leadership, and all based on systems approach. And the feedback goes in and out between these components. So system approach is the base for the discipline and thinking and planning and actions and leadership. So before we jump to judgment, then we have to start discipline our thinking, planning, actions, and leadership. Remember the word holism. We have to think about holism all the time. This is a question that I always ask people when I start any general training about strategic planning or strategic management, or even when I launch the workshops. Why do we need strategic planning or a strategy? Why the organization needs a strategic planning effort, or they need a strategy? So just let me hear why. Just give me one word or two words about an answer for this, if you don't mind. Can you just give me some of your thoughts? This is a fundamental question. Why do we need strategic planning? Okay. 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 All right. Look, most of the answers that I ever receive from people that we need more profitability, we need to be better, we need to accomplish, things, we need to have a better way of success in business or whatever. So if you look at these things, all the answers that you can receive from the planning or strategy is about transformation, is about change. Change is in the heart of any strategic planning or a strategy. So if you cannot achieve change, then you cannot actually launch or execute strategies, because it's everybody talks about going from one situation to the other. That's why here we're talking about change. Okay, so to be able to change, we have to change our way of thinking. So we have to go to the holism way of thinking or systems way of thinking. We'll talk about this. So when we talk about holism, we're talking about we have to take a helicopter view, go out up there like 4,000 feet above the ground and see the whole situation, and then work on the enterprise, and then go down. After you work on an enterprise, you go down to work in the enterprise, and then you have to check on the enterprise and then go on a cycle. So when you work on the enterprise with the helicopter view, you have a clear outcomes and goals, which you include in your strategy. And then when you work in the enterprise, you work on all the systems that make your goals and outcomes achievable. And then when you execute, then you evaluate your relations to output and outcomes and give the feedback and start on and on. So this is the holism. You see, outside, inside, outside again, holism. So you have to analyze any enterprise within its environment all the time. Okay. So we have a continuous feedback and assessment update. So these two words are very important to differentiate. And I think one of them is very famous and the other one is not famous, which is systemic, and the other one is systematic. Systematic is the most famous because we are actually living in a linear world. Everybody is teaching us to think systematically, but they don't teach us to think systemically. Okay, and actually the systems approach are systemic. They are not systematic, unfortunately. Maybe this is a little bit of shocking to a lot of people of you, but actually we shouldn't be systematic. We have to be systemic. So if we talk about systems here, then we talk about about what? What are systems? I always ask people systems. They said, law, this and that, but the systems as per this general system theory that was established between 1940 and 1970, it's a set of components that work together for the overall objective of the whole. So these are the systems. See, just always keep this in your mind. Set of components work together with the overall objective of the whole. Okay, this was established by Ludwig von Bertalanffy in 1954 in the general system theory. Okay, and he said actually in a way or another that the purpose behind his theory was that this saying actually in one way or another we're forced to deal with complexities with wholes or systems in all field of knowledge. This implies a basic reorientation in a scientific thinking. So we have to reorient our way of thinking to be able to think properly and achieve things properly. Okay, Dr. Carl Lewin said there is nothing more practical than a good theory. Okay, so organizations are open systems. Open, then there's something closed. Everything in the world living is an open system. Organizations are open system. Humans are open system. The only closed system in the world is the amoeba, which is the single-celled creature. But others, they are open systems. Why we call them open? Because they are open to their environment. They take from the environment, they give to the environment. That's why we call them open systems. So if we talk about open systems, then we talk about just 4 concepts of open systems on Earth. So we have 8 levels of open system, 12 natural ways of living systems on Earth, the input and output model, and the natural cycles of life. Levels of open system, we have 8 levels. As you can see, they are like a pyramid hierarchy. So we have cells, organs, individuals, whatever. And then we have only 3 levels in the organizations, which are individuals, teams, and the organization itself, and controlled by 6 competencies. Enhancing self-mastery based on the individuals, building the interpersonal individual to individual, facilitating empowered teams, collaborating across functions, integrating organizational outcomes, creating strategic alliance. I will not speak about everything because this will take a lot of time. Actually, we're running out of time, but these are the 12 natural laws of open systems. So we have 6 that controls the whole system and 6 that will control the inner parts of these systems, you see? And then the most important thing is how the systems think. Okay, systems think systemically. All right, so we have to stop talking about this kind of creative thinking, whatever strategy, this creative thinking, analogical system thinking, whatever. Like Einstein said, any intelligent fool can make things bigger and more complex. It takes a touch of genius and a lot of courage to move in the opposite direction. The how systems think, they start with the future. Okay, the outputs, the outcomes, as I said before, the outside, and then they establish the feedback loop to know that they are on the right way, and then they go to the today, the current situation. You see, most of the strategic applications, they go first with today, and they start analyzing the SWOT analysis, whatever, before even talking about the future. This is wrong. They have to start with the future. They have to dream first, and then see what will make them, what will prevent them from achieving this dream. and then they create the system for the throughputs, and then to they reach, and they keep looking at the environment. This is very simple way of thinking. You can learn it in 5 minutes and you can start applying it instead of spending years just to learn how to think creatively and how to think logically and so on and so forth. Very simple. This is the natural way of thinking. I'll present you a video that actually that I created about systems thinking, and okay. So I hope that you guys see how we think systemically every day, naturally. Okay, Mr. Qadir, how we are doing with the time?
Yeah. All
Okay,
good, all good. We have another 15 minutes. Yeah.
okay. Because I just want to. So we're talking about five steps with 5 natural or universal questions. We start first with the end in mind. Where do you want to go to be? And then you establish the feedback, how you will know that you will get there. And then we'll start with the input, which is today, the components of today, where we are now, and then we establish a throughput system that can take us from C to A, and then we have always to watch the environment, what will be changing always around us in the environment, and then that will affect our achievement. So if you ride a car, it's the same. It's very natural way. I don't know how they let us think differently, and they convince us that this is the right way of thinking. Like you have to think logically. You have to think that. You have to think. Actually, what they say, logic is not logic at all, because it's not actually natural and it's not universal. Okay, so we're getting out of ourselves. So to be able to go back and discipline our thinking, instead of thinking about parts and activities, we have to think holistically, or holism. Instead of being closed in thinking, we have to have an open way of thinking, like sharing, taking ideas of others, participative, planning, and so on and so forth. Instead of thinking or working fragmented or separate, you have to integrate and collaborate. You have to be integrative and collaborative. Instead of being analytical or narrow-minded, you have to use the input and output, based on the environment. Instead of being reserved and you don't consider feedbacks, please consider feedback. Okay. And then instead of artificial either or, so you can always hear in these conversations, we have the solution, either this or that. No, you have to think about multiple outcomes, because I have a course called solution seeking. Actually, people say problem solving. We say in the system thinking, solution seeking, okay? Because we are not solving problems, we are seeking solutions, as a matter of fact. Okay, so remember, how you think is how you are. Okay, these are the properties of the open systems. Actually, we have like 14 different properties, and all systems have a purpose. So you need in your planning, you have to establish the purpose right of your organization. And as just a note, a little note, purpose is the reason, what we call in French, raison d'être, the reason for your existence. That when this reason goes, you go. Okay. For example, what is the purpose of the human being? Is to protect their lives. Okay. What is the purpose of organizations? I'll give you, like, a purpose is just simple 2 words. Okay. What is the purpose of any organization, whether it's profitable or non-profitable organization, or governmental, or whatever? You will be shocked.
Survival. Yeah.
Not survival. It will be, it is serving customer. These 2 words. Purpose is always 2 words. Okay, serving customers, serving clients, serving citizens. These are the purpose, because when citizens go, you go. When clients go, you go. You understand? So the purpose is a word that it's the reason of your existence. The real reason that has no effect in religion or race or anything. It's just universal principle. Okay. So the purpose, I repeat, the purpose of any organization is to serve customers, serve citizens, serve others. Okay. So it's not profitability. These are goals. Multiple goals. You see, systems have multiple goals, but they have only one purpose. One purpose that keeps them alive. If this purpose goes, they go. That's it. So I just wanted to highlight this because this is very important. Systems, the open systems change naturally as well. So we think we always bring this iceberg theory to highlight, because it applies how natural systems change. We always think only about the content. When we have a problem, we think about the tip of the iceberg. But the tip of the iceberg only has 13% of the whole picture. Everything lies down under the iceberg. The iceberg that caused the drowning to Titanic was actually very strong from under. That's why it wasn't just a small tip above the sea level like this one on the left down. So it was. So you see, the problem of the iceberg systems change naturally, because you have to start with the culture and commitment at the bottom, and then you go and take care of the structures and frameworks, and then you go to the processes, okay, and change them to be able to achieve the proper content or the proper goal, whatever visible, okay. But remember, resources and competencies, they are needed more down, not up. You see, I am reminding you of this. 90% of strategic plans fail because people, they don't have this discipline of thinking. Okay. And that's why we have something we call content myopia. The content myopia, the disappearance of the content. The results are not clear. The results are not achieved because you are not taking. You are spending your effort on the content, on the top of the iceberg, not on the bottom of the iceberg, because it's difficult. It's invisible, so you ignore it. All right, like Jack Welch said, any jerk can have short-term earnings. You squeeze, and the company sinks 5 years later. You see, they always think about content. Okay, and also for the change cycle, all the change, when you start changing, then you have to go down. You have to bear a loss. Okay, loss is a given on that part of the roller coaster of change. And then when you are consistent and you keep pushing towards the goal, then you can start going up and achieving your. This is also a natural cycle. These two theories, which is the roller coaster of change and the iceberg theory, theory of change, they depict how systems change. So discipline in plan. Now we finish the discipline in thinking. We'll talk about discipline in planning. So what system of planning do you guys prefer? Like planning framework. Some people say they like, for example, the balance scorecard, the blue ocean strategy, whatever. Okay, so regardless, we will first differentiate between two terms: the planning versus management. Okay, so what is there any difference between planning and management? Yes. Okay, of course there is, because planning and management, planning is the cycle and the management is the result. So the strategic management is the cycle that you transfer your planning into a yearly cycle for execution. Okay, so I think we're running out of time. I just want to go, Mr. Kader. Give me the time.
Another 5 minutes you have. So if you would like to,
Yeah.
they have some
Okay.
questions. Yeah.
All right. So let me just show you this actually the system thinking approach for implementing strategic management. Okay. So it's the same steps, the 5 steps of system thinking, but it has the customer value. It has from the beginning, and then it has all the steps that you need to reach. Okay. So you have all the processes and everything. So remember, we have the smart start. The smart start here and here. So before you start planning, you have a smart start where you prepare for planning, and before you start executing, after you create your strategy, vision, mission, core values, whatever, then you have to have a smart start to implement. And this is where you stop for a while and you think about the first and foremost project, which is the organizational design. Okay. This is the first step in the transformation. I just want to talk to you very quickly about that. So you have to design the bus. As Jim Collins said, it's better to first get the right people to the bus. Okay, wrong people off the bus and the right people in the right seat, and then figure out where to drive. See? So now organizations are not walls and desks and whatever. Organizations are people. If people fail, organizations fail. And leaders fail. So you have to design the bus that you will take people with. The smart start always start from, this is what I do as a consultant. This is what I do when I finish with organizations and we go to the next step of execution. We do these actions. First, establish and enforce the SMO, the Strategic Management Office. Start the redesigning of the organization. Now, no organization after planning should be the same, with the same organizational structure, with the same people structure. You have to restructure the organization according to the strategy. You have to redo the operating processes according to the structure, the new structure. You have to install and activate the change plan. You have to have a very strong change management plan. And you have to have a 1-year operation for the organization based on the strategy. You have to have a performance management system like the system of Mr. Kader, the Fruit strategies, the system of performance management. And then you have to prepare a general yearly budget. These are the most important things before you talk about implementing strategic plans. This is where we start. And this might take months, no problem. This is the smart start that you have to do. And we consider these things are initiatives that you have to put a pre-start to the execution. People overlooks this and they say, a strategic plan fails. You have to have a watertight integrity. Organizations, when you restructure them, you have to divide them to strategic business units that are responsible for delivering the value and main function areas that are serving actually units, the strategic business units. All right. This is actually my circle that I put in the psychometric books for the high individual performance. It comes out of skills, abilities, and traits. Look at this. For example, we hire people based on their CV. Their CV actually is their skills. It's only 1/4, and I consider it even 10% of the capability of a person to do the work. Imagine. So imagine how we think. We think only CVs. CVs, they create 5%, in my opinion, 5 to 10% ability of the person to achieve the goals. That's why this organization in Florida, they followed up the Harvard and MIT graduates, and they established a fact saying 5% of those graduates can make it to be good managers. Imagine, they studied in Harvard and MIT. Anyway, we talk about competencies. Competencies, they are just the traits that you need to perform. The competencies are the traits defined in terms of behaviors needed for successful job performance. And what I mean to say, that if you want your people to be successful, you have to establish their competencies. Think about competencies like a film. Clint Eastwood, for example, the scenarist brings the text to Clint Eastwood, and then he started to think who's going to be good for that role, who's going to be good for that role, and they teach the actors how to behave, to be able to be successful in their roles. Imagine. So strategies for people, you need to establish very clear competency frameworks, and you need to establish very clear behavior and attitude for your employees. You don't rely on people. Okay, if they are not good, then you can teach them. If they are not good after teaching them, then you can take them out and bring somebody else. But you have to use this competency, which is the behavioral science in the organization. This is how you change the culture of the organization. It controls the structuring, the job description, the selection and handling, the career development, the performance and feedback, the training and development, the compensation and benefits. This will control the whole organization, the whole people. You see, the competencies, they have behavioral competencies, they are core, leadership, job family, and so on and so forth. Layers of the organization. So every job of the organization will have a competency profile containing of the core competencies, the job family, the technical, the leadership competencies. We create the competency dictionary for the organization, and then we create a competency profile for every job that has all the competencies, the behavioral guideline of these jobs. And for example, we go for this competency, client focus, then we establish levels of this behavior and distribute it. You see, distribute it to the jobs in the structure, in the new structure of the organization, and we decide which level of this behavior should be. You see, look, for example, we are talking about behavior here. Level 1, response to immediate client needs. Respond to client needs in a timely, professional. So when you do the performance management, you manage these behaviors. You ask employees, laugh, stand up, turn around, don't talk like this, talk like this. You have to control the behavior of employees inside the organization. That is coming actually and integrated from strategy, from the core values that you have in the strategy, from your mission, from your vision. Programmer analyst, we talk about this as an example. So we talk about core competencies, like 4 competencies here, and then we talk about job based, and then we talk about job specific. So as practice said, you have to have maximum 12 competencies because people cannot handle more than that. Okay, so for example, this we have like 11, right? So we establish the job competencies for every employee, and we measure, we give feedback, we give them training based on this, and this is how we can change the culture of the organization. All right. So the research indicated that 63 in turnover increase in employee satisfaction due to greater clarity about the performance expectations. Wherever you go, 19% improvement of employee performance, 12.5% increase in sales and profits, 600% increase in overall business impact because of this behavioral control, and 640% improvement in their leadership bench strength, 480% improvement in leader engagement and retention. Okay, 26% higher in revenue per employee, 28% higher, less likely to downsize during whatever, and so on and so forth. These are the impact. Look at this: 144% greater ability to plan for future workforce needs, 156% greater ability to develop great leaders using this kind of discipline in the organization. So competencies, they control the performance of the organization instead of smart goals. You have to do competency-based performance management. Okay, I'm talking about employees. This should be part of the HR thing. So we have to do the 360 organization performance management. Some of the best, or great business high performance, customer value. So here you translate your strategic components like core values, mission, vision into these competencies, and you enforce it into the organization. So you determine what and how people can accomplish these things. I will go to the last slide actually. So this is just the implementation. So in summary, we talk about the effective competency system are based on critical need for or driver for change, which is the company's vision or the enterprise vision and mission. Clearly communicate expectations to employees, easy to use tools, facilitate managers, have a senior management support, walk the talk, provide means for aggregating the information. This is the best competency-based system, management-based system, to make employees really, really effective and participating in the success. And always remember that people support what they help create. Always remember this word. People support what they help create. And my question now to you, after you answered, yes, all strategic plan fails. My question to you is, do strategic plans fail, or do we fail them? We fail them. Okay. Yes, we fail our strategic plans, not the strategic plan fails. We shouldn't look for problems outside ourselves. Strategic plans, they don't fail because they are objects. You create them and you fail them. They don't fail by themselves. So we need to stop talking about these things. These are some references. If this presentation is shared for you to read, whatever, these are the base of my presentation. And thank you very much for listening. I'm sorry for just jumping some slides because I was trying to establish the logic here. And if there's any question that I can answer, I can answer. If there is no, I hope you guys enjoyed the ride with me. Thank you very much for your listening.
Thank you, Dr. Rusam. Thank you. It's a completely different perspective, how to look at the strategy. Systems thinking, that is something eye-opener, and competencies, the people. Okay, so you really bring a different dimension to the strategy execution. Okay, it's a really a great presentation. So we just run out of time. Any questions, we'll just pass it to you for answer. But just before closing, I would like to have one question, which is very important.
Yes.
So,
yes.
In almost all the strategy transformations, so there will be very difficult people. Okay, so who resist change. So how to deal with them based on your experience? Yeah. So one last question for you.
Okay. Look, first we have to deal with in creating. This is a very important question, by the way, Kader. Huh? In creating the strategy, as I told you, remember this word always and repeat it. People support what they help create. So the participative planning is very important to reduce the resistance, because resistance has two types of people. One, the deniers, okay? The deniers, they are there whether you like it or you don't like it, because they have special interests in them. And the other one, the other type of resistance, which is the majority of resistance, actually like 60% of the resistance or 70%, they are suspicious about the results. These will be your best friends. Don't ever, downgrade them or look at them in a bad eye. But first you have to do participation planning. So you have to involve everyone from different types of the organization, different levels of organization, and this is what we do in our strategic planning workshops. We involve people. I involve almost like 20 to 30% of the people in the organizations. Okay, it's, throughout series of workshops. So we reduce the resistance using this. Then, when we reach actually the execution, then in the smart start, we prepare a change plan, change management plan. This change management plan will involve a lot of talks, a lot of people, a lot of direct contact from between the change movers and those people, and we will learn, we will assure them, we will make them feel better, we will communicate with them. Okay, and the last thing that I can talk about resistance, when we exhaust all these solutions, we reach to the point that we have to shift resistance, not remove resistance. Okay, the word shift is a lever that we use in the tipping point framework structure. Shifting means that, because if you kick out people who resist you in the beginning, you will have your fingers pointing on you, that you are a dictator and you don't care about people and so on and so forth, and this might reflect a bad effect on the employees. So that's why we use the word shift. Shifting resistance means shifting, either you shift those guys who resist to locations and the organization that they don't have too much impact. Okay, so you are trying to hide them. Okay, this is what we call shift. Okay. And if you fail, you can shift them to somewhere else far away from the organization, or you can shift them outside the organization as a last mile. So we're talking about shifting organization, but you see, it's not only one solution. You have to start from the beginning. Participative planning, talking, and the smart start before execution. Also, you have to create change management plan. Throughout the planning sessions, you have to create a publicity team who will, or communication team, who will talk to people about this, the benefits, whatever, distribute flyers, talk to people about it. So you're trying to reduce this until you reach to the execution. Perfect. And before that, perfect, you create your change management plan.
Perfect.
That's my
perfect. Yes. Dr. Hussam, very important. This last point, you really made a very nice point. Definitely. So thank you, Dr. Hussam, for your fantastic presentation and insights. So
thank you very much. Thank you for everybody. Thank you, Mr. Kader.
Okay, so we'll pass the questions to you for answering. Okay, so okay. Thank you, Dr. Hussam.
Thank you.
Let us welcome our new speaker, Deep. If you can make Samir the presenter. Okay.
Am I audible?
Yeah. Welcome, Samir. Samir Govardhan is a seasoned professional in strategy management. So what I liked about Samir is he's expert in strategy planning part, which is his specialty. Of course, he knows the in and out of strategy execution and organizational change. Okay. So so would like to hear Samir. Have a good time. Thanks for joining. And please carry on from your side, and you can introduce briefly about yourself. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much for all the esteemed speakers today. Mashallah, I think there is almost 120 to 30 years of experience collectively speaking here today in the last 3. So it's overwhelming in terms of the wisdom that that I've got in just few minutes of engagement with these speakers. So thank you again very much. Is my screen visible to you guys?
Yes, yes, it's visible. Yeah.
Hello?
Yes, it is visible. Yeah.
Okay. All right. All right. So today, in the next half an hour or so, I'll try my best to skim through the strategic planning process from a practical approach. And just a brief about me. I am Samir. I worked for nearly 14 years of experience in different organizations. I'm a certified strategy project management professional, business planning professional as well. You can find me on LinkedIn. This is where I am. This is my email. And my passion is about strategy and managing the strategy itself. And the more I learn about it, the more I find that it's an ocean that just keeps getting deeper and deeper. And I just today also I learned so many new things. It just makes you feel so humble that no matter how much you learn, you just have to keep learning new things. There is always something new and always something amazing out there that somebody's working on that you can share the experience from. All right, I will move on to the agenda. Basically, there are 3 items that I will be talking about. One is
Can
the
you make it
introduction, then the planning framework.
presentation mode? Can you make it presentation mode so that we can see?
Okay, let me.
Yeah.
I thought it was in presentation mode.
Yeah.
Let me try again. Is it visible now in the presentation mode?
Not yet. Yep. It is still in a normal mode only. Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe you can reduce the ribbon on the top. Yeah. So that.
Sure. Just let me reshare again. So it's... Is it visible now?
It still did not come up. So maybe it'll come up. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Did you share it, Samir?
All right.
Yeah. Yeah, it's coming now. Yeah,
can you see the?
Perfect. Yep.
Okay. All right. Thank you for confirmation. So the agenda is basically 3 key points that I will be covering. One is just the brief introduction of strategic planning and strategy planning framework, and then followed by the common challenges and the key takeaways from a practitioner perspective. I will try to blend in the theory and the practice in one place. So a quick question to everybody, a food for thought is who here can predict the future? And I know it's very easy to say, but not me, definitely. It's very hard for me to predict the future, and I'm assuming everybody here is a practitioner also face the same challenge. And I can give you case in point, 2020, 2019, if anybody said that, oh, I'm predicting a COVID and a lockdown, then we would need to have a separate conversation then, because I'm sure they can predict a lot more, many more things. I'll refer to Peter Drucker's very interesting message here. Nobody can predict the future. The idea is to have a firm grasp of the present. So essentially what we're trying to do, in my opinion, is we're trying to gather all the components, all the variables that revolve around strategic planning or organization, and try to gauge or assess a reasonably acceptable scenario of a future. Again, a lot of moving parts, a lot of variables there, but we will do, or we strive to do our best to gauge a reasonable picture of the future, how the future will look like, and as Dr. Osama earlier mentioned, how we want to look in the future and come back and build our competencies. There are different schools of thought, strategies. This is a very good book by Dr. Henry, and 10 schools are there: designing, planning, positioning. I'll not delve deep into it. Our focus today will be more on the planning side of it rather than the other schools. And as Mr. Sheikh Saab earlier mentioned in the morning about the execution premium process, I'm also a certified execution premium graduate, and I firmly believe in this field because this looks a very comprehensive methodology to me. I've done quite a research on this, and I'm trying to find to see if this still fits, and I see this is still more relevant as it stands from an execution perspective. What I will try to focus on today's session is on the planning side of it, to see how we can approach in a more practical way towards strategic planning. This is another book that I am very inspired by, and it's a very practical book called The Strategic Management: A Competitive Advantage by Advantage Approach by Dr. Fred David. And this is the framework that he follows, and I'll try to see how we can capture this through our discussions. So what I did in my experience, in my humble experience, is I've tried to learn from different schools, and I've tried to implement what works for our organization, what works for me, what I can relate to. As Dr. Sam mentioned, and Mr. Gopal also had mentioned earlier, many schools, many frameworks, many approaches are there. At the end, what matters is how you look at it and what you can do from those tools. So looking at the organization, every organization has its own maturity and its own life cycle, considering the industry that it is in. So I will not delve deep into this. It's a standard life cycle for every organization and every industry that we operate in. Many examples are there. You have the the camera, you have the USB, many technologies available there. You have the bullock cart too. Now we are looking into space jets and whatnot. So you look at the industries, they are declining. Some of them are in mature stage right now. Some of them are actually beginning to evolve or getting into a growth phase, like the AI industry, the fintech industry. I believe they are in now more of a growth stage, as we had the other speaker speaking earlier. So the idea here is to understand which organization or what is the level of maturity that your organization is in as a practitioner. And you can be a startup and you can be a mature organization, like you can see some of those most valuable brands outside on the right side: Apple, Amazon, Google, Microsoft. Almost all these industries did not exist at least 60 years ago. But there were GE, there was HP, Samsung was there in a different platform. Car manufacturers were there. But you can see the growth, the evolution of the companies, of all the industries there. And just to summarize the point here is, I cannot put Amazon at a startup level and say I will run the strategic planning cycle at that level, right? So the idea is to build a curated framework that fits for the organization. A GE has a lot of moving parts, very big organization across the globe. Coca-Cola, same way. You have McDonald's, same way. Mercedes and Toyota, same way. Moving on, I will focus on the strategy planning framework. And I think this is something that Dr. Assam was also talking, and Mr. Alex was also talking about, is the strategic altitude. You want to look at it from 30,000 feet altitude all the way to the ground level. And as a strategist, it's very important for us to understand the dynamics that work around, and the height or the scale of the operation that you would do from a strategic planning perspective. You start with the market and stakeholder needs, right? Build down and drill down from values, mission, vision, strategy, all the way to operations. One of the important things and basic things I will just reiterate is, how do you execute your strategy, right? In my opinion, the strategy can be executed in only two ways. One is the strategic initiatives that influence your strategy, and your business as usual. So it's your operations. Anything else, I'm yet to find out. But essentially, your strategy is executed through these two elements. Now, how you do it, at what level you do it, it's all subject to and the nature of the organization and the nature of industry you operate. Again, a combination of mission, vision, values. Where do you want to be? What you want to do? What is your purpose of existence, the resources you have in your hand, the capabilities that you have currently in your hand, and the opportunities that are available out there. You might not have the capabilities, but there are opportunities out there that you can build upon and you can thrive upon, and you can capitalize on them and then build your strategic fit. And there's so many cases out there that have evolved as a business model, have disrupted the industry itself. There is Netflix, that initially started as a drop-in DVD service provider, and then now you can all see how Netflix is where Netflix is today. Moving on. So as I mentioned, based on all my experience, all my research and study practice, I have customized and curated a framework that starts from on the left side, which is the strategic planning framework for the organization, all the way to cascading it to the department and to the employee level to manage their performance. This is the holism that we were discussing earlier, Dr. Osam was mentioning. And so I tried to build the holistic approach, no isolation, as Sheikh Saab was saying. So I tried to connect the dots wherever I could. And this is the framework that we came up with as a team. We did a lot of experimentation around it. And our focus today will be on the left side, which is on the organization, the foundation, external analysis, internal analysis, strategy selection, strategy translation to some extent. But I will, considering the time constraint, will stay at the strategy selection. So this is just the summarization or summary of what I just discussed in detail for today's session. The important thing here, as I mentioned earlier, is the cascading part of corporate to business unit to department to employees. If we ignore this element, then your strategy might be very comprehensive, very good document, but it might be a theoretical exercise if you don't execute it and ensure it is cascaded down to the employees level. And again, there is a feedback system. The moment you build your strategy, you agree, there is a consensus that this is the strategy chosen. You would need to go back to the foundation and see if it is still relevant, if it is still making sense in terms of your mission, vision, and values, and the business model is still relevant based on the strategy that you have chosen. And do you need to change your operating model as we had discussed earlier? I will quickly take you through the time frames. So typically, if you want to build a strategy for 3 to 5 years, in my experience, it can last from 1 to 3 months. It's only for the strategy planning, not the whole cycle, just to be clear. And if you want to do 1 to 3 years of strategy, 3 to 5 weeks is a reasonable time. Again, there is a lot of prerequisites that needs to be there and a lot of information that needs to be available for you. 1 to 1 year or 4 quarters or even quarter basis of your operational planning. For a startup, this might be more relevant. You can take 2 to 4 weeks. As I mentioned, again, strategic planning is a continuously evolving process. It's not a rigid exercise. It's not you follow 1 + 1 + 1 + 1 and you can at the end you somehow reached the strategic plan. There is a method to the madness. There is a practical approach to do it, but it's a evolving process. The framework that I have shown you earlier, it has evolved. The way we started was very basic and very nascent level, but it has evolved and matured over the years. So how do you assess the your current capabilities from a strategy perspective? What is your organization focused on strategy at all? If yes, how very well or how much they are focused on strategy organization? So what we came across was a very good tool. I think Sheikh Saab has already incorporated this into the strategy. Is you look at the 5 elements. You ask yourself or the leadership key questions, and I will not get into the details of this, but basically it focuses on what capabilities you have. Does your strategy reflect into the budget? Are the people aligned? Are there any initiatives that are driving your strategy or not? And you rate yourself. You can give it to anybody and everybody, somebody who has good understanding or basic understanding of your strategy, and you come up with a score and then you rate yourself. Now you can do it at a 6 months horizon, you can do it an annual horizon. We used to do it at an annual horizon to understand the shift that has been made And this is an assessment. Like I said, it's more of a subjective approach, but when you have a reference point, you're okay to work with. So when we have a reference point starting at 1.77, and then we did some initiatives, then it has improved. Then we have made continuous evolution. Then in 2023, let's say this is just a simulation, it went down. It could be many reasons, due to the change in leadership, due to change in the business model, or there are many reasons that can influence this. But this is a very good tool. The tool is available online. You can do a lot of research, but I found this to be very good to assess the strategy focus of an organization, and the questions are still relevant. Moving on to the foundation, one of the most underrated the exercise is the strategy, the stakeholder analysis. Give me 1 second. Is the stakeholder analysis. You have the primary, you have the secondary. Primary are the employees, customers, distributors, your business partners, investors, shareholders, and suppliers. And then you have the secondary, government, community, media, competitors, regulatory bodies, and financial institutions. So what we do as a tool is we analyze who these stakeholders are, what is their category, primary or secondary. What is the impact of this is basically, if it's a primary, you have to be extra concerned about their expectations. Secondary, you may or may not have, but you should have a reasonable understanding of what their expectations is, and then you map their impact. Is it high, medium, low? And then you set their expectations. Ideal way to do it is you engage with them and ask them what is their expectation from you, and then you capture that. That's the ideal way, but it practical reasons, sometimes it's not possible for you to engage them. So you put your own reasonable expectations on what could they be expecting from you, right? And then you document this, and then you start building upon it. As in, when you identify more stakeholders, you can go to as detailed as what level of employees are there strategic jobs, and you can start documenting their expectations, and the management, if there are different types of management or different chiefs, you can go to that detail level. This is your choice. But as a mentioned, the stakeholder expectation is very critical for the whole exercise. Otherwise, you might ignore a stakeholder, and he can come and later on just give you insight information that might change the whole planning exercise itself, the outcome of the planning exercise. And I've seen this happening in my experience. Okay, following up on the mission, vision, and the core values, you start with the core values as the base. And I know there are different schools that follow mission comes first and the vision comes first, and then core values are there just to are selected based on what you think is a good core value. In essence, the core values are identified, they are discovered, they're not necessarily selected. It's not a choice. It's basically the DNA of the organization. What decisions, what parameters you will use to make a decision. What do you believe? Are you really eco-friendly organization, right? Now that should reflect on the decisions that you make, right? Do you really believe in respect? Do you really believe, and do you reflect on let's say responsibility or agility? So these are good words to have, but it has to reflect in the organization's way of operations. Followed by the mission. As I mentioned, mission you identify. I will not get details into it, but again, it tells you the fundamental purpose of your existence. Why do you exist? What you do? Good example here is the Google's mission, which is to organize the world's information and make it universally accessible and useful. It's so relevant. One of the key parameters of a mission is it should last over time, over significant changes, unless there is some paradigm shift in the organization itself, but it's still relevant. But if you look at Google now, they have diversified into so many areas and so many businesses, but essentially it revolves around information, somehow directly or indirectly. Followed by the vision. Vision is basically, I know, as I mentioned, there are two schools that says vision comes first and then the mission. But let's look at it. You can look at vision from a long-term vision perspective and a short-term vision perspective, which is 3 to 5 years or 10 years. And I'll give you an example following now to show you what vision could look like. But in a nutshell, what vision talks about is where you want to be in a future, and what your future will look like for you as an organization, right? And it's essential that it needs to be quantified. If you write a good statement which is not quantified, which is not broken down into actually something that you can actually measure, and then you can actually say that, okay, yes, today I've reached here. And I've seen so many examples where they say we want to be a market leader. Okay, what does market leader mean? These are some very important questions that need to be addressed, but which often get ignored. And then later on you find out that we said that we're a market leader, but we just don't know what market leader is or who the market leader is, right? So as I mentioned, giving a perfect example, and I've seen this transformation with my own eyes, and I'm seeing it, living it on a day-to-day basis. Saudi Arabia Vision 2030. It's one of the largest entities or organization that is driving strategy planning to execution to benefit realization to vision realization, right? And if you go to their website, it's evident from the progress, the plan that they have set in place, and the progress that they have made so far. It's unreal. And I'm living through, for those who are in Saudi Arabia right now, you can see, and I'm seeing it since last 10 years, and there is an exponential shift. It's a tectonic shift for the whole country in itself, and the pace at which it's going, it's unreal. And I am telling you from as a resident, and I'm seeing it from a strategic perspective also. It's just exponential, and I think everybody knows there's a lot of news in the media out there to tell you what kind of shift we are talking about, right? And this is His Royal Highness Mohammed bin Salman, as he had mentioned about Vision 2030. And their areas are very clear to have a brighter future for their country and the citizens that reside within it. This is just a quick input on what the shift has been made, which areas they are targeting, what the mega projects or giga projects, as we call it, have been doing. And I would want to just elaborate on the translation of the vision, and you can see it's available on the portal, on the website for everybody to see. But their themes are basically ambitious nation, thriving economy, and a vibrating society. They're broken down into objectives, they're broken down into sub-objectives, and they have established programs. And whatever we see today as a resident, be it online applications, be it education system, the transport, all of these are outcome, and the tourism that is being promoted, the sports that's being promoted, all of these are an outcome of these programs. This is the last available information, that was FY 2020. The indicators just reflect for themselves to see what kind of shift they are. But in a nutshell, basically they are shifting towards a non-oil dependent country, and you can see the results for yourself. If you're a Saudi resident or a Saudi national, it's amazing. It's just amazing to see the growth or the implementation of the strategic plans that they have. All right, moving on to the tool. One of the key elements that I always emphasize is on the business model analysis. And you can start with as simple as business model canvas. This is by all means not a strategy planning tool in itself, but what I found, how people often ignore the basic elements of a business, and because they've been running the business for so many years, they have often taken it for granted, or they just say, okay, it's part and parcel of the game, so we don't need to talk about it, we don't need to discuss about it, right? And I think earlier Mr. Gopal was mentioning about the customer value proposition. This is talking about that. So it starts with the customer value proposition. What value you're bringing to your customer, and then where from where you can get that value, what activities you need to do, what resources you need, what kind of partnerships you need to build, which are your customers, who are your customers, what segment they are in, what kind of relationship you have with them, what kind of channels you'll be talking to them through or engaging them through, what kind of revenue streams you have, and what kind of cost structure you have. And even at a startup level, this is very I found it to be very useful when you're building a plan for a startup company or a relatively new company, and even for a mature organization. A lot of the information might be available in people's mind and people's thought process or in the systems, but when you look at it from this perspective, it gives you in a nutshell what the business is all about. And when we implemented, it was amazing to communicate to people that, look, this is what our value proposition is, these are our customers, these are our A grade or top priority, these are our channels, these are the key resources. So if you look at it from a holistic perspective, it engages you at an organization level, so everybody has a role to play in this. Followed by the operating model, the reflection, if you're already established organization or reasonably mature organization, you will have your operating model in place. Might not necessarily be documented in the way. Again, if you're a GE or Amazon, it will be a different ball game, but I'm talking about a reasonably mature organization, 10-20 years of maturity, and my experience is based mostly in GCC region, so I can relatively talk about GCC more. You need to document your operating model, understand what the operating model is, how do you deliver the value in itself, right? The organization, I'll not delve deeper into this, it's there, the tool is available, but it's important to understand where this tool fits into the strategic planning framework. Okay, one of the most important element of understanding or setting the vision is the strategic change agenda tool. I found this to be very useful, is to make a, let's say, a thought-provoking conversation with the leadership to understand what the future looks like, what do we believe the future will play out, or how the future will play out for us, where do we stand. Let's say, imagine where you will be in 2025 or now 2020, 28 or 2027. You pick a date as per your organization maturity. But essentially what it does, in a nutshell, it tells you what parameters you should consider for you to be in a future state that will help you realize your vision. If you already have a vision established, this is a good point or a good tool to validate your vision. Have you really realized your vision, or do you need to do something more? This is just a simple example that shows you, starting from the factors that you want to focus on. Let's say product and market portfolio. How many product portfolio you want? Currently you are at 10, do you want to be at 20? You want to have 13, you want to let go of 3? You can, it's a very good tool for you to be free and open-minded to think, visualize the future, considering the factors. For example, governance, processes, people, market share, information technology. These are just some of the parameters. You can feel free to add as you like. You can break that down over the years, as you can see here in the example, the product portfolio from year 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Again, it's a good tool. You can continuously iterate it, build upon it, but this is not your. Also, people can confuse this to strategic objectives. It may or may not be, but the idea, and these could be your KPIs as well, but this is not necessarily your strategy balance scorecard objectives and KPIs. It's very important to separate these from those. Talking about value gap, essentially what you do after establishing your mission, vision, values, and the future desired outcome, and then you see where you stand, and then you identify the value gap, and that's the value you're trying to build. And that's this is just an example of what we had done. We had as I mentioned to earlier, we had a vision, we broke it down into key components, and then we further elaborated on what that particular element means to us. and what we will do about it, right? And this is not necessarily the strategic initiatives here on this at this level itself, but to identify what our focus areas will be, and essentially closing and or the filling or the value gap is the essence of the strategy. And this is what I have learned so far, and I think all the esteemed speakers here, the experienced people, also agree with me on this, that to fill this gap is what we are trying to do from a strategic planning perspective. Then once you do that, you go back and you revisit your mission, vision, and your core values to see if it is still relevant. So normally what happens is you have your mission, vision, nobody even considers it to change it, which could be true, but it's important to evaluate, assess to see if there is any change. If your vision is changing, will your mission have a component of it that will change, right? You need to always assess that that situation to see if there is any new changes that need to be made from that perspective. Now moving on to the external analysis. So external analysis starts with your macro environment and your micro environment. So macro environment, as we had discussed earlier, the elements that are going across the board that you might not necessarily have a direct control on or have an impact on, but those are elements or the events or the facts that are being addressed at a global level. Now your globe could be as small as a small area or a city, or it could be as big as the whole world if you're an Amazon or a Coca-Cola or a Pepsi. But these are the key parameters that you can consider: inflation, general economics, the GDP, government policies, the demographics, the technology, artificial intelligence, disruption in technology field itself, environmental regulations and policy, and the legal parameters. What I found out is it's amazing how people often underrate the importance of regulations, policies, and the change in the social trends as well. And I think we had discussed this earlier about how the social trend is now moving towards Instagram and TikTok and all these other social media platforms that you are now using to market your products or services, instead of having the old school or the traditional approach of building flyers and advertising hoardings. Now you're building curated marketing strategies for addressing specific customers who could be a repeat customer or your new potential customers. Then again, micro environment, start with customers. You have your competitors, your rivals, substitutes, suppliers, and the complementaries that will add value to your organization. Moving on, how would you how would you operationalize this? While it's good in theory, how would you want to put it in practice, right? So what we have learned is you take the element that you do your research, market report, do your desktop research, get insights from your teams, leadership, whoever they are, and then you identify what those parameters are from a political, economical, social, technological, legal, and environmental perspective, and you identify from your organization perspective, is it going to be a positive impact or negative impact? If it is positive, how high is it going to be a positive impact? For example, if you're a tech-driven company, your organization is fully engaged on technology, you have all the systems in place to going through technology. If the technology, the internet, the penetration grows across the country, that adds as a value to you. It's an advantage for you. So you can engage more people. Your market size, potential market size could be much higher now because you're a tech company driven by, you have a tech product, so you're now engaging more people. This is just an example. Regulations, economical regulations. Now the new trend is about ESG, ESG investing. A lot of people are serious about it. Governments are asking to have ESG parameters established into the strategic planning or the management framework. So you need to consider those elements. How does this impact Coming from a construction experience, I can tell you it's considerable impact on the regulations that we have from a legal and the environmental perspective. So we have to cater to those. This is just an example that we had prepared or we have actually used practically to engage, to identify. We did a research and shortlisted the the pestle factors that influences our organization. Then the industry analysis. Not everybody knows this. I'm not gonna take much time on this, but here what we are trying to identify essentially is the factors that are positive for you as an organization. Now those could be the common factors for everybody, but again, going back to the organizational maturity, if you're, let's say, a leader with a 10-20% market share, if there is a new entrant starting in a small scale in one of the location in the country, that might not have a huge impact on you, because it might take him decades to even compete with you. So the idea here is to understand the factors that at an industry level are being played and how it impacts you as an organization. So eventually you will come up with something similar to this. You will understand overall the threat of entrance is good or bad. Are there substitutes for you for your product or not? This is a concrete company, so there is literally no except for the brick and mortar or cast in stone, there is no alternative for concrete. So that's why the threats to substitute is practically very less. Moving on to the market size, this is a very good tool that you can use to assess your market size, starting with total available market, serviceable available market, then the target market and the market share. So the total available market is basically all the globe that you're trying to focus on. For example, if you are a small brick and mortar store in one of the location in one city, the total available market for you could be the city itself, right? But the serviceable market for you would be the area or the locality that you are living in, because somebody from the other side of the city might not come to you to buy your product, right? And the target market is the people who you are trying to engage with, or the customers you're trying to get or you already have. And then the market share is basically your share from that bigger pie. It's the information that you can get for here is different sources. You can get market reports for this for a well-established industry, but if you don't, you can rely on the expertise of your sales and marketing team. Normally they will have the repository of information to give you what the market is, what their market share is, what area they're playing in, what is the serviceable available market. So this is something very important to understand, that if I am a giant like Walmart, am I competing with a local store, in a nook and corner, or a mom and pop store, right? It's or the vice versa. Also, if you're an online, let's say online delivery company, are you competing with a normal restaurant or a breakfast sandwich store across the corner? It's important to understand there is no right and wrong answer in this. The idea here is to establish your market size. That's the whole idea here. Moving on to the competitor analysis, basically it's one of the key elements that people don't know who their competitors are, and sometimes they do, but they don't know how they are competing with them or on what areas they are competing with them. So this tools helps you understanding the key success factors that will influence this decision for a customer or a potential customer to buy your product or your competitor's product. So here, this tool, you can identify the factors based on your industry. It could be technology, it could be pricing, it could be distribution, fleet, subject to the nature of your organization. And you describe and you give it a rating from 0 to 1, 1 being the max for the total. So if you have 5 factors, you can give 0.2, 0.2, 0.2, eventually rating at 1. And then you rate yourself. Ideally, if you're a listed company, you will know who the industry leaders are, and what the market share. So information is relatively easily available. But if you're not, you would want to rely on the experience of your sales and marketing team and you identify the parameters. You have your market intelligence to get you this information, like pricing can be easily available, market, the fleet size can be easily available, the locations that they're operating in is easily available. But the idea here is to get you to identify who your competitor is. Now, if you have 10 competitors and you're sitting in 7th, you're not directly competing with the number 1, right? There will be a lot of gap that you will need to cover to be able to even come on the same map as the competitor A is. So if you're sitting at 2-3% market share and somebody is at 30%, you will need to build a lot of capabilities to reach there. Okay. So this is the important part. Whatever we discussed earlier, basically now I'm trying to summarize all of them from an external in a table that collects the opportunities and threats, and then we give a rating to it based on this. It's a very good tool. It's called IE Matrix, and I'll show you how it looks like in the following slides. But here, basically, whatever we did now earlier, we identified in the external analysis the global landscape, the opportunities and threats, and from a global perspective, then from an industry perspective, then from a competitor perspective. And then you pick the top 10 that you think are relevant to your organization, and then essentially you give yourself your rating and your responsiveness towards it. And eventually you will come up with a rating that will last from 1 to 4, and you will see where you can map that in the following slides. And this is something that we had done earlier. This is just for an example. Now moving on to so once you establish the opportunities and threats, now we have moved on to the internal analysis, where we look inwards and see where do we stand. And this is again a very renowned tool, standard, everybody knows it. I'll not spend much time in it. You need to look at your kitchen. You need to know what your primary activities are: operations, outbound logistics, marketing and sales. Identify what areas do you operate in. Sometimes it's amazing how people don't even understand or don't look at the basic things, and they just take it for granted, only to realize later when there is an issue, then they realize, oh, we should have done this before. So again, from our experience, these are the key departments that you want to consider standard, but there might be more departments concerned in your organization. One of the key elements that is often underlooked is the governance side, which is what I want to iterate or emphasize on, is the importance of governance, the management structure that is there. People are too operational to think from a governance perspective, or is it really, are we doing the right things? Are we really following the corporate guidelines? I found in my experience it's one of the most underlooked and underestimated element or a function for an organization to grow. IT again, everything that we do now is revolving around technology. So IT, I don't think is at a supportive level now. It's more of a forefront, and it's taking the lead in almost everything that we're doing. Quality and R&D, you may choose to have or not, depending on your organization. But if you're talking about innovation in your mission statement and vision statement, then you better have an R&D function that is actually working on innovation. Then you do the capabilities analysis. Again, it's a standard form. You look at where you stand, what your capabilities are, what resources you are available that you can build your capabilities upon. This is just a grid that shows you the tangible versus intangible, with people versus system. So you can plot yourself, understand what I may have the resource, but they're not my competing capability that I can build upon. And then summarizing all of this, you ask yourself questions, you do your financial analysis, you do your operations analysis, quality management. All of that should eventually reflect in your strengths and weaknesses internally. And you list down, as I mentioned earlier, top 10. You identify what are the key strengths that you have and the key weaknesses. And then you rate yourself, talking from 1 being a major weakness. That means it's a really bad situation, and 4 being a major strength. And now we move to the strategy selection part, which is the now amalgamation of the external analysis, internal analysis, and the foundation that we had set in stone. One of the most important elements of strategy planning framework is understanding the facts and identifying the assumptions and documenting them. This is something that many people or many organizations ignore. They think assumption is only at a budgeting level, that I am assuming to grow at 5% or 3%. But there are many other assumptions you have to make, you need to consider in your planning framework. And every time you look at your strategy planning or you do your strategy review, you need to come and look at this slide or this table, which tells you what facts have changed, are they still relevant, or do we need to change something, what assumptions we made during our planning cycle and what has changed, are they still relevant, is the industry still growing, is there a disruption, is the HR dynamics have changed, is there a new technology out there in the market now. So you need to document this. That is the most important part of it, to identify what are the facts and assumptions and document them, and ensure that it is communicated with everybody at periodical basis, to understand that there is still relevance to whatever we had discussed during the planning cycle. Okay. Now, as I mentioned, we summarize both external and internal analysis, and we conclude on the IE matrix. Here is the tool. It's a very good tool that we found through the it's available in the book by Dr. Fred David. You can look at this, but this is a very good tool. Basically, it tells you at a grid level, there are 9 boxes that tells you, once you identify your IFE score and EFE score, you essentially plot that combined average rating on any of these grids, and that indicates you what kind of strategy you should be approaching, or what kind of strategy you should be considering for you as going forward, considering the facts and assumptions, the strengths and weaknesses. So again, it's not a random thought process. You would want to make it more objectively driven as much as you can, considering the information that is available. So it's focusing on that side to let's say objectify or make it more technical exercise than rather than a pure subjective exercise, that okay, our strengths are more than weaknesses, so let's just grow, or there is opportunity, so we just build our capabilities. So it's essentially trying to connect those dots together in a logical way. But we found this to be very useful. You can go and read into it and find out more about it. But in a nutshell, what it tells you, if you look at it from the quadrant 1, 2, and 4, it's more on the growth. That means you have better control over the market share. You're a good player. You're a leader. So you should be essentially looking at product development, market penetration, integrating backward, downward, and horizontal as well. And then you look at the extreme, which is, if you are not a good player, if your strengths are very low, your weaknesses are considerably high, you don't have capabilities to capitalize on the opportunities, and threats are overwhelming, you might want to consider looking at harvesting or divesting from the business that you are in. And then if you are in the center, it basically, you just need to hold your ground and continue to do what you're doing, while ensuring that you have enough scalability in your business to ensure there is market penetration and you develop your product. So the idea is to move towards the 1, 2, and 4 quadrant eventually. I found this tool very useful. We have practically implemented this and it works. And then, as we've been considerably discussing earlier about the importance of scenario planning, we found a practical way to do scenario planning. I'm sure there are many ways, many permutations and combinations, approach and scientific approach and statistical approach to do scenario planning. We have tried to simplify it for our organization to make it more acceptable, to make it more consumable. So what we did essentially is we took the opportunities and threats that what we identified earlier, and then you create scenario 1 and scenario 2 and scenario 3. If you remember, the weightage column is where you give the importance to it, that how important it is for you as an organization, and the rating. That means your responsiveness towards it. So when you run the simulation saying, okay, if a rating is 1 and then weightage is 0.2, then you create another scenario where you're increasing the rating and you're increasing the weightage, it gives you a different outcome. And eventually you would want to come to this map that shows you all the 3 scenarios that you're trying to plan or that you're trying to simulate for your strategy selection. And it should give you a grid that shows you how your strategy will look like. This is just an example what we had chosen for based on the analysis that we had done. And then you again plot it in the IE matrix grid, and then you see what strategies are panning out based on the scenarios that you have chosen. As I mentioned, there are 12 potential scenarios that are for strategy that are listed here. There are many ways, many other tools out there. There is CPM, there is Space Matrix, there is Grand Strategy Matrix as well. But we found this to be most reasonable and practical for us to implement and apply. And as you can see on the right corner, this is just an example of what we thought would be reasonable, and what we had chosen at that time was the hold and maintain, which is the hybrid. We try to stick to our grounds. And then once you finish the strategy selection, you again come back to the framework, and then you reiterate. If after all this exercise that you have done, you have taken weeks, engaged so many stakeholders, participants, so much research, so much analysis done, you need to again go back to the foundation, have a quick skim through. Is there anything fundamentally that has changed since our strategy was selected? Or did we choose a strategy that is not making sense with our mission, vision, value, or the business operating model? So as I mentioned, this is an iterative process. You need to continue to do this. It's a continuously evolving process. It will not stop once you choose, say, this is my strategy, I'm done. So that's where the music actually starts. So you need to go back and then you reiterate and see if there is anything changed. If not, you move to the next cycle. You get the sign off from the top management, and then you start translating it, which is the bottom 2 boxes on the left side. And I think already everybody spoke enough about the strategy translation and the budgeting part. I will not discuss on that. Okay, the last part is the common pitfalls and the key takeaways. I will focus. What I came up with is there is a lot to talk about in terms of what I've personally experienced, what I've gone through, but I've tried to minimize it to 10. And from an organization perspective and from a strategist perspective, I'll focus on organizations. And I think it's been already mentioned multiple times in different sessions earlier. A lack of involvement of leadership, and it's you can safely assume your strategy exercise will not work. It's as simple as that. The top management needs to be part of this, actively engaged, and also they need to establish the consequence that if you do not plan, there is a consequence. If you plan, there is a consequence. That is one of the key elements that organizations often ignore. Ignoring the organizational maturity. You need to understand the dynamics of your organization, the industry, culture, capabilities, the geographies. It's one solution does not fit all. You cannot just go through the motions. You have to understand the maturity of the organization. If the information is not available, as I mentioned in point 6, the integrity of the information is not available, your strategy might not be that accurate. You might not feel that comfortable if your information is not available. Then going back, you want to separate the annual business exercise, budgeting and business planning exercise from the strategic planning exercise. These are 2 separate elements. While I understand they're closely knit together, but to be able to disengage from operations, to be able to look at a holistic view, you need to go off the site. You need to start looking at the company from a high level perspective, not being too operational. And while you're doing your operation, then you start working on strategy. It doesn't work, in my opinion. You need to give it due respect and due time to be able to have that particular, let's say, the quality of strategy that you want to or you aspire to build. Not having comprehensive a strong and a comprehensive IT solution. That is very important. A lot of work can be expedited and reasonably moved faster if you have a good solution. And I have, in my experience, I've worked with almost explored 7-8 tools out there for strategy management. It's very hard to find a solution that fits everything, all the strategy planning to execution to reporting and the governance element of it from a strategy governance perspective. Either they're very good in initiative management, or they're very good in strategy planning, or they're very good in reporting. And I'm not referring to the ERP solutions. I'm talking about strategy management, or custom strategy management solutions and softwares. Very few, and I found couple of them out there, and Fruit Strategy is one of them. And I've seen it evolve over the last 2-3 years. And mashallah, they've done a great work because they understand the components of strategy. It's very rare to find such schools of thoughts that take strategy planning all the way till reporting. Again, another key point is not investing enough in strategy management capabilities. This is again going back to the solution part. You need to, if you're an organization, you need to have the due systems, the needed systems, the capabilities. You need to invest in people to engage them, to teach them about strategy management. If you believe as a strategy should be planned and it should be executed, it should be reported, you need to invest. You need to give its due respect to from a capabilities point of view. And you can't expect miracles from 2-3 people and somehow say, okay, go make the strategy and come back to me after 3-4 months. Doesn't work. So you need to invest. Again, reiterating the same point of underestimating the importance of change management and enterprise risk management. If you do not have the change management capabilities, it doesn't have to be a dedicated function separate setup. It can be embedded with strategy management and initiative management or an enterprise risk management. But the idea is to have the capabilities. Somebody needs to talk about the change management in the organization, and it's a point that should be discussed. It's a point that should be invested in. It's an element that has to be revolving around everything that you're doing as an organization. From a strategist, I can talk a lot about this, but one of the key points that I want to focus on is not being prepared. As a strategist, you need to be prepared. You need to simulate the whole exercise before it starts. You need to have the right tools, the frameworks, the systems. You need to have the clarity how you will approach the whole planning exercise, right? Otherwise, you cannot go haphazardly in a hurry and not having the templates. And there's so many instances where you use a template and then the other person uses a different template, and then now you're forced to use that template and you have to build, and now you extrapolate that to different business units, different departments, and good luck organizing all that information in one place. So you need to be prepared. You need to have the tools and templates before. One of the important elements as a strategist you should have is the power of simulation. You need to simulate the outcomes from the beginning. When you go to a workshop, you need to simulate what the expectations of that workshops are before, and then you prepare accordingly. It's one of the biggest challenge, and I know all can agree here with me, is the getting people in one room is one of the most challenging and painful exercise task for a strategist. Everybody's too engaged in operations, too busy. It's very hard for them to come to a meeting and start talking about strategy because they're firefighting on something. So you need to make the most out of the limited time that is available to you, and then setting the right expectations from the top management. You don't want to sell them a execution premium process framework and say, I will do this by the end of this year. It's not going to happen. No matter which organization you are in, it's just practically not possible, in my opinion. It's a continuously evolving process. It's a journey. As an example, to implement balance scorecard methodology itself, it takes you 2 to 3 years, provided a lot of things go in your favor, right? Same applies to everything that you do in a strategic planning framework as well. Whatever you do, you need to set reasonable expectations. You say, okay, I will start with here, Next year we will go to next level, then we evolve and we go along. One of the important thing is to collaborate with finance and HR and the sales team, especially during the frame planning exercise. If you ignore them, if you avoid them because they're not, then it's gonna come back and challenge you or haunt you during your annual business planning exercise and the budgeting exercise. Again, working in silos, the same point I mentioned. Then you need to document. One of the important aspects that strategists often ignore is the documentation of the strategy itself. Like one of the things that we did is we built a one-stop shop template that starts all the way from identifying your mission, vision, values, all the way till the reporting of your strategy. It's in one file, one document. You don't need to look different places. And it's our responsibility as strategists to document this. Others will not document it for you. Even though strategy is there, the accountability might be on them, the ownership might be on them, but you need to document your strategy. And it's amazing at how it benefits you as a strategist in the years to come or the quarters to come. So when you look back 2 years when you started the strategy journey, and then you look back at the document, you will you'll be amazed to see how many points are still relevant and how the process itself has evolved, how many people have changed, how many departments have evolved. So it's very important to document the strategy. And you can use tools. There are many tools available. Even if you cannot, worst case, you cannot afford a tool, use Excel, Google Sheet, whatever you feel you're comfortable with. Ignoring the technical and interpersonal skills, I cannot emphasize more on this. One of the key elements of a strategist is to be to be collaborative as a person, to build a trust with other functions, other people. They need to engage with you, they need to feel comfortable working with you. They need to feel that the positivity, that you are there to support them, that you are there to help them out, and not as somebody who's trying to enforce something on them. That's something I believe is an art. I don't think a framework will tell you how to do this, but you need to continuously work upon it. Again, another key elements is once you do the strategy planning, you don't focus on the annual budgets. You don't ensure that it is reflecting on your annual budgets or the business plan. You just say, okay, we chose a strategy, and then you say, okay, this is the document, thank you very much, and finance over to you guys. That doesn't work. You as strategists need to ensure that they're reflecting on the documents from business plans and annual budgets. Whatever strategic initiatives you chose should be there in your annual budget. As Sheikh Saab said earlier, it's statics. You can consider it statics, capex. This is for your organization, but the bottom line is you need to ensure they are considered in your annual budgets. I think we come to the close. Just few points on the key takeaways. I will not take much time. I'll just focus on few points. One is the best practice. Best practice is what fits to your organization. There are many tools, many frameworks, many schools out there. Everybody says this is the best, this is the best. Bottom line is you need to find out what works for you and start, you need to believe in that system and start evolving, developing that system towards maturity. It's what matters to your organization. If your organization says that vision comes first, then vision comes first. We cannot enforce that vision comes first and then vision comes first. And if they don't believe in balanced scorecard, they don't believe in balanced scorecard. So don't go for balanced scorecard. If the organization does not believe in balanced scorecard, they might look at OKR. It might work for them, right? Same way, vice versa. One of the important things. Sorry, is that somebody saying something?
Yeah, no. You can carry on.
Okay.
Samir, try to conclude.
Okay. Yes, concluding. This last 1 minute. So one of the other important thing is making it everybody's job, everyone's job. It's not. It's very often that people think that strategy is, the strategy department will come and they will do the strategy, and they will say, okay, you make the scorecard, you come back to me and you give me, and I will give you my feedback. That doesn't work. You need to engage them. This is a continuously evolving process. You need to continuously strive to do this, to engage them on a strategy level. to manage their strategy. All the chiefs are the strategists, and all the the people who are working on your strategy are the strategists. It's not just you. And then always try to simplify things. The last point and the most important thing is to simplify whatever you're doing. You don't have to throw everything at all these stakeholders. You need to simplify, keep things simple and short, so they give you enough component for you to move the ball forward or take the ball forward for your strategy planning exercise. We don't have to complicate a lot. You can do a lot of back end work, and you give only the relevant things for them, so they fill in the component. If they're actively engaged, then you can engage them, show the whole process itself. You can engage them throughout the strategy planning process. But again, focus on simplification. That's pretty much it. Thank you very much, everybody. I know it was
very knowledgeable session, Samir. One point is strategy planning is the most non-standard process. Okay, there is no
Yes.
standard framework. Nobody agrees on what is best or what is. Now I think Mihai and other experts are trying to standardize it. That is very, very good
Yes.
move to add the value to the industry. Okay, we are very happy to see the strategy practitioners trying to standardize the whole things. Now I see the big value in speakers sharing their ideas. So of course there are still there are few points where we don't agree, but we are in the right direction. Okay, so thank you, Samir. Due to lack of time, we'll take up questions. We'll post you, and then
sure.
You can answer.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Samir.
I really enjoyed. Thank you very much, and it's a learning experience for me. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Now, welcome our new speaker, Muhammad Salman. Maybe Deep, can you give access to Muhammad Salman? Salman brings good experience with enterprise performance management. Okay, so he brings the knowledge and implementation of the enterprise performance management systems and the ERP, right from the IBM planning analytics to SAP BPC and SAP group reporting, and finally end up in SAP S/4HANA. Okay, so you have vast experience in sales and then the business processes. So welcome, Salman. Please share your screen and introduce yourself, and then proceed. Thank you.
Sorry, there is some...
You have share screen in the bottom if you have app.
Yes, I'm trying. Okay. Just please give me a minute. It is asking me to just restart the meeting. Sorry. 1 second.
Take your time. So meanwhile, team, gentlemen, participants, there are so many participants in other channels, the YouTube channels who don't have, they don't want to join formally. So there are many people who are in YouTube channel, Facebook channels. So they are posting questions. So these questions will be compiled and shared with the speakers in the due course today, if possible, tomorrow, whatever time. So then we will try to reach you with the answers. Okay. So the meeting got delayed by a few minutes, maybe 50 minutes or so. So stay with the patients, and so join. Yeah. So Salman, you're rejoining it, right? Mm-hmm. So true, so true. Kaplan and Norton balanced scorecard implementations performed. Yes, there is no question about it. By far, it is the most popular, most successful model we have. So there is no question about it. Yeah. So by far, Kaplan and Norton's balanced scorecard framework is the most comprehensive in the first place, better communicated, and widely used, and it's very simple, straightforward. It's not something very complicated. It's a very common sense based methodology is I totally agree, and we do practice very well, and still there is a lot of things to learn. The more we do, the more we learn. Yeah.
Hello. Hello.
Yep.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. You can
Sorry,
share screen and start. Yeah.
I believe my system required me to rejoin the meeting. Okay. I'm sharing my screen.
Yes, please.
Please let me know. 1 second.
Yes, it is coming up. Yeah. You can just put it in the slideshow and then get it.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Sheikh Al for this opportunity to talk and, in fact, attend the session. It has been a great learning so far, especially me coming from a practice side of it. Okay, the past 3 sessions by Mr. Alex, Dr. Hussam, and Samir have been very insightful. Okay, so coming to a brief about myself, Sheikh Mohammed Salman, having 14 years of experience into the system, implementing enterprise performance management solutions, mostly SAP, as some experience into IBM and as well as Oracle Hyperion suites. Okay, so I have had the pleasure of working with across maybe Asia, Middle East, and African companies. Okay, and then I would just like to put, since I come from more systems background. Okay, so what I would like to share about today will be like how we have been talking about that strategy should be aligned to the budget. Okay, at the same time, it should not be too operational. Okay, so how do we achieve this in real time? Okay, as Mr. Alex as well as Dr. Sam mentioned, okay, aligning the strategic plans to the budgets, and by aligning the strategic plans to the operational managers, making sure that operational managers have the ownership of your plan and initiatives is really critical. Otherwise, the strategic plan ends up being in the risk of being a poster, that's it, which everybody knows, looks at it, hopes, wishes that they get there, and nothing happens. Okay, so budget is something very powerful tool. Okay, so today's agenda, I would be talking briefly about budget, and then how do we actually prepare the budget aligned to the strategy, and then how do we establish a review mechanism for the budget, and then what is it, the systems, because as Samir rightly mentioned towards the end of his presentation, the system is a really critical factor here. Okay, so without efficient systems, okay, so operational managers are always operations, okay, supply chain, purchase, production, okay, finance is relatively comfortable with presentations, okay, or sharing reports, but the other operational managers are really busy, and the information flows very late, and by the time it reaches the office of strategy, it is not really actionable. Okay, so just to highlight about the budget process, how it would look like, as part of this is the design methodology that we have put into designing the budgeting process within the Flow Strategy platform. Okay, the strategic planning. So the strategic planning, the strategy is broken down into the chunks. Okay, the annual chunks, and then this is something that is given as an input to prepare the budget. Okay, and then from the budget, okay, and then there has to be a continuous feedback that the Office of Strategy receives whether these particular objectives are being fulfilled, or there is some cross purpose allocation of resources being happening. Okay, so now when we as it is as Mr. Sheikh Abdul Khader when he was showing the screen, the OPEX and CAPEX are the two things which finance understands. STRATEX is something that is not actually understood by finance. So when we talk about the other operational managers, they don't even care about something called a STRATEX. All they know is whether this is something that is within their annual budget, or this is something that requires some financing, all these things. Okay, so the idea behind putting these three activities separately is, okay, if we talk about the public sector enterprises, especially my experience in South Africa, okay, they have a very robust mechanism of linking the strategy to the budget. So South African government mandates that every municipality or every organization that works under the South African government reports to National Treasury and make sure every single rand of expense that happens is aligned to one or the other strategic objectives. Okay, so this is one school of thought I have seen over my career, and then there is second method which most United Nations organizations adopt, where they are expected to present two separate things. One is how they how that particular organization, how effectively is using its funds. The second one is how are they able to, for
It's
example,
5:30.
how are they able to meet their strategic goals? For example, organizations like UNICEF, so they have certain metrics that they need to share, like how many children they are educating, how much food they are able to get it by region, okay, what is the mortality rate, all these things. So now here, what United Nations organizations usually do is they submit two separate reports. One, the financial; the second, the RBM, which is a framework used by UN for their strategy execution. Now, both these, in my opinion, in both these methods are flawed. Like where you put every expense that you have aligned to the strategy, and then where you have the strategy and expenses completely decoupled. Both these are wrong. What happens in the first scenario where you have every expense aligned? Okay, so now the strategy team starts receiving every single input from the budget, which is not really required. Okay, you may have some 10, 15, 20 initiatives of that year. All you are concerned about is how these 10, 20 initiatives are being run. Okay, rest, the office of budget is more than capable of handling the other miscellaneous expenses or the other operational expenses. Now that is the idea behind presenting the StratEx in a separate box. So we at Fru Strategy, when in our budget model roadmap, what we have is to identify the OPEX and CAPEX items, okay, which are relevant for strategy. Okay, so that whenever there is a budget cut, or whenever there is whenever there is a strategy review, the office of strategy don't really need to chase budget or operational managers to actually ask them how it is going on. So the operational managers, whenever they prepare a budget or whenever they have a budget review meeting, they can update the performance against these particular metrics, and then it is communicated without any latency. Okay, so theoretically this is very simple. Okay, so like we just have one model wherein the operational managers can move the recommendations or comments back to the office of strategy, office of budget. But in a practical perspective, okay, there are a lot of challenges around it. Okay, so that is what we'll try to walk through, like how an ideal case scenario where you have an aligned strategy, how we do the aligned strategy and budget process, Okay, and then how we empower the operational managers to take ownership of their initiatives, and then how we record and report. Okay, so the first step in the budget preparation always have to be the strategic plan has to be converted into actionable points, actionable initiatives, which have to be shared with the budget office of budget along with the assumptions based on which these particular initiatives or plans have been arrived at to the office of budget, so that these forms the some organizations call it blue book, some organizations call it budget advisory note. Okay, so these so as part of the budget instructions, when they send it, when the office of budget sends the instructions to department to start preparing their departmental budgets, along with the budget along with the operational instructions which budget department shares, it also has to share the initiatives or the goals and the corresponding targets to the departments. Okay, so in this way, okay, when the departments come back and submit the budgets, they submit with strategy in mind, their particular goal in mind. Okay, so okay, and then so once we start linking each of the budget item to a strategic initiative which is relevant, okay, some items may not be fully relevant to the initiative, for example the depreciation expenditure or any other office rent. So these things don't office of strategy don't really need to know or understand these expenses. This is something that is the discretionary expense of the department, and that office of budget and finance department are more than capable of handling it. Okay, so the first step as strategy practitioners would be to establish to distinguish the roles of what office of strategy has to do, what the office of budget has to do, and then what is the expectations from operational managers. Now I have put it this is an illustrative example wherein the office of strategy initially prepares the short-term goals and then priorities, okay, and then the assumptions, and these are shared with the office of budget, which prepares the operational budget priorities and then creates a performance evaluation criteria based on both operational as well as strategic goals. And then these particular budget priorities have to be aligned to the operations by the operational managers. Okay, so here and then the office of budget should take a responsibility of ensuring there is a feedback mechanism both to as well as from both sides. Okay, and then so once the reason why we have to establish this particular mechanism is because as the year progresses, there's a lot of changes that happen in the operation side. Okay, there is suddenly the operational managers start asking for ad hoc requests. Okay, and sometimes maybe your assumptions based on which you would have arrived at a criteria that are, for example, if we take grow revenue 20% in the next 3 years, maybe this year your budget strategy office of strategy has come up with like 5%. Okay, so whether this is 5% or something, this will go beyond 5% if we do a little bit of more investment. This is something the feedback has to be open. Okay, so so along with the responsibility matrix, we also have to have a performance model wherein the performance measures, okay, is not just based on a budget, but it should be based on both strategic plan as well as budget. Okay, and the system, okay, the system implemented should have both financial as well as non-financial. One key point here I would like to highlight. Okay, so usually the budgeting systems, okay, at the beginning of so far I have been part of over 16 implementations at some of the biggest names. When we start implementing a solution, it starts up as a performance management solution and all, and then as we go on implementing, and then towards the end of the project, the entire it stops being an enterprise performance management solution. It starts being only a budgeting solution. So the performance management is completely taken out, and as soon as it becomes a only performance management solution, it is a finance. It is something that is owned and operated by finance. So the team is not really invested in the budget. The operational managers are not really interested. All they are interested is meeting their budgetary targets for that year, and they're so that okay. Okay, so one process which I have used in some of our implementation is plan, report, and assess and mitigate method. The first one, plan, wherein this is the stage wherein all the goals are translated into all the strategic objectives are translated into goals. Okay, and then the assumptions are documented. This is a really critical thing, the strategic assumptions. Okay, and then activities, then the activities which are actually relevant for the strategy part, they have to be identified so that budget team can religiously monitor those specific activities, and then even the operational managers are aware of what is being monitored. Okay, and what is something so that they also feel that they contribute to a bigger cause than just meeting their budget targets. Okay, and then based on that, the budgets are prepared. Okay, and then when we talk about reporting, so obviously there is an actual versus budget report. So in many cases, there is actual versus best case scenario, worst scenario, and then average scenario. So it depends. This is again all depending upon the organization and how the budget team wants to prepare their budget. Okay, and then along with the budget reporting, okay, which could be a quarterly, a half yearly, or a monthly exercise. Okay, the performance of those particular identified strategic initiatives also can be, maybe a particular measure cannot be measured in a month or a quarter. Maybe it takes time of 6 months to 1 year. Okay, but there could be some sort of a comment or update, something that team keeps on updating. Okay, and then the ad hoc budget requests that come in. Okay, not all relevant to the strategic initiatives. Sometimes okay, during course of year, sales manager or a supply chain manager could identify a potential scenario where they could increase the revenue or reduce the cost. Okay, which helps a strategic initiative, but which may not be really detrimental to the operational budget. So this particular channel has to be open so that so that the entire as mentioned in the earlier sessions, like there has to be a bird's eye view. Okay, we cannot prioritize if there is a really big opportunity that is available in the horizon. Operational budgets cannot take priority, and this can only happen when the managers are empowered enough to speak that this strategic objective can be achieved. Okay, and then the third phase obviously is assessments. The assessment of the overall performance, both operational as well as strategic. Okay, and then as Samir mentioned, the validation of assumptions, both operational assumptions as well as strategic assumptions, they have to be validated periodically. Okay, so initially the validation of entering the comments, giving their inputs seems boring, and anyone who has worked with CRM solutions will agree that when you start using a CRM solution in the first 1 year, it is a really boring exercise. Okay, so every single I have been part of one transformation where every single employee was complaining that they have, apart from the sales activity that they are already very busy with, they also have to enter the data every day religiously. But 1 year and 2 years down the line, that particular CRM, that comments of conversations which the users were entering turned into a gold mine, wherein now this particular CRM was so rich, okay, with information that all so that is how it stops being a people centric to the system centric. So that any new salesperson comes in, just logs in, gives the account number, and he sees the entire conversation history of that customer. So that is how these assumptions and inputs that we put forward into the system. For example, you have a strategy of strategic plan for 5 years. 2 years we do this activity, and then the third year you really start seeing the results and where it is going and what you could do to actually achieve the performance. Okay, so this is what I have explained in these slides, like how we report. Okay, and then I will take a little bit deep dive into the systems perspective. Okay, so as I mentioned earlier, the budget process have to be simplified as well as unified, wherein usually, as I mentioned, okay, the budget process, the enterprise performance management solution eventually becomes a budgeting solution, which is a baby of finance. Okay, and only the office of budget and under the finance department actually owns that solution. No other operational team is actually interested or involved in the design of the solution. All they want is at the end of the year, whenever they ask to enter the data, they just enter and come out of that solution. This has to change. Okay, as Alex was mentioning, this process is a very painful process, and this process is actually a very slow process, but this will have having a very good budgeting solution designed with the inputs from the operational managers of other departments, and understanding their KPIs will help organization in a long run, in a very it will simplify a lot of reporting. Okay, so if the budget is not actually aligned, okay, if the budget is if the scenario where it is aligned will help a lot of actual reporting that is happening. Okay, so that is the reason we see I have, over the course of my career, I have seen a lot of reports are requested by the production team, by purchase team, that we have been asked for this particular report from finance, from office of strategy, please prepare this budget. So these reporting can be done if the budget solution was designed with the production or whatever operational teams in mind. Okay, the systems, okay, one biggest flaw of the traditional EPM solutions like SAP BPC or Oracle Hyperion is where they allow you to capture one comment, okay, against a specific data. For example, this is a budget for this year, you can capture a comment against it, but and then the problem here is when you open a report, we can review the comment, but we cannot actually report on these comments, like what all happened, what is the history of this particular initiative. That is something really tricky, and I have to accept, like with the latest solution from SAP Analytics Cloud, okay, SAP has addressed this particular problem, which is like a fantastic tool to use, and unfortunately very few companies are even interested. Okay, when they start the budgeting process, usually what happens, the first iteration of budgeting process, all these rules are followed, wherein you prepare a strategic goal, and then you share it, you share the targets, and then okay, with the departments, and departments actually report religiously, and then the timeline starts kicking in. Budget teams wants you to adjust the numbers within 2 days, 3 days, and then these comments, and then these remarks, which will be really critical in evaluating down the line, take a backseat. So that is the reason a robust solution which can easily help operational managers as per their requirement, okay, to capture the budget as well as strategic information, will be a really helpful tool in in the strategic execution plan. Okay, so obviously these are some of the criteria, like it should have a very deep integration to both master data as well as transaction data. It can the budgeting system, especially when it is linked to strategy, can have no latency. Okay, so and then the system should allow the link between a budgeting item and a strategic item. Okay, and then system both and then the reporting capabilities, as already mentioned, there should be a lot of reporting capability, especially ad hoc reporting, where and the most important thing, these reporting should preferably be done within the same database. I know I'm going a little bit technical here, but there's a very big challenge, okay, with having two specific solutions, one for reporting and one for budgeting, or at least they should have a very deep integration among themselves. The reason is, once we don't have the reports, both operational as well as strategic reports coming from the same data set, there's a very high chance that these two will not agree with each other, and then as Alex was mentioning earlier, like, there's a small issue and then you start fighting with each other, and then the feedback comes in after a year when the complete opportunity has been lost. Okay, so these keeping this in mind, just I would like to quickly walk through the strategic. Okay, I would like to quickly walk through the solution we have in the Fruit strategy. It is an evolving solution, but sorry. Okay, so this is how a budget item is created in the Fruit strategy budgeting solution, where every budget item, okay, has to have a specific initiative or a measure aligned to it. Okay, so and then the data entry screens, okay, and then obviously the dashboards. Okay, unfortunately I'm running out of time, so I cannot actually walk you through the system, but yeah, I think we'll be sharing a video of the working system shortly, and maybe we'll have one more session. Maybe Mr. Sheikh Abdul Qadir can advise on this.
Yeah.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Salman. Very interesting. Office of Budget is something which is new for me. Okay, so I remember when we did, I was in charge of the budgeting process in 2008, 2009. I was grilled by our CEO for 6 hours for budget approval. So I am really worried about the budgeting process at that point of time. I was vice president for planning and performance. Okay, so it was really a horrible scenario. Yeah. So any questions, gentlemen, for Salman? He is available for a couple of minutes to take up any questions. Otherwise, we'll just go to the new session. Yeah. Yeah, thank you, Salman. Thank you for your wonderful presentation and insights, especially in the government sector, how it happened. Okay, so thank you very much for sharing this useful insights. Okay, so Deep, can you introduce our new speaker, Khalid Noor? So Khalid Noor, are you able to get into this? You made it presenter. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So Yeah. So I'll just introduce Mr. Khalid Al-Noor. Khalid is a renowned financial expert. He is a CFO. He take care of the financial planning aligned to the strategy, helping many organizations to streamline financial processes. Okay, so his best experience now he is helping organizations to streamline financial processes from the strategy point of view. So welcome, Mr. Khalid Noor, to join the conference. Please share your insights. Maybe you can briefly introduce yourself. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheikh Abdul Qadir. I think that today's day was fantastic. Can you see me or can you hear me? All right.
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah.
Can you see my picture as well?
Yes, we can see you.
Right, because I can only see my screen, my presentation.
You are still looking after so many hours. You are still looking fresh. Okay, so thank you.
I managed to take some breaks. No, today's session has been very powerful. I think great lineup of speakers. I feel a bit humbled to speak on this very esteemed platform that you have created. I think it's a wonderful effort. So a lot of learning today. So I won't go through my introduction, just showing you the flow of the presentation today, that introduction to strategic financial planning, also looking at the strategy and the finance strategy. So representing finance today amongst the strategy practitioners, we just heard Salman on budgeting, and before that, Samir. Alignment with corporate and business strategic priorities. Some of the key assumptions that we use in strategic financial assumptions, the criteria, very important criteria for resource allocation to the strategic priorities. How do you actually select these strategic priorities? What are the key resources that we invest in? Touching upon risk management, the ring fencing of resources for strategic projects, and also tracking spends versus outcome, and a little bit about the 5-year plan, the financial statements that we use, the income statement, the balance sheet, and the cash flow, which is very important. So let's, and I'll also share some of my experiences at Unilever and Novartis as to how they are doing their strategic plan. Okay, so what is strategic financial process? So it is all about, it's a comprehensive process that achieves the long-term business objectives and financial goals. It is a dynamic and ongoing process and involves making decisions across all steps of strategy management. It used to be in olden days, it used to be the strategy document would be revised every 2 years at Unilever. But nowadays, with the world changing so fast, most recently is that we have to do a quarterly review of our strategic plan. This has put in a lot of pressure. So unless we have the right systems and processes, it's going to be very cumbersome. Any help like for a good strategy documentation system and analysis system would be very helpful. And I see that Through Strategy has got a lot of facilities that one can explore. So when doing financial analysis, we have to look at company's current position. We have to look at how our financial plans align to the goals and objectives of the organization. And also in the introduction, we have to talk about the allocation of resources to strategic priorities and manage business risk and achieve long-term financial stability, or sustainability is the keyword these days. So coming to Unilever, Unilever is a FMCG company, and it has a lot of broad range. It's a very big company, one of the biggest FMCG company in the world. It has got a lot of categories like the personal care, the home care, the beverages, and the food business. So the strategic planning process starts with the category plan and at the global level, and this is cascaded down to country level and region level. Then you have brand plans like brands like Lux, Dove, Sunsilk, Surf, Lipton, and Brook Bond. These are global brands. So each brand is supporting the category that they are in. And then we have a business unit plan. So this is like an overarch. It's like for food business, there will be a business unit head. And for the home and personal care, there will be a business unit head. So we have a country plan, we have a region plan, and we have a global plan, just like any other multinational company. One of my boss, a finance director from India, actually came to visit Pakistan, and then he gave this golden lesson to all the finance community that sales is vanity, meaning that top line growth, market share at any expense, it's vanity. We all like to be number one and number two. And that's what Unilever says also, that their brands have to be number one and number two. But then profit has to be sanity, and ultimately cash is the reality. So this is the underlying principle for all finance, that although top line is good, but equally important is profit. And ultimately, companies that go bust is because they run out of cash. So cash we have to manage. So we will talk about the three statements that they are integrated even in the 5-year plan. Previously, it used to be only P&L or the income statement, but nowadays it has to be an integrated balance sheet as well as cash flow to really understand how much is the CapEx requirement, how much is the working capital requirement, and whether we run out of cash or not. So the second principle, again, learned from Unilever. My slide is not going. Yeah. And this is very interesting. You can get away with murder as long as your margins are right. Now, this is very interesting. The brand value or the intrinsic value of the brand depends upon the health of the brand, and the health of the brand depends upon the margins of the brand. So the stronger the margins, the stronger the brand. It does depend whether the brand is in a luxury segment or it's in everyday needs segment, because the margin strategy will depend on the luxury brands will have a higher brand margins, whereas a everyday item like a detergent powder will have a much lower margin. Globally, FMCG companies are trying to get away from low margin business. So Unilever has diversified their oil and dairy fat business. They got out of it, and then they also got out of the loose tea brands. So the packet tea that you get, so they've recently moved out of that. So commodity business, which are very volatile sometimes, and they, although very high volume, it's very low margin. So they want to focus on a very high margin. Again, in my one before, the company I used to work at, Novartis, a totally different company, a pharmaceutical company. Here, the strategic planning process is very, very different. They look at the global disease burden study done by WHO. They look at their own R&D pipeline. They look at the global patient demographics. They look at the reimbursement policy because it differs globally. So those which are insurance-based reimbursement, like in the US and in Europe, the reimbursement policy actually, they launch their brands first in those markets, and then where self-pay market like in subcontinent and in Pakistan, Bangladesh, and Sri Lanka countries, where you have to pay out of pocket, these expensive brands are come in later. So they have a global launch plan. They do a plan by therapeutic, by disease area. They do planning by region and country plans. Coming to the strategic planning and analysis. So in the strategy management cycle that we have been witnessing today, starting from Mihai, that we first look at the current situation, we look at the setting goals and objectives, we formulate strategy, we do strategic planning and go into the strategic execution, and then again the loop goes on. So in each area, we have strategic financial planning is required. So for example, in looking at the current situation, we look at the past 5-year financial performance. We look at the external and internal analysis, like PESTEL, do SWOT analysis and capability gap analysis, etc. So in every step, the finance is involved so that we provide the right information for decision making. Similarly, when we are setting goals and objectives, we want to evaluate new products and services. We want to benchmark target setting for market share. And also linked with that is profitability and liquidity. So these are some of the financial objectives and business objectives that we need to set at this stage. And financial evaluation and financial planning is required at this stage also. Coming to the strategy formulation, when we are looking at making strategic choices, we have to do project feasibility. And along with the strategic choices, we have to look at the HR strategy, filling in the capability gaps, supply chain strategy, where we have to do CapEx to meet certain gaps in manufacturing facility. Increasingly, now we have to look at digital strategies so that our business model based on technology available and AIs of the world, we have to account for that. And then, of course, finance strategy comes in, and we try and make a cohesive strategy map out of that. And we've seen some examples of strategy map today. In terms of strategic planning, these are both operational plans for individual functions as well as financial plans, which are both short-term, medium-term, long-term, and involves resource allocation to the strategic priorities. Then comes the strategy execution, and we have talked about today, is getting the right talent for the right position, and finance resource and allocating financial resources, and looking at the and also make a balanced scorecard to ensure that we are able to review our progress in terms of strategy execution. So as you can see that throughout the strategy cycle, the financial evaluation and financial planning and analysis is a must. And therefore, companies like Unilever and other global companies have created a position called finance business partners. And these finance business partners actually report into the marketing or the business unit head. And they are like mini CFOs working for each business unit. And therefore bridging the gap between finance and marketing, and also that the finance is able to have a better understanding of the business and its priorities and its customer pain points, for example. So they are better able to do financial planning for their individual business units. And when it comes to presenting it to corporate, the finance business partner is, along with the business unit head, is able to explain the strategy as well as the investments required in their business. So for example, in Pakistan, when they launched the ice cream business, Walls, one of the biggest growth driver was having ice cream freezers across the country. And it was a huge investment. So a phase-wise investment plan was put in place, appointing distributor network, and approximately 100,000 plus freezers were placed in the shops across the country. And with each, and they were monitoring the sales throughput of each ice cream cabinet, and just to ensure that they are productive. Okay, so the strategic financial plan is not a plan in isolation. It is actually a confluence of all the organization strategy. So as we see that, starting with the corporate strategy, the marketing strategy, sales strategy, the supply chain strategy, the R&D and innovation investments that we put, the talent, and the organization strategy. They all are put in and are taken into account in when we are constructing a strategic financial plan. So when we are looking at a time horizon, we're looking at the operational budget. The time horizon is generally 1 year. Then we are in the stage 2, we're looking at 1 year plus some quarterly multiple. For example, in rolling forecast, we use 8 quarters rolling forecast. So it is 1 year plus another 4 quarters. So this is also more operational nature. But when you come to 2 to 3 years integrated financial planning, so there is an element of strategy in there where you're looking slightly longer term. And when you're looking at 3 to 10 years, it is incorporating all the strategic priorities and strategic action that is required to take the organization to the vision and the mission, the purpose of the organization. So it is important that we look at each operational planning and the integrated strategic financial planning in its perspective. The operational plan or the budget would be far more tactical and operational in nature, whereas a 2 to 3 years or 3 to 10 years budget will have elements aligned with the corporate strategy. So what are the key investments that is required to execute those big changes, a big transformation that is required, has to be clearly articulated in those financial statements. So when we are doing financial analysis, some of the basic questions that we ask: is the current growth curve sustainable? So there is a growth curve. We have to see whether we are in the growth path, or are we plateauing, are we declining. So we need to understand the growth curve, and it can be based on the life cycle of the brand, when was it launched, and so on. The other questions are the profit margins. That's very important for the business viability and business health. Then we look at the utilization of the assets. What kind of efficiency these assets are being used at? What kind of capacity utilization are we doing? If we are near capacity, then we need to invest in further capacity expansion. And similarly, if we are underutilizing these assets, then we must find ways and means to utilize these underused capacity. Also, we need to look at the operational cash flow, whether the business is able to create sufficient operating cash flow. And there we need to balance our CapEx requirement as well as working capital. And we may need to tweak the working capital policies so that the investment in working capital is aligned with the liquidity requirements. For example, this inventory may be currently at 90 days. So if we can cut it down to 60 days, we are able to release a lot of cash. Same goes with customers' terms and vendor payable terms. I remember that in Unilever, we were importing a lot of teas from Kenya and Indonesia, and also palm oil. And I think the term was 60 days. One of our new commercial directors or finance director came in and said, the financing cost internationally is much, much lower. And why can't we increase the term without really affecting the cost? And we managed to, from 60 days, we managed to get the terms to 180 days. And we had a negative working capital, which was fantastic because it gave us so much cash that we could invest in the ice cream business. Actually, we didn't have to raise any capital or take any debt, just a working capital adjustment, working capital management released cash. So it's very important for our team in the operations and in the sales and in procurement that they should understand that the policy, how they affect the working capital. Also, when we are doing financial analysis, we have to look through the life cycle, whether we are in a startup phase, where there is a huge investment in acquiring customers, and we may be in negative at that moment. Then we have the growth phase where we are expanding quickly, and there's a lot of investment required in both people and capacity, and as well as working capital. In maturity, there we have to see how we manage and retain the profit, manage the profitability. Generally, it's a cash-driven business, and therefore we just have to manage the profitability of a mature business before we actually decide to diversify. So, so why is strategic financial planning so important? And the whole idea is that we want to achieve the strategic goals and objectives. We want to make informed decision-making about capital allocation and risk management. We want to improve our financial performance. And also, we want to attract and retain investors. This is very important. When you are growing, you need to retain investors, you need to attract investors so that the business is able to raise equity capital as well as debt capital. So it's quite important how we sell the story, the finance story, to our investors. Then also, it's all about risk management and mitigation, as well as overall financial performance of the organization. So this is why we want to do financial planning, is to ensure that the business is sustainable, it's healthy, and it's able to generate cash to meet business expenses. Some of the key assumptions that we use in financial planning are external indicators such as the economic growth rates, the interest rates, inflation rates, and where the business is dependent upon overseas customers, as well as imports, and exchange rates play an important role. The industry growth projections, the competitive dynamics, as well as the internal capability gaps. So these are some of the factors that you have to start building into your financial planning assumptions when you are making it. The core elements of finance strategy is the capital structure as to what is the optimal mix of debt and equity financing. Debt is generally cheaper than equity, but then you can only take so much debt, and the business requires a mix of both debt and equity. Cost of capital is very important to understand. What is the cost of raising capital from different sources? Capital allocation, and this is we are going to talk about shortly as to how we allocate or rank different projects for investment. For risk management is core in finance. When we are doing financial planning, we look at various scenarios as to what's the worst case, what's the best case, and what's the most likely case. Then we look at the performance measurement, and these are some of the KPIs that we use, as discussed earlier, like sales growth and profit margin and cash generated. So some of the financial objectives that we are concerned about when we are doing the financial planning are, of course, profitability. We want to maximize the net income or earning per share, or we benchmark in the industry what is the profitability benchmark, and then we try and at least exceed or meet that profitability benchmark. We want to look at the growth, liquidity, both efficiency and the solvency of the business, long term. So alignment we've been talking about, I think there was Alex actually talked about alignment a lot today. And that is fundamental when we are doing financial planning. It's a fundamental that we align our financial budgets with corporate and business strategic priorities. And also all the rest of the plans has to be aligned with the business strategic priorities. So the sales, HR, R&D, and our geographical expansion plans and all our operations plan, first they need to be aligned with the strategic priorities, and then the financial plan that comes out also needs to not only at the highest level, but also with individual functional plan. It has to align with that because each function will require different level of investments. For example, HR needs to hire a team of new sales team for a new launch. So we need to take into account the additional headcount there. So in terms of resource allocation for strategic priorities, this is very, very important. And as to how we actually go about choosing or ranking our articles, our investment priorities, and how we choose those projects. So as discussed today, there could be so many choices, there could be so many options. And Mihai today showed a palette of the Penta model, whereby the options, the strategic choices were quite a huge number of strategic choices are open to an organization. So some of the allocation criteria is the strategic alignment, the return on investment, and risk assessment. We also have to look at the time horizon as to whether the project is short-term or long-term, and also look whether the project is flexible enough in terms of adapting resource allocation to the changing market conditions and priorities. So I'll just show you an example that I did most recently. There were quite a few projects, so I've just given them a code, project A, B, C, D, E, F, G. And the top part is the financial attractiveness, and the second box at the bottom is the other non-financial factors. So you can see that we look at the initial cost, we look at NPV, the net present value, we look at the IRR, the internal rate of return, and the payback period. And we assign weightage to each one of them and come up. So overall it comes to 100%. And we assign, so this is the initial cost. So you give them, you rank them in a table of 1 to 5 individually, and then you calculate the weighted average here. So this is, so for example, project A is 4, project C is also 4, and project D is most attractive at 4.3. So I've taken the weight, these ranking here and put them in the financial attractiveness row over here. So, and also the other elements like strategic fit, export potential, technical difficulty, access to material, and their weightage has been assigned. These are subjective, and after consensus with the top management as to what weight should be assigning, and we are putting these weights here. So for example, in project A has got a good strategic fit and therefore has got the maximum score. Similarly, export potential of project C is very attractive, and so on. So access to raw material, again, project C is most attractive. So using the weightage, we come to a weighted average ranking of 4.1, 3.8, 3.9, 2.9, so on. And the project ranking comes in here. So the project A is number 1, project C is number 2, project B is number 3, and so on. Project D is number 4. So this is one way, and this is subjective. This is has to be aligned with the top management, and it can take a few iterations before you come to a conclusion, and even then you may try and change the variables to better to make the decision much more relevant. So these are not fixed. This can depend on the industry or the nature of the business at a certain point in time. Some of the key business resources that we would be investing in our financial planning would, of course, be people, brand development, advertising, social media, also R&D, and how do we create an organization that foster an agile and efficient organization structure, and which is performance driven, for example. We have to invest in standardized processes that we talked about in systems, which can make the overall company much more agile and efficient and give our customers a good experience. So while making a financial budget, we need to take into account these investment areas. And these would come from our capability gap that or gap analysis that Mihai earlier talked about in our very first lecture today. Now, the other part of business risk management. So this is part of the financial planning that we need to understand what are the underlying risks. We need to assess those risks and also see what kind of strategies we need to develop to reduce the likelihood or impact. So risk mitigation steps is required along with the financial planning, and also do, as I said earlier, that we need to create scenarios, various scenarios, and these could be the best case scenario, the worst case scenario, and most likely, and this can take into account various factors. For example, a pandemic or exchange fluctuation or inability of our major vendor to supply. So those kind of factors can be built in, and also a mitigating factor could be also put in that will help the business to navigate through any major crisis that comes through. So a business continuity plan, for example, is a good risk mitigation plan. This is very important when it comes to strategic finance planning, that we need to really ring fence resources for strategic project. This is very important. Otherwise, those projects will not be executed. So we need to ensure that these initiatives receive necessary funding and support, and we need to track them, that these funds are adequately available and they are actually separated from the main budget, so that we can actually track them. So we talked about monitoring and tracking. So there is a quarterly review plan is recommended, whereby we are looking at the progress that our financial plans are still aligned with the strategic objective, that we are tracking the actual spend on important projects. And we also need to assess the outcomes, whether these outcomes are as per plan or there is some adjustment required in our strategy. I'll skip this section. Debt is cheaper and equity is more expensive, but then there are some advantages to equity, that there is no fixed financial cost and there's no obligation to repay, but it does dilute ownership and control and has a higher cost. because there is some issue. The interest payments are tax deductible, whereas dividends are not. And this creates a huge disparity, although both are investors in the business, but then it has produced disparity and made debt more attractive as a source of financing. I just want to touch upon, and I believe Samir or Salman actually touched upon the business model. It is so important for finance people to understand the business model. It puts in so much clarity as to who are the key partners, what are our key activities, what key resources are required, what is the corporate customer value proposition, how we are building relationship with our customers, what are our key channels, what are our key segments, what is our overall cost structure, and what are our revenue streams. So you can see that the overall revenues, an estimate $100 million, for example, and this is broken down into customers and key channels. And we are investing like 20 million in building customer relationship here, and the overall profit that the value or the margin that the business is able to generate is 100 minus 80 million is 20 million, showing in the value proposition in the center. And the cost structure is broken down between cost activities and key resources. So 60 million going to the key activities of sales, marketing, supply chain, R&D, etc., and key resources, 20 million. So the idea is that we need to assign value into the business model, which makes it a very, very powerful tool to understand the business strategy. I find the business model is as incredible a reflection of our strategic decisions reflected on one page. It's very, very powerful. We just talked about the value chain also in a previous session. And again, you can actually assign values in the value chain to understand where we are putting our financial resources, which activities are taking most resources, and whether we are getting value from those resources or not. There's a lot of insourcing and outsourcing decisions that can be based on the value chain analysis. So, for example, logistics is generally outsourced. Now, lastly, we're coming to the integrated financial statements. So, in terms of income, the three famous financial statements are income statement, balance sheet, and cash flow. So the income statement is for a period, for like a quarter or for a year. Balance sheet is at one particular point of time, and cash flow matches with the same period as the income statement and shows the changes in cash over a period. Now, they are all interlinked. And so when we are doing the financial planning, the planning horizon is generally 3 to 5 years. So you can look at revenue, you can look at the cost trends, you can look at the fixed costs, which are in the operating cost, and the overhead expenses that you see that these are of a more of a fixed nature and they are increasing over period. This could be the additional headcounts that we need to hire to support the business that is growing. So there's a lot of factors that we need to consider when we're doing revenue forecasting. So this could be both units, pricing, channels, and geography, and new markets, new products, etc. So generally the costing and the FP&A department in finance are very good at it, and they are able to compute the financial projections. But we as business leaders need to really understand whether the business is going to be making money. So in terms of gross profit, whether the margins are being maintained or not. This one is not showing the margins, but even in absolute terms, whether the growth in gross profit is aligned with the profit growth or in revenue growth or not. So here we are actually looking at the trends and seeing if there is any exception, and these exception could be because some major investment that we are undertaking. We can also look at so each line needs a separate analysis, whether the interest expenses make sense. If the business is able to generate enough cash, then we should not be seeing an increase in interest expense. Similarly, income taxes has to have some kind of relationship with the EBIT. So here we see that there is some issue, that the EBIT is 954 and the income tax is 89, so it is in line. So income before tax is in line with the EBIT, of course. So there has to be a good overview, and so the FP&A manager along with CFO actually does a detailed review, and they are looking at both the trend as well as relationship between each other. So the revenue has to match with the cost of goods sold, and the gross profit also has to match with the set parameters. So generally, target gross profit margin is assigned. Let's go to the next statement, which is balance sheet. The balance sheet is actually called balance sheet because it is the total assets and the total equity and liabilities actually balanced. So you can see that 2.6 billion is equal to 2.6 billion here. This is a snapshot at the end of an accounting period, could be end of the year. So at the end of year one, the total assets were valued 2.6 billion, for example, and they were financed by equity by 858 million. Also, there is long-term liabilities, and there are also short-term liabilities. So overall, the financing is done by three components: equity and debt and current liabilities. And here also you can see a trend that the fixed assets is growing as the business is growing, 440, 525, and 785. So the finance people have to actually see whether these kind of addition capex is actually justified, and they would be looking at the capacity utilization when looking at the capex requirements. Some of them could be, and this is at the net book value, so meaning after depreciation charge. So, and adding capex. So some of the capex could be replacement, and some of them could be giving additional capacity required. Current assets are generally working capital, and is quite a big number that is being generated here. It's kind of doubled from year one to year 5, and we can look at the revenue, whether this. So here we see a problem that revenue is increasing by like 50%, whereas the working capital is increasing by 100%. So here again, we need to look at the working capital policies and tweak them so that we are able to reduce the exposure to such a large working capital investment. Again, equity increase is generally the profit retained in the business. So we can see that the business has been healthy and the equity has been growing. So this simple model hasn't taken into account any dividend paid out, but dividend is generally paid out like up to 40 to 50% of the income could be paid out, and depending on the stage of the business, in initial stages of the business, 100% of the profit is retained and reinvested in the business. But as the business grows and goes into maturity phase, most of the retained earning is either distributed. This is cash flow. Again, it's similar to income statement. Here we are seeing the cash flow from operating activities. Then we are adding some non-cash items like depreciation and amortization is added back. There are certain working capital movement and changes in short-term liabilities. So this is summing up to 370, 376. So overall, because we are investing a lot in our working capital, there is so the cash from operating activities is less than the profit, and this is very important. We saw that the profit is sanity, but cash is reality. So if you look at the net income, it's in the region of 550, 598, 600, 700, whereas the cash generated is in the region of 370, 376. So there is quite a shortfall from profit after tax. And the main elements which is creating this negative is the working capital change. So the inventory is increasing by 89, 113, 137, 166, and 200. And similarly, the receivables are increasing. So this is actually creating a negative, increasing working capital is creating a negative cash outflow. Then we look at, so this is cash from investing. So investing activities mostly would be in the fixed assets, in the factory or some other assets. So 75, 150, 200, etc. And again, if we are taking in some financing, for example, some additional resources, so these will be added to our cash. And then the net cash flow is calculated as 495, 426, etc. And we have a beginning cash balance and a closing cash balance. So you can see that the business over a period of time has able to generate 2.7 billion of cash. And this allows us to come to discuss the dividend policy of the organization as to how these earnings or the cash is utilized. So unless there is a major strategic investment opportunity that comes around, like an acquisition, for example. This is a very, very important document to understand. So I would encourage all functions from other than finances to not only look at the income statement, but they should also look at their impact of the business decision or the policy on the balance sheet as well as on the cash flow. This is a summary of what's the working capital days are like. So for example, days inventory, 23 days, it's gradually going up, 23, 25, 27, 30, and 33. And that is why the inventory is increasing. Similarly, the receivables, days sales outstanding is also increasing, 16, 18, 19, 21, 24. The days payable is actually decreasing. So we are paying our vendors early, 37, 33, 30. And that's why it's creating a negative working capital. These are other short-term liabilities, and here we see an increase. So overall, if we what we call CCC is the cash conversion cycle, it means that we are able to convert cash back in. So if we invest today, we'll be able to return our cash in 47 days. Here, 44 days, 42 days, 40 days, and 39 days. So although it is actually reducing, But our net working capital is actually increasing significantly from the net working capital, starting net working capital 183, 455, 780, 1 So it shows that there is a huge element that requires a correction in this assumption. So we have to go back to marketing and discuss about the customer trends that from 16 days, we are increasing it to 24 days. And what is the underlying factor? Similarly, in terms of DPO, why are we paying too early? Why can't we negotiate a better credit term? As the company is growing, the business will be also growing. So these are some of the very important factors, that indicators that can really help the organization create value through reducing their net working capital. These are some of the standard ratio analysis, where we look at the profitability ratios, gross margin, net margin, EBIT margin, EBITDA margin, return on assets. And here we can see, although the gross margin has been kept constant, which really, this is an example, but in reality, the business should strive to improve the gross margin, because that really creates a lot of value. And increasing the gross margin will also help improve your net margin and all other margins. The return on assets is alarming, because it is actually declining. And this is once, as we saw that the assets, especially the working capital, was increasing, it has put it is actually lowering the return on assets. Return on equity similarly has gone down. So we need to address both the asset side as well as equity. Equity, as we were not distributing and accumulating in the business, and the equity was building up, whereas the profit was not increasing to that extent. So the return on equity has actually declined quite significantly, and this is not acceptable. In terms of liquidity ratios, the current ratio, starting with 1.6, is improving year on year, and that is showing that our current assets are increasing significantly versus the current liability. And that's, although it's improving, but then it also shows that we are tying up a lot of our capital in working capital, and that is not efficient. The quick ratio is also showing an increasing trend. The quick ratio is current asset minus the inventory. So it will include mainly your receivables. So receivables divided by the current liability. And this is also, although it's showing that it is increasing, again, it's not a healthy sign, because your receivables are increasing. Your net working capital ratio to the sales, for example, again, starting from 8% has gone up to 24%. This is something which needs to be remediated. This kind of investment in working capital is inefficient, and therefore, as I said, that some of the commodity-based business like tea and edible oil business actually work on a negative working capital, which releases a lot of cash. Solvency ratio is debt and equity ratio, and here we can see that equity over a period has increased from 33 to 56%, and debt from 67% has gone down to 44%. We can look at some of the efficiency ratios. The asset turnover has actually declined, because we saw an increase in the asset. Fixed assets turnover is also declining. The account receivable is also declining. So these should give an alarm to both the FP&A team as well as to the supply chain and operations team, as to really understand what is driving the efficiency ratios negatively. Similarly, the inventory turnover is going down. So which is showing a buildup of inventory. So these are some, when we are doing the strategic financial analysis, this really helps the ratio analysis to throw out. And as we discussed in some of our presentation, the AI will be able to pick up and actually throw out and maybe even do a recommendation that some policies needs to be changed. So we look forward to the new generation of strategy financial tools that are becoming available. And increasingly, most of these models are going to be having AI built in, and that would make the life of both the FP&A team as well as the senior management very helpful in making a quick decision when it comes to financial policy making. So in conclusion, the strategic financial planning is an ongoing process. It requires a continuous adaptation and refinement. And by aligning financial resources with the strategic priorities, the organization can really navigate the complexities of today's business landscape and achieve sustainable growth and secure the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Khalid Saab. It was fantastic illustration of financial concept. It is very difficult to understand for everybody, especially operations people, but you made it you made it more simpler. Okay, so there are so many questions posted. Unfortunately, we don't have much time left because it's the end of the day. So still we have 2 sessions to be covered. Okay, so yeah. So one question I think for you is execution frameworks in Unilever and Novartis. In your experience, what kind of execution frameworks they have used? Yeah, just to
right. So in Unilever, they had a version of balanced scorecard, and they used to call it strategy into action. It was mainly the balanced scorecard framework, but they actually gave a separate name. It's the same. And in Novartis, they used a simplified balanced scorecard.
So it's a balanced scorecard in different names. People, you want to use their own name. Okay, so the concept is the same.
Yeah, they don't like the word scorecard somehow.
Okay.
I'd just like to say one word in Novartis, amazing alignment. So they had a new chief executive, and he came up with 5 strategic priorities for the business, and it cascaded down to individual level, right from so all the plans, and including individual plans, had to reflect those 5 strategic priorities, which was around innovation and people and culture. So that is very important, that when you are talking about strategy execution, it is important that the alignment has to be there. And we talked about this today in great depth. Alex, as well as the other speakers, showed the importance that when we are doing the strategy execution, it's so much important that we are actually aligned with the core strategy purpose.
Thank you, Khalid Saab. Thank you very much for your time and patience. It's the end of the day, but still the energy is up in the conference, and because it's no 2 lectures are same, so it is very informative and helpful for everybody. Okay, yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So I welcome Mr. Renan. Okay, so sorry for keeping you waiting, Renan. So you are catching from Central America, very early morning today for you. Okay, so thank you for joining. I think Deep, can you make Renan presenter? So if we can, so yeah, quick introduction. Renan is the chief executive. He has multiple roles, by the way. So whatever I remember. So he's the chief executive officer of Great Place to Work for Central America. And also, I think he's the chief operating officer for Mexico for operations. He is a managing director for PV Consulting. You have a few more. He's a businessman, okay, and a very active supporter of Balanced Scorecard, the old school expert. Okay, so we'll be very happy to invite Renan for the event. So good morning to you, and please introduce yourself. Yeah.
Good evening to everyone. Thank you very much for your time. And I'm sure that just looking at the agenda, it has been a wonderful agenda just to see the amount of information, the amount of expertise being shown on somewhere between meetings that bring 35, 45, 50-minute engagements. And what this shows is the ability that in today's world, where there's so many practices, we can share best practices. Also, we can share the practices that are not necessarily working. So let me do a very quick introduction. I was asked to prepare some information regarding what small and mid-sized enterprises are based on the time that you guys already have. Let's see if I can cut short my presentation and do it in probably 25, 30 minutes and give you some insights of a little bit of my experience on what it has been regarding the framework and what we've been using in mostly Latin American countries and in the US when phasing small and mid-sized enterprises. So I'll be sharing right now the presentation, and I would appreciate it if you guys can tell me if we can see it right now, please.
Yeah, it's coming up, Renan. You can see it. Yeah,
okay.
Please continue.
Okay, let me start then. So the first one is strategy planning and execution for small and mid-sized organizations. And let me start with the first question that usually comes up. It doesn't matter where in the world we are, whether we're in Europe, in Asia, in Africa, in Latin America. What are small and mid-sized organizations? What is a small company? What's a mid-sized company? And I guess anyone can go into Wikipedia. We can go into the World Bank, and I just went into the World Bank right here. And it's very simple to see that depending on any given market, small and mid-sized enterprises, I'm not even saying micro, represent over 50 to 60% of the businesses in the world. In some markets, they represent over 90%. So again, is there a coin term that actually indicates what a small organization is or a mid-size? I'll even go into micro. It depends, and it's going to depend mostly on who you're asking. Are you asking a government entity? Are you asking a financial entity? Are you asking a big retailer company? So I guess I think that what I'll try to bring to the table after listening to and looking at the agenda of what has been presented, I think it's the quality of what we can teach or what we can show in very simple terms these organizations. Because if we start utilizing the same I'll use the same words, the same teaching methods, the same processes that we utilize with big global entities, with big companies, I'm sure there's going to be a gap between what we're trying to say and what's being understood. So what I just posed on this simple slide is that it depends on revenue, or depending on some markets or some industries, it depends on the number of employees. But I've been asked in different engagements, what happens if we're looking to a small consulting firm that has less than 10 employees, but probably has a revenue of 10 million, 20 million, 30 million? So is that a small company? Again, those are different points and topics of relevant criteria that needs to be reviewed. So I think that while I'll say, depending on the industry, where we are working, small industries, if we were talking about the number of employees, usually are going to be industries that are under 100 employees. And and somewhere in the definition, mid-sized organizations, depending on which market and where we are, can be defined somewhere between 100, and in some markets they'll go to 500. Some markets they'll even go to 1,000 employees. But again, that's why I wanted to start with the big question: what are small and mid-sized organizations? I've had the ability to touch a lot of small and mid-sized organizations in the US, in Latin America, I'll say North America, South America, Central America, and the Caribbean. And at the end, what you're going to see is a lot of the key topics that I'll try to discuss over the next 20 minutes. I'll be changing slides right now. So let me start with a general concept that doesn't talk about necessarily the frameworks that we're usually seeing when we're talking about strategy and execution. Let me talk about governance. And I'll talk governance in two different aspects. The first one, when we define governance for small and mid-sized organizations, there are various key topics that usually need a lot of attention from this type of organizations. I'll go, if you can look at the one that I place on the bottom of the concept where it says ethical business practices. This is one of the key topics that I believe that is one of the areas that needs a lot of attention and nurturing, depending on which country, what size of industry, and again, what type of organization you are in. At the end of the day, the ethical business practices is what will bring the opportunity for any company to go into have better operations, if we call that operational efficiency. If that is also something that will, and I'll use the word, help any given small and mid-sized enterprise adapt to change. One of the comments that I just saw on the chat that was posted probably less than 10 minutes ago had to do with the pre-COVID or post-COVID era. The businesses have changed. Even the way that we communicate, this is an excellent example. So have we adapted to change? Can the way we plan and execute and how we tell this to small and mid-sized organization help them adapt to change? Usually, big budget organizations, big multinational, big regional, yes, they will, and sometimes they don't. But the key question is, how can we add value in helping organizations that are small or mid-sized adapt to change? Another key topic that I wanted to bring here is, as businesses start growing in any given market, and they'll start looking to go overseas or probably to the country next door, they need to start thinking more of any type of compliance that has to do with the regulations in the market that they're in, and also in the markets that when they're going to go into new markets, it can change drastically. Small and mid-sized organizations, and I'll use just one more concept that was that has been spoken in the previous conferences: access to funding. A lot, but I mean a lot of small and mid-sized enterprises have a lot of difficulty in have clarity when they go to financial institutions to have access to funding. Why? Because there's usually a lack of order, and that's a little bit of what I'll be showing in the next couple of slides. So let me go back to what I said at the beginning of this slide: ethical business practices. It doesn't matter which country we're in. We can be in India, we can be in Pakistan, we can be in Germany, we can be in Mexico. It doesn't matter. It's about the principles. And from there, yes, it will be very, very, very important for any given company to start using the correct framework. But if we have the ethical business practices not where everyone will understand, those practices will be one of the key issues that governance needs to attend. Now, the next slide shows why is governance so important in family companies? Because most I'll say in many countries, small companies start by being family owned. Even I'll call it, in companies that have grown into mid-sized companies, there's still big family-owned companies. Today, if we go to any stock exchange in the world, we'll still find big companies that started probably 50, 100 years ago that had clarity of how they had to grow. And let me go to the left-hand side of the screen where it says the part where it reads how management needs to be professionalized. That is, at the end of the day, one of the key areas that the best habits that we can bring to the table to any given company, whether it's a mid-sized company or a small-sized company, is how to institutionalize key processes, from the way that the mission is drawn to the way that they are measuring their individual KPIs. So again, I wanted to note that in the red color. Why? Because at the end, what we are trying to bring to the understanding of most of these organizations is how they can institutionalize most of their processes. And again, in the color yellow, around on top of the professionalization of management, it reads family dynamics. I invite you to go and look at least 5 or 10 companies that are family owned, and think of them companies that have over 500 employees. Do they still operate in the same way they operated probably 10, 20 years ago? The family dynamics are a big concept in most of this type of companies. And the conflict resolution that I just wanted to point there, the conflict resolution is something that will happen when there is not necessarily a lot of clarity on governance and succession planning. Why? Because you'll find that companies that are going from a first to a second generation or a second to a third generation might see the planning cycle and the way they do strategy in different ways, obviously, how to execute it. So again, I think that there are a few key topics that need to be profoundly thought upon when we're discussing how are we going to engage with family-owned companies or small and mid-sized companies. Key topics. I already spoke a little bit about this one. Let me just go ahead and give it 1 minute more point of attention here. Ethical businesses practices. Strong governance encourages ethical behavior and integrity within the organization. If this is something that the leaders of the organization profoundly believe in and work upon, this can be cascaded down. Again, if it goes the other way, it also can be cascaded down. So it is the focus of leadership to promote and to be an example of ethical businesses practices. Operational efficiency, depending on what we understand, I'll just try to say that it brings clarity in roles and responsibilities and the decision-making processes at any level. It should reduce conflicts, and it should focus a lot of performance indicators that probably did not exist and now we need to create. And let me just go where it says professionalization of management. Establishing governance structures encourages the professionalization of management within family business. And that for any given company, if we talk about the tech industry, that's where the tech industry is trying to add value. If we talk about the consulting business, that is where the consulting industry is trying to add value. If we talk about the financial institutions, that is where the financial institutions are trying to add value. And last but not least, if these companies are going to grow at a regional level, it is very important to attract foreign investment, engage in international trade, obviously, and participate in global markets. Global markets are not necessarily the biggest markets. They can go from one small country to another one, but we need to do it in an orderly way. Let me run with, I'll try to close this in the next 10, 15 minutes. And let me ask a few questions that I've seen within many organizations in many countries. Why planning and execution fails in small and mid-sized organizations? I have 2 slides for this. Number 1, lack of clarity in objectives. Again, just by saying that, how we pose this, it is something very important and how we can help them. Do we call them objectives? Do we call them long-term objectives? As in big multinational companies, do we think that we believe that we need to talk about the objectives in what, 1 year, 2 years, 6 months? Pure communication, I wrote that as number 2, because I've seen in companies that are not very big, some companies that are even smaller than 100 employees, where everyone knows everyone, and probably the company is in the same city or at least in 2 cities. Pure communication is a killer for this. Obviously, the process that plans are not necessarily placed in an adequate way. Again, it doesn't matter if an organization is very big or very small. This even happens in big corporations. The resistance to change, the way that if it's a family-owned company, we've seen a lot of companies say, this is the way we do it. This is the way that we did it 10 years ago, and this is the way it was created. So I guess resistance to change is not necessarily only something that needs to be seen from the top. It's something that happens at any level in the organization. And number 5, where we're having difficulty in planning and not necessarily having the resources required. On the last presentation that Khalid gave, which is an excellent presentation, he was talking about clarity of cash flow. And depending who we're asking, they'll say cash is king. Yes, cash is king. If we had the ability to plan ahead. And this is one of the key areas that we need to help the small and mid-sized organizations, how their planning cycles work. They don't have a lot of people. Probably they're going to have very small departments, 1, 2 individual departments. Why? Because this is the way that they're composed. And usually we need to help them with the clarity of planning cycles and what means of resources they're going to need. I've seen so many times what I wrote in number 6, unrealistic expectations. Just by thinking that we have a very good fortified process to plan ahead, that doesn't mean that we can expect the best results to happen in a very short period of time. And those are, I would say, one of the key metrics that small and mid-sized organizations have. A lot of them have the urgency view that most items need to happen very fast. Most actions need to happen very fast. So is that an unrealistic expectation? Again, depends on the time frame. It depends on the region. It depends on where we are. In effective leadership, it doesn't mean that this goes just from the C-level. We can say that there's C-level in small companies and mid-sized companies. It means that even if we have leaders that are in a restaurant, in a warehouse, in logistics, it depends how we're taking care of what our leaders are communicating and what our leaders are not communicating. How we adapt to change, whatever change means in the process, is so important. Just to use a new framework, just to start utilizing and measuring new KPIs. And obviously, how we're doing our monitoring and evaluation processes. And this is something very important when a company is growing into another region of a big country, or when a company wants to move their products and services into other markets. They need to understand what the culture is. And I wrote cultural barriers, because usually for big multinationals, they went through this process many, many years ago, probably many decades ago. For companies who are breaking ground and growing at a very fast rate, if something works and is a product that serves a good percentage of a market in a country, that doesn't mean that it can be marketed and sense in the same way in a different market. So this is a big challenge for small and mid-sized organizations. So about to wrap up in the next 5 minutes, let me say, why do businesses fail? And this is something that comes out from entrepreneur.com. This has been up in the air for a few years. And it says the entrepreneurial myth. And this, for us as specialists, we can help. Well, a lot of the companies, when they say, if you're a specialist in one area of trade, it has nothing to do with creating or developing a business in this area. I love food. I've seen a lot of people say, I studied to be a great chef. I'm going to put a chain of restaurants, even if they have the cash flow, even if they have the cash flow. Why? When a business is created with this mentality, the entrepreneur or the business owner will acquire at least, and I just placed there 6 different hats. Of course, there's more. The general manager, the marketing manager, the sales manager, the financial manager, the operations manager, the human resource manager. So it's not, and this is one of the myths that I've seen over and over and over again. Please, I can say I've seen it in the US, I've seen it in Mexico, where I'm right now. I've seen it in countries in Central America, in the Caribbean, in South America. So I'm sure in your neck of the woods, this is something that will happen today. This is something that I need for the experts that, or the people who are actually managing this at any level. How can we share best practices? Because very few schools teach how to develop a business, a small or mid-size, from zero. Not all businesses are tech. Not everything will happen over the internet. Okay, so this is one that we can talk about. Many entrepreneurs believe they're not accountable for the results of their business. Lack of focus. Oh, I created the business. I don't need to be accountable for anyone. Is that true? And I'll say that not only for small businesses, that happens even for mid-sized businesses. Many entrepreneurs develop their business in a way that it cannot grow without them being fully involved in the operation. This is a perfect way for a business not to go the way it needs to go. So these are a few key topics that I wanted to bring to the table. And the full mentality, and entrepreneurs do not develop a focus on a specific market or develop a competitive advantage for their business. And again, this will come from the framework, whatever framework we're telling them to use, whether it's a business scorecard, whether it's a canvas. I believe that there's an area to help entrepreneurs. Even when we define an entrepreneur that has been in business for 5 years or 10 years, they'll say, oh, I'm a small business owner. I already went from being an entrepreneur into a existing model, into an existing business model. There's usually a lack of areas of expertise where we can add value to them. And I'll be closing in the next 2 minutes. I know for you guys, it's been a long day, so let's see if we can do this very fast. The importance of planning and execution for small and mid-sized organizations. I'm not going to go into the cycle that everyone knows, that it's very important, but let's just put a few concepts. Develop a clear strategy map. Should we call it a strategy map for a small organization? No, the answer is no. We need to put it in simple terms that they will understand it. We need also to help them how to cascade it through the organization. Even if the organization is small, we need to tell them. Why? Because probably they don't have the ability or the clarity of how to do it. Align objectives with business goals. That's a clear one. And when we start talking about strategic initiatives, of course, the term is very simple for us. We use this at a mid-sized company or a small company. They're going to say, strategic what? And probably the word that we need to tell them is, hey guys, we're going to help you do special projects. And that's where we're going to start allocating resources. And of course, we need to implement performance measures. This is something that we are going to be helping mid-sized organizations in any area, not only financial, not only organizational, not only marketing, I mean everywhere. And they need to be very simple. Why? Because the team who is going to be managing this usually are very, very small teams. And last one, I'd say we need to help them foster a culture of continuous improvement. This is something that usually big corporations, multinational corporations, or even local companies that are big in the stock exchanges, this is something that usually happens for them on a daily basis. For small and mid-sized enterprises, this is something that needs to be created. Build cross-functional collaboration. Use technology wisely. I've seen so many companies that they have great ERPs, great CRMs, and they're using it the incorrect way. And they say, oh, we spend so much money. The balance scorecard, we even sent a few of our executives to the best schools, and look, nothing happens. So it's not only technology, again, it goes with the frameworks. And employee training and development is something that needs to be a key topic for any type of these organizations. So this is where I'm coming to the end of my 25-minute presentation. Just wanted to be very tough on time because I know you guys are running a little bit late. So I'll say thank you, and I'll be ready if there's any questions to be asked.
It's a very, very interesting point of view and advice for the small and mid-sized organizations. This is really true. So far, we were discussing about the larger organizations with so much infrastructure, resources availability. But small and mid-sized organizations definitely need the same level of attention, the same level of complexity of the business, but with the limited resources. Okay, so that is something which is excellent. Your 5-point present slide in the last you've shown that talks about that answers all the questions. Okay, so basically what I infer is the smaller organizations need have a strategy focus and also need to have a strategy execution mindset. Okay, that cannot be taken for granted. Okay, so when we go, so one more point what I like is don't use complicated terminologies like strategic initiatives. Use something called special projects. Okay, so to make them very easy. I think you have helped so many small, mid-sized organizations to optimize their processes and get business results. Okay, so that is something coming from is very interesting, very interesting. So any more questions from the team? Let me quickly see it. Typically, in the region, it all depends because the owner mindset, because as you said, the small, mid-sized companies mostly managed by the owner managers. Okay, so they are good in some areas and they don't know some areas. Okay, so it will be a little harder to convince the areas where they are not exposed, something like financial management or whatever. Okay, so what is the tips to change the management mindset for the small mid-sized business owners who are managing? So any tips and tricks how to
Yeah, I think.
Yeah.
Let's see if I can bring. I'll use what you just asked, and I'm just reading point number 1, where it reads lack of talent beyond the CXO level. Not that they cannot pay for smart talent, but smart talent is always looking for something bigger. So I think that that's a very good one. I think that we need to help small organizations by providing or by creating packaged solutions, at least that probably will not take care of 100% of their needs. But if we are able to help them in the right direction, at least, and I'll go back to the basics, just helping them with the mission, with the vision, with the way that they are going to putting their, I don't want to say again the ethical part, but their values, where the values of their leadership is and where they see this based on whatever their planning cycles are. Small and mid-sized enterprises, when we even talk about 5 years for them, they don't have the ability to even look 2-3 years ahead. So I think that if the professionals, the experts, the solution providers, if we have the ability to add value in creating packages, solutions that can be utilized by, I don't just want to say small and mid-sized enterprises. We need even to help them at an industry level. Are they retailers, restaurant retailers? Are they regional operational companies? Are they in the service industries? So I think that there's a point of view where we can add value even by talking about at an industry level. And I think I'll go back to what you said, utilizing very simple terms. I think that if there was a book about the balanced scorecard and the strategic planning execution that is 200 pages big, when we take that process or we want to bring that product into a small and mid-sized enterprise market, yeah, we would need to develop something much simpler, much smaller, understanding that the impact will probably is not going to be immediate, but we're going to be bringing great habits and probably great opportunities for these organizations to learn, to practice, and to grow. And for us, the practitioners, I think there's a beautiful, beautiful market where we can add value. I think that would be, whether the practitioner is a consultant, whether the practitioner is an executive, whether the practitioner is a tech company. So I think there's a big opportunity there.
So big opportunity for consultants. That's something very interesting to hear, because it's all how you bundle your offer and trying to help the companies. Okay, so if you make it simple, straightforward, result oriented, then you have a fantastic business, and then you will enjoy the transformations. Okay, and witness the growth. Thank you, Renan. Thank you very much for joining so early and giving us valuable insights. Okay, so appreciate. So thank you very much. Thank you. It's really,
thank you,
really
everyone. Have a beautiful evening. The best for all.
Yeah.
Bye bye.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so Deep, can we? So we still the energy is the same from the first session. Okay, so that is something I did not expect. So we have the viewers in YouTube, Facebook, and in our conference. Okay, so still the audience are same with the same energy. So that is something fantastic. It shows the importance of the topic, importance of the speakers with a very vast background experience. So I would like to invite Fawad. Mr. Fawad brings a rich knowledge in the strategy execution, primarily what I know. And he brings a very rich knowledge in the PMO processes, and then the alignment of the organizations. I have seen him doing this multiple times over and over again. Okay, so welcome, Mr. Fawad. So you can share your screen and then introduce yourself. Please feel free, because you run out of time, but you can take your time and just explain whatever you can. Yeah. Voice, can you check your voice if you? No, it's not audible. For me at least. Yeah. No, it's really not audible still. Anybody can hear?
Am I audible now?
Yes, fantastic. No, rich, loud and clear. Yeah, please.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Kadir. Thank you very much. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I think a lot have been shared since morning, and I think it was your strategic vision, Dr. Kadir, to keeping the strategy execution part till the end. I mean, people talk about the strategy planning throughout the day. We talked about the budgeting. We talked about the performance management, and I think that all these things are clubbed together when it comes to the strategy execution, because during the strategy execution we have to link all these things together to ensure that we are delivering the value to the organization. Thank you very much, Dr. Kadir, and the participants. Thank you very much. My name is Mohammed Fawad Hussain, and I have over 20 years of experience into strategy execution, strategy planning, as well as strategy auditing, helping organization implementing the strategies and evaluating the effectiveness of their strategies. I have been delivering trainings on different disciplines. I have delivered almost 5,000 hours of trainings, as well as 300 plus day of evaluating the different strategies. By virtue of my strategic qualification, I'm certified business planning professional, balanced scorecard professional, business transformation portfolio professional, change management professional, project management, of course, organization project management, certified PMO development, and KPI professional. On the other hand, my management systems, on the side of the management system, I'm Lean Six Sigma Black Belt. I'm quality, health, safety, environment, and process management auditor, certified supply chain professional, and approved by different organization as to be the lead trainer. Today, I'll be mostly talking about the strategy execution and how we can improve. What I chose to speak about is not a regular approach that what everyone is doing when we are reaching to the strategy execution. But what I'm planning to do is to talk about the important factors which we must consider while we are, ensuring that effective strategy execution. So the topic will be talking about value management and the process approach today, as well as now I'll touch upon a little bit on the strategy planning and the frameworks. I'll not go into the details because a lot have been spoken about since morning, that how to do the strategy planning. I think Sameer's presentation was one of the comprehensive presentation on strategy planning. Dr. Salman's presentation was very good on and comprehensive on a budgeting. And then we had, I'm sorry, I forgot the name, speaking about the performance management. So we have spoken about many things. But what I will be focusing on today is that what are the critical success factors in order to deliver the value to different stakeholders. So of course, when we talk about the strategy planning or the strategy formulation, the values, mission, vision, and a strategic objective and action and KPIs, which is your strategic change agenda also. That where we want to reach in when it comes to the strategy, the current state and the future state. So it's more on the value is more on inspirational level, and when we go back, it's more on strategic and tangible results level, where we talk about the strategy execution, that how we can translate these results into the tangible benefits for the organization. We talked about many frameworks since morning. There are balanced scorecard is one of the framework, strategy mapping, OKRs, KPIs, performance dashboard, change management, and non-traditional frameworks like Six Sigma, like business process reengineering, like Lean. All these tools, or PDCA, all these tools are available to effectively execute the strategy. But the important factor is that how we can select these tools and what tool is the best tool for an organization. I think since morning we talked about the small and medium enterprise, we talked about the family businesses, we talk about multinational companies. So it's all depend on the maturity and the capability of the organization, that what kind of a tool they can use and what is more suitable as per the culture of the organization. Now, for example, during my work with Al Kifah, I was heading the strategy execution department for the group. We actually used the approach of balanced scorecard, where we ensured that every organization goal is translated into different level of different perspective of the balanced scorecard. In my other experiences where I worked with Tamimi, we were following the OKR and the objective and key result as the main framework. We did not go to the balanced scorecard. We just went to the organization goal and cascaded down to the key results and the objectives, and and then from there we went all the way to KPIs. Now, in my third experience, where I was working with Al Majdoui, we went directly from the goals to the KPIs. Now, all these three experiences I want to differentiate, because Kifaf was a mature organization where systems are understood. People were developed throughout the time when we were developing the PMO office. On the other hand, Tamimi was not mature. They were developing, their practices. So for the best tool which was best fit for them was OKRs. Now the third experience which I was developing strategy and execution frameworks for and the performance management, of course, for Al Majdoui, which is Raya Financing. So it was a small organization, and people did not have much clarity on what is the difference between KPIs, what is the difference between result areas and objectives, and what is balanced scorecard. So there, what we did, we took the organizational goals, translated into the KPIs directly, and handed over it to, or collaborated with the department, and got it aligned with the department. From there, we went back to the performance management for the individual people. Now, so the thing is, all depends on what kind of maturity, or what is the level of organization. So referring back to Gomez, that it's, if you go in the organization, a smaller organization which is like 50 or 100 employees, on the other hand, and you're coming from the organization which is like 12,000 employees, and if you are trying to implement the same framework in the new smaller organization, it might not work. It most probably it will fail. So you have to design your approach or the framework, as Dr. Kadir also said, there is no standardized approach. So you have to link all these things together and design a tailored framework as per the organizational need. So that's how you will start delivering the value at different levels. So that's the first thing. Now the second thing is, we talked about the strategy planning, but today our focus is on strategy implementation, strategic control and monitoring, and the strategic performance or evaluation. We will talk about the initiative management, and we will talk about the operations management in next few slides. Now, I mean, organizations are suffering when it comes to the strategy execution. Reason being that they are trying to implement the best of the best practices. My experience, we when we start implementing some strategy framework, we keep on doing the analysis, we keep on doing the brainstorming, and we make that analysis to the paralysis, to be honest. And we try to come up with the most sophisticated framework which is the best for any organization, but we are not mature. We have to consider that the organization at the beginning of the strategy is not mature. So I think my what I have learned over the period of time is the MVP, minimum viable product. So we need to start with the basics. We need to start that how we can ensure that everything is start coming together in the right place when it comes to the strategy execution. Today, I mean, people discuss strategy at the end of the management review meetings when everything is financial and everything has been done. Then they, yeah, let's talk about the strategy. I see throughout my experience that there is a lack of alignment of the budget with the strategy. We define the strategy, we select the initiatives, and we don't do the the alignment with the budget. How much budget, how much resources do we need in order to execute these initiatives, as well as we don't know how we don't go and we just give that one initiative or the part of the strategy to one department, and we don't either train him, or we don't give him a budget, we don't give him a resources. Now, the other thing which I have observed over the period of time, or we must focus, is alignment with the performance management. Usually, the strategy is developed and it remains either to the corporate level, and if it is going to the department level, it remains within the department level. It does not reflect on the people performance. It does not reflect, and people do not know how they can contribute towards the strategy. The best experience we had in my previous engagement with Raya Financing, where we defined all together to the all level, we ensure that strategy is communicated. That was the first part. Number two part was that every employee in the organization knows how he is contributing to the strategy. And trust me that from the year 1, 6 months time, we started seeing results. So I think alignment with the performance management, this is one of the critical factors which usually people or the organization miss, and lack of understanding of the strategy throughout the organization. This is where the strategy communication come, and the most important thing, the buy-in. People want to know why I'm running some initiative, why I'm carrying out some tasks which have been given throughout the strategy. So people want to know what's in it for me, why I should do that. Now I'll give you an example. I was auditing a strategy department and strategy execution, and they said that our strategy is communicated throughout the organization. And we were at the floor ensuring the initiatives implementation status and all these things. It was part of my auditing engagement, and I happened to met one machine operator, and I asked him, do you know what is your strategy? He said, sir, these guys does not even speak English or any other language. They are just one, either Hindi or Arabic or Bangladeshi. So he said, sir, I don't know what is my strategy, but I know that as a machine operator, if I do not deliver certain components in a day, it will not help. We will not be able to deliver the final product on time to the customer, and then my performance of the company will go down. For me, it was enough that it was understood. It was not communicated. So the strategy, it was understood at every level, that even the cleaner said, sir, if I will not clean this floor, someone will slip and we will have an accident. On that will affect delaying the process and the product to the customer. So this is one of the very important factor, that it should be communicated, and people should know why they are doing or contributing and how they will be contributing to the strategy. Moving forward, when we talk about the planning part, we talked about that the whole planning is done, all the initiatives has been identified, and then people are looking for the value from those initiatives. Now value is different from stakeholder to stakeholders. So now for the sake of better understanding, I have selected three major stakeholders, or the three major areas where the stakeholder can influence the design of the PMO. This is where you design your PMO as per the value. So if you want to deliver a value, you have to design the PMO in a way that delivers the value. So who are those people who have some expectations? So for example, the first stakeholder is the executive leadership. What do they want? They want, number one, that our strategy is properly cascaded throughout the organization. Our strategy is communicated. The PMO is aligned with the organization vision and a strategic roadmap. Enhance organization culture and accelerate organizational development. So these are the expectation, and of course the performance of the organization, performance management. So these are the expectations of the executive leadership. On the other hand, you have people who are working with you on the programs, on the projects. They have certain expectations. Now their expectation is that they need to understand that the PMO, or these days it's not only the PMO. I mean, there are multiple name: PMO, project management office, change management office, strategy realization office, vision realization office, center of excellence. So all these, so they want these departments to collaborate with them. Number one is that they want to understand that what is the strategic importance of these initiatives they are running, how they can realize the value from those initiatives, and how they can contribute towards the organization strategy. On the other hand, they also want the development. So for example, um, if they need to carry out certain initiative, how they can carry out, they need their own development. For example, you can arrange different kind of trainings for them. So this is their expectation, that how they are developing. We as a PMO are developing our resources, which are working either in the business units or either directly on the program and the project under our own supervision, and that's also part of your organizational development. Now, internal or external clients, which is in case of enterprise PMO, mostly you deal with the internal clients, which is your departments and the businesses. And in terms of the PMO for the client, you deal with the external clients. They have the expectation. Now, when we talk about the internal customer, they want us to collaborate with them to enhance the value of not only the business, because the initiatives they are running those initiatives to enhance the value of the organization, because the operations are there already to generate the value. So they want us to collaborate with them in order to ensure that we are, as a subject matter expert of the project management or the strategy execution, we collaborate with them and we enhance the value of their projects. Now, we as a team worked on 4 transformation projects. Now, in those 4 transformation projects, I mean, we went as a strategic transformation team. We sat with the businesses, we went to every level of the organization in order to ensure that we understand everything, because this is where the business unit want us to add value. That comes to the governance, that's come to the financial restructuring, comes to the process restructuring, come to the people restructuring, come to the human resource, come to the customer focus approach. So all these things, these are the different value for the different organization, different stakeholders. Now, when you want to define this, translate these into the PMO, you have to ensure an effective design of the PMO which are able to deliver these value back to the stakeholders. Now, I will not talk about, as I said, I will focus mostly on which I think that the organization or the PMO experts usually have be more vigilant, or it's more critical success factors for the PMO, value generation PMO. Now, of course, when you are developing the PMO, you have to consider the organizational need, you have to define the PMO purpose, why do we exist, and the objectives, what we want to deliver, what kind of a PMO and structure we want to develop. Either we are going to develop a support PMO or a controlling PMO or the directive PMO. That all depends on the maturity of the organization. But in terms of strategy execution, in my last 10 years of an experience with the strategy execution, I think the best PMO for the enterprise is a controlling PMO, where we are not only just giving them the formats and stuff, "Khalas, guys, you use these for that." No, we are getting involved into the operational level of the organization, where we want to ensure that every initiative is delivering the value which they have been selected for. Of course, you have to standardize the templates and tools. Again, I talked about the frameworks. Again, here multiple frameworks are available, but I think the best platform, best framework for an organization which suits its requirement. You don't have to name it, but you can have your own. I mean, we had our own organizational framework which was customized, incorporating many approaches. Even the non-traditional approaches for example, Six Sigma and business process management, all these approaches was integrated into that framework. Of course, you have to define the value, standardized templates and tool to ensure that everybody speaks the same language within the organization, have an effective reporting and metrics. Now, when you are defining the reporting, you have to define 2 kind of a reporting. Number one, of course, you have to define the parameters for the strategy execution performance throughout the organization. On the other hand, we have to stakeholders want to see what value or what value the PMO is delivering in the organization, in terms of the knowledge enhancement, in terms of the capability enhancement, in terms of the strategy cascade, all these things. So you ensure that all these matrices are defined at this level. Organization capability enhancement, change management. So let me just take you to which I believe that over the period of last 10 years, I believe what are the critical success factors for any PMO when you want to deliver the value. The first is strategy cascade. What happens is initiatives comes to us, we start implementing or planning the initiatives. I will talk about the initiative planning in the next slides, because there's something important I need to talk about. We start working on the initiative planning, and delivering that to the project manager, and we start working on monitoring the performance. But I think the most important thing for a value focused PMO is to ensure that start from the beginning. Once the strategy is developed, how you're going to cascade it to all level of the organization. That's the role of a PMO, because this is where you will be able to see what value it is generating. The strategy execution is generating for when it comes to the strategy results. Value management, define the value. As I said in the previous slide, define the value, what kind of a value you want to deliver to different stakeholders. Now, in terms of executive management, of course, they need to see the strategy cascade. So we need to do the strategy cascade. On the other hand, when we talk about the PMOs and the business units, we have to ensure that they are aligned with the strategy. They are, continuously developed, and they know what they are doing in order to contribute towards the strategy. The third important thing is the flexibility and adaptability, because as a PMO, and especially when you are talking about the strategy execution and the value focused PMO, you have to go to the project level. For example, if you are at the enterprise strategy execution level, you have to go to the business unit level and operational level. So you have to be flexible and adaptable when it comes to understanding, because they consider you the best technical experts, subject matter experts of the project management, or of the business management, or of the process management. So you have to have that business acumen, where you know that how the business operates, how different processes contribute towards the bigger picture of the organization. So you have to be flexible. I have seen throughout my career that once the performance structure is developed for the PMO or of the initiatives, then that's it. We are not going to change anything. It's a continuous improvement process. You have to continuously look into, Dr. Salman was talking about the previously, it was a yearly review of the strategy. Now strategy is more agile. Every 3 months you review the strategy, or whenever you need, you review the strategy. There is no set pattern when it comes to the strategy review. So you have to be flexible. Number 4 is an integrated process approach. You have to ensure the processes you are defining for the PMO and for the initiative management, for the performance management, are integrated. So if something changes at the people level, it reflects back to the strategic level. So your process should be tightly integrated. Then change management. Here I would not only say change management. I think here we should focus more on a strategic change agenda, because the change agenda will have some initiatives, will have some activities, will have some tasks. So what happens is that usually when this strategy reach to the PMO, we focus only on planning the initiative, executing the initiatives, and then doing the performance of the initiative. But sometimes the major change is a 80-20 rule. Major change is only under the nose of the strategist or the PMO, which is through fixing some operational areas, and you can generate the value. I'll give you one example. We were in a transformation project in one of the organization, and it was a ready-mix organization. So what we realized, that the capacity for the plant was 1,000 cubic meter per day, and capacity was like 1,200 cubic meter per day. And the orders which the delivery guy was receiving was 1,000 cubic meter per day, and the delivery he was able to make was 700 cubic meter per day. So we sat together and we started looking into the why at the first place, that why we are not able to achieve the target once we have the orders in our hand for the 1,000 cubic meter. When we sat together, we realized that there is a disconnect between the delivery guy and the guy who is doing the sales. The guy who is booking the sales, he is booking a delivery 7 o'clock in the morning. On the other hand, the delivery guy already have planned 3 deliveries and he is not available till 10 o'clock in the morning. And then this guy who is waiting since 7 o'clock in the morning, he will start getting paranoid, and or he will either cancel the order, or the order will be moved to the next day, or it will not be delivered. So what we did, we just fixed the process of an internal communication, that before the sales guy will book, he will check with the delivery guy, check the slots, and then book the delivery. Would you believe, from the next in the next 3 days, yani, we developed this process, we trained them on this process, and we started observing their performance. From the day 3, we started seeing the improvement trend within the deliveries, and within 1 week's time we reached to the 1000 cubic meter of the deliveries which every day we had. So sometime the solution is right under the nose, and it's not only the big initiative or the projects which will bring the change. It's sometimes it's the small activities. So you have to focus on the change management or the strategic change agenda. One of the most critical factor is ignoring the organizational capability, that if we try to develop, as I said previously, sometimes we try to develop the most comprehensive system, and in this try we make it more complex system, and our organization is not capable. The experience I had was when we started developing a PMO. We started small scale, and we started moving um, year on year, or quarter on quarter. We started introducing new requirements, new processes. But what we did, that every time we are improving, we are involving our people at every level. So for me, there were like 28 business units, and 28 business in the 28 business unit, there were like 28 strategy guys who were sitting with in the business unit and was reporting indirectly or directly reporting to us. So we used to have a meeting with them, and we used to explain them what changes we are bringing. Parallel to that, we were continuously developing their capability throughout trainings, throughout sessions, throughout knowledge sharing activities. So what happened, that after 2 years, when we reached to the maturity level, all our resources was mature enough to understand the process. Before that, PMO was there, PMO was working, but people were not seeing the value of the PMO. Now, the next one is organizational culture. It is very important to have a buy-in. If you're when it comes to the organizational culture, Peter Drucker says that culture eats the strategy in the breakfast. But on the other hand, the Harvard Business School review, they says that you take care of the processes, and the culture will take care of itself. So, and the practical example we implemented in my previous experience with Tamimi, it's a very small example, but it actually reflects how the processes can change the culture of the organization and people behavior. There was two entrances, a very simple example, two entrances of the office, and there was on one entrance there was a biometric for their attendance, and on the other door there was no attendance. So they wanted to capture all the attendance of the employees, because people sometimes was coming late or going earlier, stuff like that. So they said no one is allowed to go from that door, and people did not listen. And then they sent another circular, people did not listen. And what they did, they said, okay, now they put the security guard there, that your role is not allow anybody to enter from this door. Now, people were in the beginning, people were fighting with them. No, I want to go, we are getting late. He said, Habibi, this is my job. If you will go in, I will be fired. So I'm not gonna risk my job. You have to use the other door. And after a week or 2 weeks time, after these all up and down arguments, people started using the front door, or the door the organization wanted them to use. So that's the power of the processes. You have to ensure that your processes are in line with the culture. So if you want to change the culture, you have to put together the right processes, and for that, start with the minimum viable product, the simple process, and then step by step, when people get used to it, take them to the next level and to the next level. And this is where comes the continuous improvement. You have to consider throughout your strategy cycle, either it's a strategy planning, either it's a strategy execution, or it's a strategy performance. You have to continuously monitor and see what else you can do, or what else as a PMO we can do to deliver value to the organization and to different stakeholders. Now, with this, I will talk about a little bit of how we have give you a sample that how did we, or we should do the strategy alignment. Our executive leadership want us to, you know, cascade the strategy throughout the different level of the organization. Now, depending on the strategy, we have to do an internal and an external alignment, which is called a vertical alignment and a horizontal alignment. So if we are sitting in a corporate and we are a strategy execution office or an enterprise project management office or a vision realization office, we have to ensure that strategy, the corporate strategy has been understood, cascaded to different business unit, as well as to the support units, as well as to the departments and to the employees level. So we translate the corporate strategy into the business unit. In the business unit, of course, depending on the goals of the corporate, in the next slide, I'll show you how we can do that. So we cascade it to the business unit and then to the sports unit, as well as we align the strategy to all department as well as to the employees level. And in depending on the nature of the strategy, we can have a third party alignment. Like for example, if we see that we have committed a customer to deliver a product in a certain time, and if my supplier does not deliver me the raw material at the given time, then I might not be able to deliver the final product on time. So we align it internally and externally. So this is the strategy cascade, and this is translating the results. So we cascade the strategy to the employees level. So whatever employees will do, it will reflect towards the department as well as the business unit and the corporate strategy. So just a quick glimpse of how we can do the internal and external, strategy alignment. For example, in our corporate strategy, we have a scorecard where we have objective of increased profitability, increased revenue, reduce operating cost, improve customer experience, increase market share, reduce delivery time, improve operational efficiency, and improve information services. Now, for example, increased profitability or increased revenue is directly with the business unit, where the business units are generating the value in terms of the revenue. When it comes to improving the operational efficiency, of course, my support units will be part of it because they are doing most of the operations. For example, if IT and finance and a human resource are the support processes. If I, as a human resource, I do not bring the right people, and they cannot contribute towards the organization, or my iteration rate is high, so I'll not be able to deliver the results on time, because people will keep on coming and leaving. So we have to improve that process to ensure that we are selecting the right people and helping them grow with us. On the other hand, when it comes to the finance, for example, my recent experience with the finance, I was working with a financing company where the role of a finance was to generate the loans from the banks. Now, unless the finance brings the cash from the bank, my sales cannot sell, because the role of the sales was to sell that cash which we are taking from the banks. So similarly, we go to when it comes to the improved customer experience, of course, business unit is involved, support units are involved, and external parties are involved, where my suppliers are involved. So here, what we can see is that how we can align the strategy or the cascade the strategy at the different level of within the organization, as well as the external parties, or the third parties, or the external stakeholders. Now, once all these strategies are aligned, then we come to the initiative management. Now we have the initiatives and we start planning them. Now I will talk about the approach, which is a famous approach for for any organization, and which everybody recommends, an alignment. If the initiative is aligned with the organization strategy, time bound, yes. If it has specific time, start and date, specific, each initiative is well defined, clearly objective, task and outcome, resource has been allocated, cross functional team has been assigned, and we have the KPIs to measure the performance of the initiative. But I think one of the most important factor, that when we have a initiative, when we receive an initiative as a PMO, we start planning. Okay, what are the deliverables of the project? When it will be delivered? What resources are required? How we will measure the value of, or the quality of deliverable. But I think the most important thing which we miss is the benefit management, because the initiatives which we are selecting as a strategic initiative is for delivering certain benefit to the organization. And that's the common issue I have seen throughout my experience with different companies, that we, or the PMO, they focus on project execution rather than managing the benefit of the project. So if you want to be a value focused PMO, or if you are developing value focused PMO, you have to ensure that rather than planning the initiative, plan the benefits of the initiative. Now, for example, if we have, okay, the benefits comes throughout the life cycle of the initiative. Now you might ask a question that unless the initiative, the project is completed, handed over to the operation, and then we realize the benefits, yes, it's not wrong, but there are two different types of benefits: tangible and non-tangible benefit. Now when we talk about a pure financial initiative where we want to reduce the cost, do we need to finish a project and then start realizing the cost? No, not necessarily. The initiatives which are related to the cost, process optimization, all these initiatives, you can realize the value or the benefit of this initiative throughout the life cycle of the project. On the other hand, the initiatives like governance model development, PMO model development, quality management system development, Six Sigma development, installation of the machine, having a new branch, all these initiatives are the initiatives where unless you deliver those initiatives, you cannot start realizing the value. So you have to plan the initiative rather than planning the initiative and the deliverable. My humble experience is that we need to plan the benefit rather than just what are the deliverable of the initiatives. Because if you have certain targets of the objectives and you are running certain initiatives to achieve those targets, so you have to ensure that all these benefits has been planned and you start realizing them from, depending on the nature of the product, from the project, from the beginning of the project. Now, just a quick link that we have objectives, we have KPIs, we have targets, and then we have initiative. In order to achieve these targets, which is, for example, enhance revenue and increase profitability, let's say we selected two initiatives, which is launching of a new product, on the other hand, installation of an automated machine. So we have to, rather than that, okay, these are the deliverables, that we will buy the machine is one deliverable, we will install the machine is the second deliverable, we will commission the machine is a third deliverable, and we will do the pilot run. Yes, these are the deliverables, but we have to ensure that how we are gonna manage the benefits, of how we are going to monitor those benefits. Now, for example, having a new branch did not bring you the 20% addition to the revenue. Having a installed automated machine did not bring you the 5% of the profitability. So you have to ensure that all these, but if you will plan the initiative, you will be able to know this at the end of the initiative, where the initiative is over, machine is installed, new branch is opened, but it did not deliver the results because we did not plan the benefits. So we have to ensure that all the benefits has been planned rather than just initiative. I'm not saying that we should not plan the initiative. Initiative will be planned and is planned, but ensure that this planning ensures that every benefit is being captured and realized throughout the life cycle or end of the project. Now, after that, I will quickly talk about the performance management, where I will just take you back to this level of the employees KPIs. So everything which an employee is doing he is contributing towards the strategy. So you have to define a structure where everything is linked together. So how we did it in a couple of organizations, for example, there were organizational goals and the target of next 5 years, and then the target for the year 2023. And then what are the different objectives or the key results which will contribute towards the improvement of the return on equity. So we said, okay, there are two result areas which will affect the ROE. This is related to only the collection department to enhance the quality of portfolio and the process efficiency. And then we gave them the target and we translated it to the measurable KPIs. So this is pure collection. So in the collection we have some buckets, which is bucket A, bucket B, bucket C. Let's not go there. That's a different discussion altogether. So we focused on how the collection department will be able to enhance the quality of their portfolio and how they are going to improve the efficiency of the processes. Just one quick example in the process efficiency, that one of the responsibility of the collection department, that if the customer is not paying, pull back the asset. So and the asset, so what happens is, but throughout the evaluation, we realized that those assets people are not paying from 3, 4, 5, 6 months, and the assets are still with them and they're on the road. So that's why we put together the percentage of repossession of the assets. So, and then after this, we saw a huge stock of a repossessed vehicle in our yard, because people started realizing that if they do not do that, their performance will not be good. And then if they don't bring the cars, their performance and the departmental performance. So department head is accountable to ensure that these things started happening. So this is the results, and this is the example I was giving you, that in 6 months time we started seeing the results in terms of sales enhancement, revenue generation, market share, and the ROE. In the year 2022, we did not pay any dividend, but in 2023, we were at least reached to the level where we were able to at least bring some value for the shareholders. So that's how we cascaded all the objectives to different level of the organization. Now, of course, we've been talking about the value focused PMO and the processes, all these things, everything which we talk about, either is alignment of the strategy, either is which is internal and external, or we are talking about performance management system, or we are talking about having a right framework. This is all about having a right processes. So I mean, you all are aware that process is an activity which takes an input and convert it to the output. So we have to define different level of processes. What are my processes for the strategic alignment? What are my processes for value management? How I will communicate within the organization? How I will improve the decision making? How I'm going to manage the change? How I'm going to do the benchmarking? Standardizing the framework. So these all are the processes which we define within the PMO. But I think for that, in order to understand, we have to understand, because as a value focused PMO, we have to work at every level of the department, either it's a strategic level, or is a business unit level, or is a department level, or it is all the way to the operations level. For that, we have to understand quickly. I'll take you through the different level of processes. So having a better understanding of the processes will give us a better understanding of how we can design our processes effectively. So processes are usually categorized into different levels. There are 4 levels of the processes. Now, the first level is a strategic process. These are also called the first level processes, and as a high level strategic goal organization. These are the high level processes that are directly linked to an organization's strategic goals and objectives. They are often referred as a level 1 processes. Now, for example, strategic planning process, market research and analysis process. So you have to ensure that PMO help organization defining all these processes, because PMO is a group of people, or I would say as a center of excellence, is where we have subject matter experts of disciplines, and we We understand how the process works, how the strategy works. So that's how PMO get involved into the strategy strategy process enhancement. And if we improve these processes, it have a substantial impact on the organization in terms of strategy planning, strategy execution, and the performance management, and other strategic processes. Second is the core processes. The core processes are fundamental to the primary function of an organization. These are the key processes that directly contribute the creation and delivery of the product or service to the customer. Few examples are product design and development, service design, supplier management and evaluation, customer relationship, operational performance monitoring, etc. And improving these processes can enhance the customer satisfaction. The third level of processes is a support processes. These are the third level processes which are, mostly talking about the support processes which are contributing towards the core processes. So the examples are human resource processes, information technology processes, finance and accounting processes, procurement and supply chain, legal and administrative processes. Now, improving these processes lead to increased customer satisfaction. I think I did not change. And improving these processes lead towards the operational efficiency of the organization. The last is operational processes, which is the lowest level of processes, or it goes to the machine level, that how your machine should be operated. Document management, supply chain management, product development and innovation, quality control and inspection, non-conformity management, calibration and maintenance, and risk management. These are the processes which we take to the lowest level of the organization, that even to the level of the work instruction. And improving these processes increase the productivity and reduce the errors. So just a quick overview of the level of processes. Now, considering these 4 level of processes, you have to design the PMO processes, and everybody knows that process is an activity which takes an input and convert it to the output. So once you are defining these processes, PMO processes, you have to see what processes will contribute towards the strategy formulation, as well as execution, as well as the performance. So you have to do the benchmarking. But when you do the benchmarking, then you can go to the tailored approach, that what suits your organization. And then, of course, you have to do the alignment with the stakeholder. You have to incorporate stakeholder expectation and align it with the stakeholders to ensure that the processes are delivering what they are expecting. And keep the processes flexible, as I've already explained, that our processes should be flexible and understood at all levels. Then consider the culture of the organization, that what suits the culture of the organization and what processes are required to change the culture of the organization. And then, of course, enhance the organization capacity, that what is the current capacity of the organization, and if that process is suitable to deliver value to the organization or no. And then, of course, organization maturity. But all these things, once you have all these processes, then you have to ensure that you are enhancing the capability of the resources who are working with you, either on the projects, either in the business units. So one of the initiatives which we have taken, which we took, was developing our resources on the project management. But there was another initiative which was one of the most important initiatives we took in one of the organization, was to develop the leadership on an organizational project management. So that talked about every aspect of the management, as well as the project management, as well as the strategy. So that enhanced the capability of the business unit heads also, that how they should see the strategy execution and how they can contribute towards the execution of the strategy and the initiatives. Kader Saab, do I have time? I think I'm almost done.
Yeah. So I think you can conclude. Okay, so it's a very interesting topic, Fawaz Saab. So you can conclude. It's very interesting. So you talk about the benefits management. So basically, my question is to you, Fawaz Saab, is when you do the strategy plan, so you do the value gap analysis.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
how to close that gap by initiative? Okay, so is there something similar what you're talking about? So you measure it
See,
once you complete the project, something like that?
See, almost the value gap is from one place to another. So in order to cover that value gap, we run multiple initiatives, right? Now, what we need to align is that every initiative is delivering the benefit which will cover that value gap. Of course, not one initiative will cover the whole value gap, or not 5 initiative will deliver only 2% of the value gap. So my emphasis and my approach is, when we talk about the benefit management, that we ensure that every project, before the project is closed and we realize that the value we were expecting or the benefit we were expecting is not delivered, we should plan it keeping the end in mind. We should ensure that this project, when we are running throughout the life cycle, we ensure that it will deliver the value and benefit which are expected from that project.
That is true. That will give the appropriate, that will help the management to select appropriate initiatives. Pay attention to it. Just
Exactly.
Not the fancy thing. I like
that
this
will
project.
also.
Let us fund it. Yeah, that is fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Kader Saab. A quick overview about, if you don't mind.
Yeah, please go ahead.
So I'm working with the BMI. BMI is a management consulting organization, and we are helping clients into strategy advisory, business advisory, management system advisory, and human capital advisory. So for any questions, you can reach me back at my mobile number or my email, which is fuad@bmiplus.com, and you can visit our website also. With this, thank you very much, and Kader Saab, thank you very much for this opportunity. And if you guys have some questions,
which I think we'll post to you, maybe you can answer it. Okay. So we'll post to you and you can answer it. Yeah. Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Deep. So it's a very long session conference. Okay. So many of our audience participants are staying there from the beginning to the end. Okay, that's something great. Okay, so we are in the last presentation, so we don't want to take a lot of time, so we quickly do the presentation. Myself and Mr. Gopal Sharma presented. Okay, so we together will present it. Let me share, sir, the screen. Share the screen, and then the PPT. Please let me know if it is visible. Yeah, if the screen is visible, I believe.
Yes.
Can anybody confirm? Okay.
It is visible to me.
Yeah, so we don't go too much introduction because myself and Mr. Gopal have already presented it. Okay, so what we are talking here is ESG is a buzzword now. Okay, so environmental, social, and governance is now something is very critical, especially from the investor point of view, and then from the compliance point of view. Okay, so we talk about this very quickly, followed by how this can be done in a systematic manner. Okay, so let us, I'll just operate the screen, PowerPoint. You can just, so I think we had a session in the morning, so I bring 30 plus years of experience in strategy execution, supply chain, business management, project management, enterprise resource planning, okay, with the various industries, very few certifications in the credit. So I'm the chief architect for Fru Strategy, as a comprehensive strategy management solution. So we are the sponsors of this event. Okay, so I'll just take through Gopal Sharma ji. Yeah, over to you, sir.
Okay, I think morning I already gave a brief about myself. So just I want to say I have recently published a book on mastering strategic excellence. It covers both strategy development and execution. And it has got 4 appendices, useful appendices, where you have the sample of balances, scorecards, and strategy maps, and also includes extensive KPI library, which can be referred to in case it is required. And it also has all the standard templates which are used for strategy development and execution. So it can be very useful, kind of help book. And as morning I said, 40 years of total experience, 20 years in strategy, execution, and balance scorecard implementation. What I forgot to mention is I'm also certified balance scorecard practitioner from Kaplan and Norton Palladium. That was done in 2008. And I think I'll just move on.
Yeah.
So we go to the next slide. Okay. The agenda is that how to align ESG objectives with the balance scorecard and how to do the ESG assessment, and if any questions any of the participants have. So looking at the stakeholders who are impacted by organizations' ESG footprint, of course, these are 8 main stakeholders, including investors, communities, suppliers, employees, regulators, customers, and finances. And we need to take into consideration the expectation from all these 7 key stakeholders. All right, next. So as you all know, ESG stands for environment, social, and governance. And environment includes, of course, climate change and carbon emission, energy efficiency, water scarcity, biodiversity, and deforestation. Social is employees' engagement, customer satisfaction, labor relations, geopolitics situations, and other stuff. And governance includes board diversity, which is, I think, recently it has come into limelight, including female directors. Minimum requirement have been established also for listed companies. Then you have management remuneration, which needs to be certified or which needs to be approved by key stakeholders and shareholders. Then organizations are required to have whistleblower schemes and whistleblower policies. Then political lobbying and donations are another things which need to be disclosed as per the governance requirement. Yeah. So major factors, if you look at impacted by ESG environment, of course, increasing operating costs due to higher pricing for greenhouse gases emissions. So organizations need to take care of. Then writes off and early retirements of assets due to enhanced emission reporting. This is related to the first element. Then reduced demand for goods and services due to change in customer choices, because the customers are becoming more and more aware of those ESG requirements which are dictated by the respective government bodies. And then there are costs associated to adapt and deploy new practices and processes while transitioning to the lower emission technology. So these are main environmental factors, they impact the businesses. Social factors include the impacts on companies' profitability and reputation due to labor disputes and strikes and these things. It also includes, of course, employee satisfaction. That's a major factor. Reduced demand for customers or litigation due to safety risk in products and services. And then you have disruption in operations or supply chain due to geopolitical conflicts, which is kind of, sometimes it can be a major factor depending where you're operating. And then, of course, demographics and consumer changes, shrinking market for the company's product. So changes in the taste, changes in the requirements and new developments, all these social factors can impact, are impacted by ESG requirements. Governance is a major thing which has recently government has been focusing on. Multiple directorships of board members leading to conflict of interest. This is, I think, being addressed or being looked at now very seriously because it leads to conflict, or it may lead to conflict of interest if you have, if a director has membership in 2 different organizations and they are related to each other. Lack of experienced board members is also a cause of concern. Navigating an energy company through the transition, because many of the directors, maybe they are not having enough knowledge about the ESG requirements, and they may not be able to provide right kind of guidance or strategy to the board. Then excessive executive remuneration also is eroding trust in business. And finally, scandals due to tax compliances on information lax in compliances on information disclosure, auditing and accounting and regulations. So these are some of the concerns which are impacted by the ESG. Yes, next.
Yeah.
Can you move to the next slide? Yes.
I did move.
Okay. It didn't work. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So typically, if you look at implementing or establishing ESG corporate strategy, it is a 7-step process. So first of all, you need to do the materiality assessment, that to what extent ESG requirements are applicable to the business, and what are the things they need to take care on priority basis. So that kind of assessment needs to be done. So that leads to doing the assessment of the current baseline situation, that to what extent the impact is there on the ESG requirements and how they need to be addressed. So based on that, the objectives and goals are set for the ESG strategy. And the fourth step is that to what extent they want to address and what, let's say, the targets they want to achieve in a time frame. So you have a time frame, and then you have your strategy based on the time frame, and then you put some kind of a performance measures so that you are able to track the performance on the ESG requirements. And based on that, you develop a strategic roadmap that how you're going to achieve those objectives and performance levels related to ESG. And then you have those actions required to achieve those KPIs. And then the last step is the reporting the progress, both internally and externally. Because there are government requirements as far as ESG reporting is concerned for certain, beyond certain size of businesses. So they need to report to the shareholders and as well as to the government bodies who are actually responsible for implementing the ESG strategies for the businesses. So that's a 7-step process which need to be done.
Yeah. So can I take up, sir? Yeah.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yes,
so now, thank you, sir. How to do that how to link the ESG part to the balance scorecard? I think recently, a couple of years ago, as Mihai was saying, so balance scorecard, the concept was updated by Dr. Kaplan. Okay. So one of the way is to have an environmental and social perspective where you can have. So I need to share it, right? Again, is it visible?
Not yet.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Is it visible now?
The screen is shared, but there is nothing visible on the screen.
Okay. Let me stop and reshare.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it is visible now. Okay. Is it visible? Can anybody confirm? Yeah.
No.
Okay. Yeah, Deep, you're able to hear, right?
Okay, now it's visible to me. I don't know if everybody is able to see it, because I'm seeing only the presentation now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, in that way it is.
It is
you can
visible.
see it. Yes,
So
it's visible. Okay.
So
Go ahead, sir.
So there are two ways to do it. From my experience, there are two ways to do it. One is you include one perspective for the ESG, whether it is a environmental and social or ESG together, or you have your standard 4 perspectives with the different ESG objectives clubbed into that. Okay, so it's your choice. What is the best suitable for you? You can define. Okay, so technically speaking, it is like this. So if you take an example, we have a financial perspective, we have a customer perspective, the learning and growth, and then internal and process perspective and learning and growth. These are our traditional balanced scorecard perspectives. Now we take it up like sustainability perspective. So this sustainability perspective can take up like environmental part, social and governance part. So you can have one perspective to define that. So both ways are possible. Okay, so this is one example taken from an article to showcase financial, customer, the internal, the learning and growth, and then there is like environmental, eco, social. Okay, so there are 2 or 3. It could be 2 or 3 separate. Yeah, you're right. Okay, so it will be like that. So it all depends on the organizational need, but the balanced scorecard does include, the methodology does include with a different perspective or the same within the same perspectives with the different objectives covering up. That's your choice. So both ways are possible. So this is another example shared in the HBR review. Okay, so like sustainable innovative processes. So recently, so balanced scorecard, they're talking about the vision, then the outcomes, instead of calling it as a customer perspective, we call it as a value for the stakeholders perspective kind of thing. Okay, so again, the same example. So how to do the assessment for ESG? Basically, you need to have a ESG team. This is very, very high level kind of flow, what we can talk about. So you can have an ESG team, define ESG assessment questionnaires. It changed from industry to industry, company to company. So you need to see what is the compliance requirement, and then the scoring criteria. Some says 0, 1, 2, 3. Some say yes, no. You need to see it. Okay. So basically, conduct an assessment. So you have a score, you have a gap analysis, then you find out the closing the gap. Okay. So continuous reporting on the ESG performance, that is something. Now here we talk about, so all these things can be done through a system. That's what we talk about. Okay, so let me show you something here. So in the strategy map, I hope it is there. Yeah. So 1 second. So if you go to the full strategy, okay, so you can have a strategy map to talk about regular 4 perspectives, which is the financial, customer, internal, process, and revenues. Or you can have, sorry, not in this. Let me take you through this. Yeah. So there is one more example where we talk about.
Yeah, you can go to the next slide. I'm not able to see if it is moved.
Yeah. Are you able to see the screen?
Yes.
Yeah. So here, the strategy map in the system, the flow strategy, it will help you to define.
To me, sorry, Mr. Kadir, still it is showing this Amanco's strategy map. That is to me, actually.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So, I don't know if the screen, slide has next slide.
Let me share.
We are unable to see the screen, Dr. Kadir.
Yeah, let me share the screen.
I think there is some issue. I think computer got tired more than all of us. We are still at high level of energy.
Can you see now?
No.
Still not visible, the screen?
No.
Deep, can you just help us? So make it, can you make me presenter, Deep, so that, maybe that is the reason?
No.
Just help me out.
Yes, now it is visible. Okay, I'll mute myself. Maybe that can help. I'm not sure.
Okay. So basically, if you have a strategy map like this, so with a financial perspective, customer perspective, so internal perspective and enablers. So you can have a strategy map. So for a, okay. Yeah. So you can have a separate, sorry, it got distorted because of multiple things. I'm not sure. Yeah. So you can have financial, customer, internal perspective, enablers, and then also you can have environmental perspective where you can see it. Okay. So the whole strategy map can be customized to include the perspectives for the fifth or sixth perspective. So you can directly have it, and then once you click any objectives, you have the full story of the strategic objectives. Yeah, it's like that. So the main thing is the FRU strategy encompasses creating multiple perspectives, and you can include ESG part into that. So that's the main take. Okay, so I will also talk to you about the ESG assessment, which we talk about quickly in the morning. So you can set up masters. So how to do the ESG assessment criteria. So you can define criteria. Okay. So you can define the questions into the system. Okay. So what is the scoring mechanism? You can run the assessment part with this. So you can have a scoring. So anybody can give the score with the individual users. You can even the pre-assessment questionnaires also can be set into the system. Okay. So that you can with the comments. Okay. Then you can conduct the ESG assessment in the system. Of course, each participant will get the email, so you can see the overall score and average scores. So individuals give the ESG team will give the score, and then the system do compile all the scores together. Okay. So likewise, you can have a ESG dashboards where you can see what is the target versus actuals. Okay. So likewise, you can see the individuals and also who are the one participated. You can see the scores. So the FRU strategy help you to do the ESG assessment in a more flexible way, user-defined way. So you can have it, and it's more collaborative platform to help you to include ESG into the design and then the implementation. I think that's a quick navigation through the system because we are at the end of the session, so we don't want to. So any questions related to the ESG, how it can be incorporated into the balance scorecard? So myself and Mr. Gopal Sharma will be happy to answer. Yeah. So let me stop the screen share. Okay, so let us take up the questions. Okay, because it's too late. It's already we have spent more time. So I would like to if there is any particular question, we will take it up. Otherwise, we will take it up to the concluding remarks of the conference. Yeah. So So I think we don't have many questions. So all the questions posted will be answered by a concerned expert. Okay. So I would like to take this as an opportunity to thank all of you, all the speakers. They spent the whole time from the different time zones. Really, it is very much. I really appreciate their humble acceptance to participate in the conference, and it's a very knowledge-provoking sessions. And I thank all the participants who joined through all the channels, whether it is to WebEx or YouTube or Facebook. So we definitely take up all the questions and then make sure that they have we answer them. So we can unmute the speak Deep if you would like. So we can just welcome any questions or anything anybody want to speak. Yeah. So please feel free. Yeah. So we can unmute the. Where is that? I'm not able to see it. Deep, if you can. I would like to unmute so that you know. Yeah, I saw the feature a while ago. Yeah, here. Unmute all. Yeah, attendees can unmute yourself. Okay, so I just put unmute. So if anybody would like to give any quick insights, because it's a long day. It's almost like a 10 hours and 30 minutes. So it's a 10-hour session. So please feel free, Gopal sir. So you would like to talk something about it?
No,
yes,
yes.
Sheikh
Go
Abdul
ahead.
Qadir Saab and Gopal Saab. I
Yes.
think today's session was incredible. We had such a best speakers all day. So there was a lot of earning. My question is that what will be the next step? What will we do next? Because you have started a very good thing. Now we have to follow up with more events like this and more sharing. Thank you.
Yeah, so to answer this question, thank you very much. So what is the idea here is to make sure that the strategy execution and strategy planning are we would like to from the data labs and through strategy we would like to bring the experts to the another experts. So it's like a collaboration. So what we do is we will be conducting few more sessions not few more. It's an ongoing process. We would like to conduct a little detailed sessions. It's a 30 to 45 minutes is not enough to talk about these expertise. Okay, so what we will do is we'll have like a 2.5 hour session from one expert where we talk about some practice things. Okay, and then all the participants can bring their questions to answer real time. So we schedule in a periodic way so that you know the knowledge is shared across the globe, okay, across all part of the world, okay, and then we learn from individuals because we have today I have really seen so much depth of knowledge from all the speakers from different subject matters. You know, it's really amazing. Yeah.
So I don't know how to. Shall I address you, Khaderji?
Yeah, you can call me Abdul. Khader, no problem. Yeah.
No, but I must say, Mohanji and Gopalji and Khaderji, this is an amazing session. First time I spent like 10 hours plus on a webinar like this and did not feel like to go away. Even when I went out for like bio breaks, I had my headphones on. So I did not want to miss a single second of this session. This is an amazing thing that you guys have achieved, and all my best wishes for the upcoming sessions. And I would definitely love to participate and support you in any which way I can.
What we can do, I think it's a suggestion, depends on everybody. We can share and then have a kind of a group and share if anybody wants to suggest that, okay, in the next episode, probably we should be covering this, or can we have a detailed session? So we can have some kind of a common understanding and then work out the complete agenda for the next. And we can also decide when to have, and probably this platform is good enough or move to something else, or any kind of support required by anyone. I think that collaborative approach will be really good.
Yeah, we will be very happy to do that because when we started to have a conference, so it was not easy. Okay, so it's a how to bring the experts into the panel. Okay, so that was not a so when I started reaching Mihai, so Mihai was he accepted in the first place. Okay, so this was a great support from Mihai. Okay, then I just reach Gopal Sharma ji, and then all the way to everybody. So I got acceptance from all the speakers, and then there are many who are not available on this day. So like Alan Fell, and there are so many CEOs. Okay, so definitely we can plan a collaboration. So we from Data Labs will be very happy to collaborate and support the initiative. So we design something and then share with you. Okay, so some experts would like to be a little private, it doesn't want to be in groups. Okay, so we respect that. So we collaborate individually and then come up with a plan. Yeah.
And
So
probably, as Mr. Abdul already said, maybe we can have a little longer session and we just have one good session. Okay, anybody is open, anybody can present it. It's not necessarily that, whoever has the expertise, and then it gives more value in terms of going into further depth, and then we look at the implementation side or the challenges on implementing certain parts of a scorecard and things like that.
Sure, definitely.
I think that the time allocated for presentation was sufficient. Probably time for Q&A was limited. So, and that can be made more interactive, just a suggestion. Okay. And number two, I think next time when you do, you should insist on practical examples of like last session was like mind-blowing. He brought in so many examples of his personal life, or even Mr. Gopalji brought his actual experience of implementing a balanced scorecard. That was way more helpful than going through some theoretical concepts.
Yeah.
Yes, Samir, you raise hand, so you would like to tell something?
I just wanted to thank everybody. Today was an incredible session. As Mr. Manish mentioned earlier, it was you lost track of time, and starting the benchmark was set by Mr. Mihai in the beginning.
He was such a great batsman. We in India, we like cricket. Okay, so we have a fantastic opening batsman, Mihai. Okay, that's
it's
the
very
tone.
hard to catch up. Exactly, it's very hard to match such standards. Everybody is an ocean by itself. A school of thought, and amazing. I got to learn a lot of things, and as the ideas are floating, I really encourage. I think we should collaborate further. I think this is a great start. This shouldn't end here. I think there's a lot more to share from everybody. I look forward to the future sessions. Probably a focus session would do 1 week or once in 2 weeks would do 2-3 hours. That would be really helpful. Again, thank you very much, everybody. And Mr. Mihai also, and all the speakers here, Mr. Gopal, Mr. Dr. Hussam, everybody were amazing. I really look forward to learning from you all again.
Dr. Hussam's session was really amazing. You see the different dimension to look into the systems approach. So that was something completely different. Yeah, it was mind-blowing.
Even Mr. Khalid's, for the first time, I saw financial, professor speaking from a strategic perspective. That was amazing. Normally, they only talk about numbers.
Fantastic. So we brought him in the end, actually. He's ex-CFO for multiple companies. So he brings a rich knowledge in finance. Yeah. So that is something very, very interesting. And Alex, he's a very seasoned professional from Johnson & Johnson. Okay, so he gave a very nice lecture. So he is one of our client actually. Okay, so he was the first one to take our solution. Okay, so implemented in Grand Cereals. So he was the CEO. So I have worked very closely with him. I know his capability in making things done. Okay, yeah. So thank you for all. Thank you for everyone. And Mihai, if you are there, I would like to hear you, because I was not expecting that you will be there. Otherwise, I would have one more session for you to answer all the questions. We definitely would like to hear more about you, yeah, and your framework. That is something a very standard benchmark in the strategy management platform. And to tell one word, Mihai is the only one who is really trying to protect strategy. Okay, strategy word. So he's really trying to protect what is strategy planning, strategy management. He's not trying to. So if anybody wants to spoil the name of strategy, so he's the first one. He's saying, and I totally appreciate that. It's no other. Not everybody will have the same level of commitment and guts to do that. So thank you, Mr.
Agreed, sir. Agreed, sir. Hands down. I look up to his messages every time, and every message there is something new to learn, and he's just not speaking from random points.
So thank you, Khalid Saab. Any word from you? It will be very nice. Yeah.
I'm really looking forward to your next session. And so my only advice is that if we can limit the number of speakers so that we can have more interaction, and maybe the timing also, we need some breaks in between.
Yeah.
So maybe we can spread it out. So because you cannot absorb so much information. And I want to say congratulations to Samir. I loved his presentation, very practical and very, I learned a lot, Samir. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Dr. Hussam, thank you for staying so long. So you would like to say something, couple of words? If you are able to hear us, you are in the... Dr. Hussam? So he spent a lot of time in spite of his, he's a businessman. So he spent a lot of, he took a time for us. I have seen his work. He has done a real strategy execution in a couple of companies. I have seen his work, very meticulous. Yeah.
And he brought a different perspective on
Perspective, exactly.
Yes,
so that is completely different. Yes,
completely different perspective. That was very impressive, and it gave more reinforcement in having faith in the scorecard, balance of scorecard.
Fantastic. So thank you, Fawaz Saab, for a very energetic presentation. PMO, I know you are expert in PMO. So yeah. So thank you all. Look forward. So we will have a plan for more enhanced versions. We learned how to do it. So it's new for me also to run through so many experts at the same time with the compact things to deliver in one day. It is really amazing. So this would have not happened with the support of conference organizer Kuldeep. So thank you, Kuldeep. So you are in the background, communicating with everybody day and night, make it happen. So thank you, Kuldeep. So if you can come to the camera and so that will be really great. So all the support team from Data Labs, the consultants, the subject matter experts, everybody. So thank you all. So with that, I will take an opportunity to thank you and so formally conclude the conference with a very rich knowledge and the humbleness of speakers. So it's a very positive impact for me. So thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Take care. God bless.
Bye-bye. God bless.